India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
We uncover the hitmen who fired the bullets. A week later, here are the assassins. 8 photos that will make India's blood run cold. Hitmen who pumped Moosewala with bullets. One arrested, the others are still out there. India's biggest gangster hunt is on.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. Mega India Today news break impact. Mumbai police beefs up security of Salman Khan. India Today only channel to access gang death threat letter to Salman that says, "Aapka Moosewala hoga." Chilling gangster recce images 10 minutes before Moosewala murder access. Informer seen taking selfies with singer's SUV before tipping off the contract killers. Top Samajwadi Party Neta shocking insult to Shivling. Lal Bihari Yadav says Shivling nahi patthar ka tukda hai. Mocks Hindus for worshipping even stones.
देखिए शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा कराते हैं.
India shows the mirror to Pakistan for taking up Nupur Prophet remark. Rao questions minority report. OAC seeks arrest of ex-BJP Neta. After DMK ministers Pani Puri jibe at Hindi speakers, DMK MP TK Selangovan insults Hindi, says Hindi converts everyone to Shudras and that's not good. Refuses to apologize. Mukesh and Neeta Ambani hold a lavish Bharatnatyam performance for soon-to-be Choti Bahu Radhika Merchant. Star-studded event sees attendance from Salman, Ranveer and Amir Khan. A mega India Today impact on Bollywood superstar Salman Khan's death threat. Heavy security beefed up at Salman's residence. Images capture actor Salman Khan with Mumbai police officials. In fact, India Today is the only channel to access the gang death threat letter to Salman that said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga." Salman Khan's father, Salim Khan, found the threat letter during his walk at Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter threatens that Salman Khan and his father are going to face the same fate as Sidhu Moosewala. The Punjabi singer was shot to death a week ago allegedly by dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aides. An FIR has been filed. Alarm bells are now ringing as this is not the first time Salman has received a death threat. Back in 2018, Lawrence Bishnoi, the key accused in Moosewala's murder, threatened to kill Salman Khan. India Today has also accessed a video that shows brazen display of threat to actor Salman Khan from 2018. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, when in custody, was caught on camera issuing threat to Salman, saying that he will kill the actor in Jodhpur. In a separate video, Salman was caught retorting to the gangster's threat, claiming that a commitment should be made positively and that no one hunts like tiger.
नहीं, जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा। सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे या जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको। अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं।
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना। और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है।
All right, so mischief or murder dhamki? That is the big question. We'll get inputs from the sources in Mumbai police to know what this is all about and whether this threat is for real or not. It is a mega India Today impact on Bollywood superstar Salman Khan's death threat. Heavy security has been beefed up at Salman's residence for the moment, that is Galaxy apartment in Bandra Bandstand, for the uninitiated. Images are capturing actor Salman Khan with the Mumbai police officials as well. We are the only channel, in fact, who have accessed the letter, that is a death threat letter that has gone out to Salman Khan that ends up saying, and I quote, "Aapka muze wala hoga." Now, whether this is a mischief or this is a real dhamki is something that Mumbai police sources will confirm. But Salman Khan's father, Salim Khan, was the one who found this letter during his walk at Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter threatens Salman Khan, his father Salim Khan, and says that they will face the same fate as Sidhu Moosewala. The Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, remember, was shot dead a week back, allegedly by dreaded gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and his aides. And what we've picked up from Mustafa, who was earlier live on my broadcast, also said that Lawrence Bishnoi's interrogation was on by Mumbai police on the back of this particular development too. So we'll continue to get you more information on where that interrogation stands and what the Mumbai police sources have to say on this. An FIR has been filed. Alarm bells are definitely ringing. This is not, I assure you, the first time Salman Khan has received this kind of a death threat. In fact, even in the year 2018, Lawrence Bishnoi, who actually also happens to be the key accused in Sidhu Moosewala's murder, threatened to kill Salman Khan. So alarm bells are surely ringing and the interrogation is on. And let's bring Mustafa to get us more details in terms of what the police sources are indicating at this point of time. We've also accessed an exclusive video that shows brazen display of threat to actor Salman Khan from 2018. I'm requesting the producers to play that out if we've got that video right now with us. Gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, when he was in custody, was caught on camera, and we played that out earlier for you, saying that he will kill the actor in Jodhpur. And in a separate video, Salman Khan was caught retorting to the gangster's threat, claiming that a commitment should be made positively and that nobody hunts like a tiger. Do we have any reporters from Mumbai to bring us up to speed with the latest development? All right, we're getting a reporter in just about a bit for the latest inputs that are coming in on this particular story. Dev Kotak joins us now. Dev, first up, what are the police sources indicating on two fronts? One, on the interrogation of Lawrence Bishnoi, and number two, whether this was mischief or whether this was a real threat letter that has gone out. Over to you.
The Mumbai police right now had, were in a separate function, which the commissioner was also present. Sanjay Pandey was present. A few minutes ago, he told a couple of reporters that they are not taking this threat, lightly. They are going to be probing all angles. They said that they need to look at the connection that it has with the Delhi and Punjab cases also, and especially given the fact that these accused are involved and they were in Bombay. But however, he has said that we are not ruling out anything at the moment, but whatever the required security cover is needed for Salman Khan, we will be doing the needful and providing that accordingly as per the requirements, which is why the DCP crime branch was also present here, and the DCP protection, who is in charge of generally giving out security to the VIPs, will also be reconsidering the situation given the kind of threat perception that exists currently. So, Chaiti, these are the kind of details that we have for now, but also, the entry and exit activities by the police officers into this very building, which is Galaxy Apartments, has not stopped since morning. And, the police have also recorded the statements of two bodyguards of Mr. Salim Khan, who were present at that time, and they were witness to the fact that when Mr. Salim Khan had found the chip, they were accompanying him on Saturday morning. So, these are the kind of things that we know for now. But however, the complaint was only recorded yesterday evening. And, the Bandra police had said that Mr. Salim Khan and his son had received...
What's coming in from Mumbai Police? India Today also is getting you all the details that no other channel really has on the full Kill Salman Khan plot. Lawrence Bishnoi and gang planned to target Salman Khan during the shooting of the film Ready. But the gangsters did not follow through the plan because they did not have proper weapons. Gangster Naresh Shetty, who is the guru of Bishnoi's crime partner Kala Jatedi, was given the task of targeting Salman. Naresh Shetty and Sampat Nehra stayed in Barshi area of Mumbai for a few days, and the gangsters did a complete recce of Salman Khan's residence, which is Galaxy at Bandra Bandstand. The plan was to target Salman Khan when he would leave his house on his bicycle. Here is the single biggest piece of CCTV evidence that will turn the Moosewala murder probe on its head. India Today has exclusively accessed images of gangster recce on singer Sidhu Moosewala just 10 minutes before he was gunned down. The images show the informants of gangsters taking selfies near Moosewala's SUV and then, in a very clandestine fashion, tipped off the gangsters awaiting to pull the trigger. The informants told the gangsters that Moosewala had left his house. After the tip-off over Moosewala's movement, the killers started tailing Moosewalas. The contract killers had used two cars. One is a Bolero SUV and a Corolla sedan to gun down the singer. India Today has unmasked the killers of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. India Today is the only channel with exclusive images of 8 shooters. Images on your screens are of the killers who brutally killed Moosewala. He was pumped with at least 24 bullets, while 7 shooters are still at large. One has been arrested by the Punjab police. The first arrest in the case was that of Manpreet from Uttarakhand last Tuesday when the singer was cremated. A week after Moosewala's murder, one more suspect has been nabbed from a village in Fatehabad. The arrested man, identified as Devendra, also known as Kala, allegedly provided shelter to 2 other suspects, Charanjit and Keshav. Police have also arrested a person named Kekra, who allegedly provided vehicles to the shooters. Earlier, 2 accused from Lawrence Bishnoi's gang were also arrested from Haryana's Fatehabad.
The point is that this whole tragedy could have been avoided if the government was serious on law and order and was not more concerned with garnering cheap publicity. The plot to assassinate Sidhu Moosewala had been hatched, I think, 6-8 months back. It is coming every day in the news. Today also, a prominent national daily has carried it. The shooters who were assigned to kill him then were nabbed by the police. They very categorically told them that we are assigned to kill Sidhu Moosewala. But because of certain logistical problems, we went there, we could not carry out our plan. And now the handlers have promised us that they are going to remove those logistic problems and we are going to go again. So, in spite of such specific intelligence input shared by the Delhi police with the Punjab police, even then his security was proven.
देखिए, पंजाब पुलिस की कॉम्पिटेंस पे तो कोई सवाल नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने टेररिज्म का भी बहुत सामना किया है। सवाल यहाँ पंजाब की सरकार की पॉलिटिकल विल पर है और उसकी नीयत पर है, क्योंकि ये जो सरकार आम आदमी पार्टी की पंजाब में चल रही है, ये कठपुतली सरकार है और केजरीवाल साहब और राघव चड्ढा से निर्देश लेती है। तो पॉलिटिकल विल और पॉलिटिकल नीयत पर हमको शक है, पंजाब पुलिस की कॉम्पिटेंस पर कोई शक नहीं है। इसलिए परिवार को भी विश्वास नहीं है और पंजाब के लोगों को भी विश्वास नहीं है कि पंजाब की सरकार और ये पुलिस इस मामले में न्याय दे सकती है, क्योंकि सवाल यहाँ शूटर्स को पकड़ने का नहीं है। सवाल यह है कि ये पूरी कॉन्स्पिरेसी किसने रची है। इसमें बहुत सारे इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भी लोग इन्वॉल्व हैं और ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है। इतने सोफिस्टिकेटेड वेपन्स कहाँ से आए हैं, ये भी एक बड़ा इशू है। ये वेपन्स पंजाब में और किस किस के पास हैं, ऐसे कितने वेपन्स पंजाब में हैं। तो ये सारे सवाल जो हैं, मुझे लगता है एनआईए ही इसकी ठीक प्रकार से जांच कर सकती है।
The BJP on Sunday suspended its spokesperson Nupur Sharma after her alleged controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad that triggered protests and condemnations. Arab countries including Qatar, Kuwait and Iran summoned the Indian ambassadors and denounced the controversial comments made against Prophet Muhammad. Bahrain, however, welcomed BJP's decision to axe Nupur Sharma. Meanwhile, India has hit back at Pakistan for slamming India over Nupur's remarks. India, in a scathing attack, told Pakistan not to preach when there's already serious violation of minority rights in Pakistan. On Friday, clashes broke out in Kanpur. Two groups threw stones at each other over a call to shut down markets in protest against Nupur's statement made in the context of the controversy over the Gyanvapi issue.
Made me sit next to him.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है। सिर्फ आप लेटर लिखकर दे देंगे कि आपने पार्टी का पोजीशन ये था, 10 दिन के बाद आपको ये ख्याल आया कि आपके व्यूज पार्टी के पोजीशन से कॉन्ट्री हैं। 10 दिन तक आप सो रहे थे क्या? हमारी तकलीफ आप महसूस नहीं करेंगे?
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है। ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है। लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना। बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओवैसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
Let's now listen in to expelled BJP leader Naveen Jindal, who was axed yesterday after alleged controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad that triggered protests and condemnation.
हर डिबेट में शिवलिंग का भद्दे रूप से जो भी मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता आए उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया। हाशमी जी ने भी अभी रिसेंटली एक चैनल पे शिवलिंग का बहुत भारी रूप में मजाक उड़ाया था, कहा था राष्ट्रपति भवन के बाहर निकल जाइए तो आपको शिवलिंग कितने मिल जाएंगे। तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इनके खिलाफ कब एक्शन होगा? आपने नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ तो एक्शन ले लिया, उसको पार्टी से सस्पेंड कर दिया, उसको रेप और डेथ थ्रेट सारी चीजें मिल रही हैं, पर साथ ही साथ अब वो मामला कोर्ट में, कोर्ट उसको तय करेगी कि उन्होंने जो कहा है संविधान के दायरे में कहा है, संविधान के दायरे से बाहर कहा है। हमारे यहाँ जुडिशियल सेटअप है, वो जुडिशियल सिस्टम तय करेगा। अगर आज अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने भी कुछ कहा था तो जनता ने उसको तय नहीं किया था, जनता ने कोई फतवा नहीं जारी किया था कि आपका सर तन से जुदा कर देंगे या कानून अपने हाथ में नहीं लिया था, कोर्ट ने निर्णय लिया था। और कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय लिया उसके बाद जो न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है वो आगे बढ़ रही है। इसी तरह से अगर नुपुर शर्मा ने कोई बात गलत कही है, सही कही है, मैं उसको जस्टिफाई करने के लिए नहीं बैठा हूं, पर जो भी कहा है, सही कहा है, गलत कहा है, वो तो कोर्ट निर्धारित करेगी। पर जो लोग कानून अपने हाथ में ले रहे हैं और फतवे जारी कर रहे हैं, उसको डेथ थ्रेट दे रहे हैं, रेप थ्रेट दे रहे हैं, क्या ये असंवैधानिक नहीं है?
The countries that have condemned or sought action against Nupur Sharma don't have a stellar secular record themselves. Let's take a look at who all are lecturing India. Number 1, Qatar. Religious preaching by non-Muslims banned. Publication of non-Islamic texts regulated. Number 2, you have Saudi Arabia. No citizenship for non-Muslims. No public worship by non-Muslims. Number 3, let's bring that on your screens right now. Iran. No minority can be president. Islamic theology study compulsory for higher education. Number 4, of course, Pakistan. Death sentence and lynchings for blasphemy on Islam. State persecution of all minorities, including Ahmadis. Now, country number 5 is Afghanistan. On your screens, the Afghanistan Taliban. Most non-Muslims have fled Afghanistan since 2021. Non-Muslim conversion carries death sentence. Imprisons and persecutes women. And the BJP whip has finally caught up to national spokesperson Nupur Sharma over her controversial comments on Prophet Muhammad. Earlier today, the party suspended Nupur Sharma and expelled another leader for disrespecting Prophet Muhammad. Nupur Sharma later claimed that she did not intend to hurt anyone's sentiments. Here's more.
कि खुद नाखुश कार्यकर्ता कभी आपके ऊपर चप्पल उठा रहे हैं, गिरा रहे हैं, कभी आपके ऊपर स्याही फेंक रहे हैं.
One of the BJP's most known faces on national television.
That you need to nip this exercise.
Known for articulating BJP's stand on crucial national issues.
Report and the survey being conducted by the ASI as per the orders of the lower court.
The National Party's most outspoken voice, Nupur Sharma, getting the axe from her party over her remarks on the Prophet Muhammad during a television debate, which sparked violence by a mob in Kanpur. The BJP deciding to expel Nupur Sharma and relieve her of all party responsibilities pending an inquiry, making it clear that the BJP respects all religions and does not approve bad-mouthing of any religious figure.
सर्वधर्म संभाव तो हमारी नीति है।
सर, नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को एक्सपेल कर दिया, इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
और दीजिए।
आखिरी सवाल, इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
सॉरी।
Nupur Sharma claimed that she was receiving rape and murder threats from the Islamic radicals. With her statement now, she's clarified she did not want to insult anyone and that she reacted because she was upset over constant insult to Lord Shiva in a television debate. But now she takes back her words if it has hurt religious sentiment. But the Bharatiya Janata Party faced flack both from its followers and detractors over axing of Nupur Sharma. BJP supporters slammed penal action against Nupur, accusing the BJP of throwing her to the wolves, calling it an appeasement of Islamists. Political rivals said the BJP is paying for hatred politics.
इन लोगों की प्राइमरी मेंबरशिप को सिर्फ सस्पेंड ही नहीं करना चाहिए था, इनको हमेशा के लिए पार्टी से निकाला जाना चाहिए था।
The BJP is said to have removed Nupur Sharma following outrage in the Arab world, but in doing so, it may have upset a large section of its own party supporters who are openly backing the axed spokesperson. With Tejashri Purandare, Bureau Report, India Today.
Amidst the Gyanvapi mosque showdown, Samajwadi Party leader Lal Bihari Yadav has triggered a row. He inflamed Hindu beliefs by calling the claimed Gyanvapi Shivling nothing but a piece of stone. His crude Patthar Shivling analogy has stoked a new controversy. Lal Bihari Yadav is not the only one who has insulted the claimed Shivling. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav had said that in Hindus, wherever there's a stone and there's a flag, there's a temple. OAC clearly dismissed the Shivling claim, calling it a fountain. Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot also slammed claimed Shivling by calling it drama by BJP to incite communal hatred. TMC's Mawa Moitra, while taking a dig at Shivling, tweeted a picture of Bhabha Atomic Center, saying hopefully the center won't start digging it too.
एक समय ऐसा था कि रात के अंधेरे में मूर्तियां रखी गई थी। बीजेपी कुछ भी कर
देखिए, शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है। जैसे पत्थर का टुकड़ा चलता है उत्तराखंड से, तो वह नदियों में बहते वह चिकना हो जाता है, वह कभी छोटा हो जाता है और चिकना हो जाता है। तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा कराते हैं, जबकि वो तो है पत्थर। उसमें कोई जो है शिवलिंग की जो बात करने वाला, उससे मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि शिवलिंग को वो पहचानता है।
Let's listen in to what the opposition leader said while taking a jibe at Gyanvapi's claimed Shivling.
एक समय ऐसा था कि रात के अंधेरे में मूर्तियां रखी गई थी। बीजेपी कुछ भी कर सकती है, बीजेपी कुछ भी करा सकती है। 1991 का एक्ट है, मुझे उम्मीद है सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर ध्यान देगा। मुझे उम्मीद है कि जब यहाँ के अयोध्या का फैसला आया, उसमें भी कहा गया कि ये हम और इश्यूज के लिए नहीं माना जाएगा। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि बीजेपी जानबूझ करके संस्थाओं से खिलवाड़ कर करके ये फैसले करा रही कि जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी सर्वे करने की, आखिरकार वो रिपोर्ट बाहर कैसे आ गई। और हमारे धर्म में तो ये है, हिंदू धर्म में कहीं भी पत्थर रख दो, एक लाल झंडा रख दो, पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे मंदिर बन गया।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा कि मुसलमानों के जो रिलीजियस तरीके से जो आप नमाज पढ़ते हैं जो है, उसमें वजू भी शामिल है। तो वजू करेंगे उसमें हाउस में जाकर, और 400 साल से उस वजू को, उस फवारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। और अगर ये फवारे को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है, तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने भी फवारे लगे हैं।
The showdown over Gyanvapi Shivling continues to simmer. Hindus here who vowed to offer prayers at claimed Gyanvapi Shivling has been placed under house arrest. Observing a fast, the seer is adamant he will not break it until he is given permission to offer prayers at Gyanvapi. But now, the Swami's health is deteriorating after giving up on food and water. Swami Avimuktesh Varanand, the chief of Vidya Mutt had earlier thrown an open challenge of offering prayers at Gyanvapi, but he was stopped by the Varanasi police and placed under house arrest. Police officials say that as the Gyanvapi matter is pending in court, permission will not be given for prayers at mosque complex.
बहुत सारी पुलिस बाहर चारों तरफ घेरे खड़ी है मठ को। हम जितने लोग जा रहे थे हमने उनको सबको मना कर दिया। अकेले जाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए, एक थाली पूजा की सामग्री लेकर के, तब भी हमको रोक दिया गया। तो अब सवाल ये है कि अब हम अन्न जल त्याग करके प्रतीक्षा कर रहे हैं। कोर्ट में हमारे वकील गए हुए हैं, अर्जेंसी एप्लीकेशन लगाए हुए हैं कि सुनवाई कर लीजिए, बात हमारी सुन लीजिए, फिर भी हमको बाहर नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है।
स्वामी जी कहते हैं कि मेरी तपस्या जारी है, भगवान को जो करना हो करे, प्रशासन को जो करना हो करे, मैं सबके लिए तैयार हूँ। मेरी इच्छा बस यही है कि करोड़ों सनातनी हिंदू धर्मावलंबियों की जो ये इच्छा है कि भगवान आदि विश्वेश्वर प्रकट हुए हैं तो उनकी पूजा होनी चाहिए। और घर में भी हम लोग जब स्नान करते हैं तो भगवान को पूजा भोग चढ़ा करके ही स्वयं खाया जाता है। स्वामी जी स्वयं निकले थे पूजा करने के लिए, उनको रोक दिया गया।
On Friday, Kanpur was on the boil amidst riots over controversial comments made on Prophet Muhammad. The mastermind behind the violence has been held along with at least 29 others. Police say there could be a PFI hand behind the Kanpur riots. Here's more.
Massive mob violence. Stone pelting and street fights. Firing of gunshots. Pitched battle with police. This was Friday's big unrest in UP's Kanpur. Over Nupur Sharma's remarks on the Prophet. And now comes the massive crackdown. At least 29 rioters, including the mastermind Zafar Hayat Hashmi, have been taken into custody. Hashmi allegedly organized the mob violence after forcing local Hindu shopkeepers to shut their shops. He allegedly got help from radical outfits.
कस्टडी 14 दिन की दी गई है, 18 तारीख तक, और बाकी के बारे में मैं आपको और जानकारी अभी देना उचित मुझे नहीं प्रतीत होता है। देखते हैं और क्या कार्यवाही होती है, उसके बाद में फिर।
Probe agencies have also uncovered a link to radical Islamist outfit PFI to these riots, after documents related to the radical group were found on the accused.
देखिए, पीएफआई के कनेक्शन से कोई संभावना से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। कुछ हमको क्लूज मिले हैं, अब एक बार स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग टीम पूरी जांच कर ले, उसके बाद इस पर टिप्पणी करना उचित होगा।
ट्रांजैक्शन मिले हैं कुछ पीएफआई से जुड़े हुए कुछ लोगों के दस्तावेज?
नहीं, ट्रांजैक्शन अभी हम देख नहीं पाए, अब रिमांड पे लेके आने वाले दिनों में ट्रांजैक्शंस और हम चेक करेंगे और फिर आपको कंक्लूसिवली बताएंगे।
The anti-terror squad led by top cops are now investigating how PFI organized the violence.
In the investigation, it has revealed that some angles with the PFI is also being investigated. Now, the 14-day custody which will be sought is for the investigation that will be, done regarding the links with the PFI. The police commissioner has told that the bank statements of the accused will be checked, and also some of his call will be traced.
A political war of words is simmering, with the BJP and opposition facing off over the clashes.
Wherever and whenever there seems to be an incident involving communal tension, a pattern seems to be emerging that the PFI's name emerges, and this gets reported in the media. There seems to be a growing demand across the country that action is required against the PFI, and the agencies are doing what they have to, the investigative agencies.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जब से शासन आया केंद्र में, पूरे देश में इसी तरह नफरत, घृणा और एक दूसरे के खिलाफ माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, और जो कानपुर में हुआ है और भी जगहों पे हो रहा है। कोई भी समुदाय हो, अगर वो सांप्रदायिक माहौल को बिगाड़ने का प्रयास करता है तो ये दुखद है, और लेकिन इसमें शह जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है।
The Yogi government has promised to punish the rioters who went on a rampage and resorted to street attacks on policemen. With Simar Chawla in Kanpur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Shocking revelation in Kanpur violence case. Shocking links of main accused Zafar Hayat Hashmi to the violence has now surfaced. India Today has accessed WhatsApp chats of the main accused used to incite violence. The WhatsApp group Johar Fans Association Kanpur team was used to assemble the violent mob that went on a rampage. The group was constantly being updated with fresh images and videos of how the mob was forcing bunk and attacking the cops. The WhatsApp group has given the cops big proof on how the clashes were organized. Take a look. Slipping to a break. When we return, Karnataka Chaddi face-off explodes. Siddaramaiah declares that Youth Congress will start a statewide burn khaki knickers in protest against RSS.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are...
Proud citizen of Karnataka, it's truly depressing to see that the politicians are now fighting over chaddis. If you haven't heard about the Chaddi Nataka that's happening in the state of Karnataka that goes to elections in less than a year, I'm going to be debating that at 5:30. But at 5 p.m. on 5 Live, is this whole gangster threat to Salman Khan just mischief by some gangsters? Or is there really a threat of murder to Bollywood's biggest star? That's my big focus on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. Chaddi politics gets dirtier. Right-wing workers collect chaddis from public in KR Pet in Mandya district, and they plan to send a courier to the Congress party office. That's the latest coming in. That's the latest low level of political discourse in the country as well, where the right-wing workers plan to collect underwears from public, and they want to collect all these chaddis from public in KR Pet in Mandya district, and all these chaddis they want to send them and courier them to the Congress office. This is sad and hilarious at the same time. Let's get Karthik for more on this, and of course you do know that Siddaramaiah was the one who made that particular comment. We've got that bite as well, to which the BJP also responded. Siddaramaiah said that he plans to burn these knickers. Now right-wing workers are collecting chaddis from public in KR Pet in Mandya district, and they plan to courier it to Congress office. This is chaddi politics in Karnataka. That's the latest that is coming in. The box of chaddis have been sent to the Congress office. The politics getting dirtier, the political discourse going lower and lower in this country. The right-wing workers collecting underwear in Karnataka. We'll get you more details in just about a bit. A box of chaddis are going to be sent to the Congress office. This because the Congress wants to burn these chaddis in protest against the RSS. Let's get you our reporter and some political reactions also on what's going on this. Karthik is now joining us live for the latest. Karthik, what is going on? The right-wing workers go to the public, go and collect chaddis, make a box out of it, want to send a box of chaddis to the Congress office. I mean, what is going on in Karnataka?
Well, Chaitri, as far as this comment by Mr. Siddaramaiah regarding RSS, the trousers are concerned, it has taken an ugly turn, with political backlash being received and very BJP leaders coming forward and slamming, Siddaramaiah for his comment. And very recently, we see this, after BJP General Secretary C.T. Ravi had very recently given a call to protest against this. So for this, in Mandya's KRPT and other places in Mandya, we are seeing that a few RSS workers are collecting trousers and they are sending it to the Congress office, saying that if you said that you would want to burn the trousers, here we have sent you enough trousers for you to burn. So this seems to be an argument and counter argument that's going on between the BJP and the Congress party here, as far as this incident where the Congress NSUI workers had burned khaki trousers. So it remains to be seen how much more political turns will this issue take. But as of now, here we see the RSS retorting by sending trousers to the Congress office, saying that here are the trousers that you want to burn.
Okay, we'll continue getting you more political reactions on this particular story that is developing, which is the Chaddi Nataka in Karnataka. A raging war over chaddis in Karnataka after Congress leader Siddaramaiah declared that Youth Congress will start a statewide burn khaki knickers in protest against RSS. In no time, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hit back at Congress, mocking Siddaramaiah about Congress's poll loss in UP, saying the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his chaddi and lungi in Chamundeshwari turf, referring to the poll losses. Siddaramaiah was speaking against the arrest of National Students Union of India, or the NSUI, activists who are arrested for protesting in front of Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's residence. They were opposing the inclusion of RSS ideology in textbooks. With Karnataka politics in a knot, can our netas really shed their obsession with going after each other's chaddis? That's the real question.
ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಾ ಸುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಇದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು
ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಂದಿ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂಟಾರ ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಾ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವತಃ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಪಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮಂದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಟ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವೊಬ್ಬ ಹಾಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇದ್ದವರು,
There's breaking news just coming in. Mumbai Police Commissioner's big statement on threat to Salman Khan. Sanjay Pandey has said the Mumbai Police is ready to take all measures and steps, even question jail gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. All possible angles are being investigated at the moment. That's the latest coming in from the Mumbai Police, ready to grill Lawrence Bishnoi. This is on the threat, on the back of the threat to Salman Khan and his father, Salim Khan, where there was a letter found outside Salman Khan's residence that mentioned how he's going to be suffering the same fate as Sidhu Moosewala. So the latest coming in on that story. At the moment, we are getting a reaction coming in as well. Listen in.
अभी तक कोई डिटेन करने की नौबत अभी तक नहीं आई है, लेकिन मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि इसके बारे में हमें पता चला है और हम भी उतनी ही गंभीरता से उसको देख रहे हैं. तो हमारा आंतरिक मामला है, हमें सुरक्षा बढ़ानी होगी तो हम बढ़ाएंगे भी.
लेकिन सर लीड मिली है क्या, वो फर्जी लेटर है या फिर कुछ है?
अभी कल की तो बात है, एक दिन के अंदर फर्जी लेटर सिद्ध कर पाना तो बहुत मुश्किल काम है.
The language war has been reignited by DMK in Tamil Nadu. DMK MP K.S. Ilangovan has insulted Hindi, saying Hindi converts us to Shudras and is no good for us. Ilangovan followed this remark by saying that Hindi is the mother tongue only in backward states of the country. Soon after this controversial comment, India Today also reached out to DMK MP, who remains unrepentant and refuses to apologize for his comment. Ilangovan's comment is only the latest edition in a series of such anti-Hindi comments by DMK leaders, from a minister saying those who speak Hindi are all Pani Puri sellers, to the state health minister accusing North Indian students of spreading COVID. And DMK MP said when he confronted...
இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கிவிடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது. ஏன் இதை கேட்கிறேன் என்றால், இந்த மாநிலங்களில் இந்தி அந்த மக்களுடைய தாய்மொழி இல்லை. வளராத மாநிலம்னா மத்திய பிரதேசம், உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், பீகார், ராஜஸ்தான், இன்னும் இப்பொழுது புதிதாக பிரிந்த 2-3 மாநிலங்கள். முதல் ஒன்று, இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கிவிடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது. ஏன் இதை கேட்கிறேன் என்றால், இந்த மாநிலங்களில் இந்தி அந்த மக்களுடைய தாய்மொழி இல்லை. வளராத மாநிலம்னா மத்திய பிரதேசம், உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், பீகார், ராஜஸ்தான், இன்னும் இப்பொழுது புதிதாக பிரிந்த 2-3 மாநிலங்கள்.
The DMK MP said when he... all right, so that's what you heard, what the DMK MP really ended up saying. We're slimming to a break on that front in just about a bit. But there is also a clarification that is coming in, and here is what the DMK MP said when confronted him about the comment. He also refused to apologize. Take a look.
You have said that those who speak, if you speak Hindi, you will turn into Shudras. What do you have to say about that comment?
That is what has happened in this country. In the south of India, we have seen what Thiruvalluvar said was all men are born equal. There is equanimous society. This society south of India is an equanimous society. Only after infiltration of the North Indian language, which carries Manu Dharma with it, it had made us Sudras. The class difference in Tamil Nadu, in the south of India, had come only because of a northern language, because the concept of Manu Dharma is northern. It has nothing to do with the people in the south of India. It is an equanimous society. Thiruvalluvar had said that Pirappukum ella uyirkum, all men are born equal. So this society was spoiled by a language which had come from the north. So if Hindi is imposed on us, once again it will confirm that the class difference has to stay in the south. We are against it. Dravidian model is against this class consciousness.
So you're firm that if you speak Hindi, you will turn into Shudras?
No. If Hindi is imposed, it will also bring the culture of the north along with it. That is what I meant. I'm not talking about the language. If Hindi is imposed on us, Hindi will bring the culture which it carries to us, and it will confirm what is happening today.
During the 3-day-long IFA event, several celebrities spoke to India Today exclusively on the ongoing language issue. Here's a look.
Language is not an issue for me. Good film is an issue. Be it Hindi, be it Tamil, be it Telugu, be it Kannada, be it Malayalam. You know, cinema has no language.
Better late than never, because we've always been in Indian industry. It's not, and yes, for the longest time we've been segregated as the North and the South. But I think long gone are the days when we segregated as North and South.
Cinema is entertainment.
Yeah. So right now it's coming global. You know, artists are getting recognition everywhere. So yeah, can't wait for more of the artists to become, you know, as we become a whole. Can't wait for everybody to join in and celebrate and make one big happy family as it always is.
Well, I think you know, just like we try to break barriers in color, हमें languages में barriers break करना है. और अभी क्या है कि streaming दुनिया है, you know, streaming platforms की वजह से हम तो सभी before we fight as a nation with other countries, you know, हमें पहले one nation बनाना है, एक language, एक ही मकसद, एक ही thought, you know. So I think this is a beautiful time of change for India, and more than that also women are changing in so many ways, so it's a very exciting time. And when you spoke about South representation, aapne jo pucha, I was not aware that before this there have not been a lot of South performances, but now it is changing, because yesterday if you looked at it, Devisri Prasad actually is one of my colleagues from the South, and today in fact I heard that there are going to be a few actors actually coming from the South who will come through Ease My Trip and all that. So we're going to have some more faces from the South, you know. But I am truly blessed and very happy. In fact, I knew Andre from a long time ago, and I have performed once in IFA Utsavam as well. There were only 2 IFA Utsavams in the South. So when I got this direct invitation, it was like, you know, it came from top. I was like, why am I being called? I was like, did you make a mistake? But it was really nice, an honor. Definitely an honor, and I hope this leads to a lot of beautiful opportunities for me as well in Bombay, which I've been hoping for a very long time.
We're slipping to a break. When we return, Mukesh and Neeta Ambani hold a lavish Bharatnatyam performance for soon-to-be Choti Bahu Radhika Merchant. Details in just about it.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India Today.
Proud citizen of Karnataka, it's truly depressing to see that the politicians are now fighting over chaddis. If you haven't heard about the chaddi Nataka that's happening in the state of Karnataka that goes to elections in less than a year, I'm going to be debating that at 5:30. But at 5 p.m. on 5 Live, is this whole gangster threat to Salman Khan just mischief by some gangsters? Or is there really a threat of murder to Bollywood's biggest star? That's my big focus on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
You are watching India Today.
Mukesh and Neeta Ambani hosted a lavish Arangetram ceremony for their daughter-in-law to be Radhika Merchant. The star-studded ceremony saw the presence of Salman Khan, Amir Khan, Ranveer Singh and many other stars. Here's the detailed report.
A super lavish ceremony, a star-studded event, and a charming classical dance by none other than soon-to-be Choti Bahu of the Ambanis, Radhika Merchant. Business tycoon and the richest man in the country, Mukesh Ambani, and his wife Neeta held a lavish Arangetram ceremony at the Geo World Centre in Mumbai. 24-year-old Radhika Merchant, who had been training in classical dancing for 8 years, got engaged to Anant Ambani reportedly in 2019. The Arangetram was her debut on stage in Bharatnatyam. The event was attended by several top industrialists, business honchos and Bollywood celebrities including Salman Khan, Amir Khan and Ranveer Singh. Maharashtra Minister Aditya Thackeray attended the event with mother Rashmi and brother Tejas. The other known faces at the event were former Indian cricketer Zaheer Khan and his wife and actor Sagarika Ghatke. Bureau Report, India Today.
Queen Elizabeth II is celebrating Platinum Jubilee. In the last 70 years, that is 7 decades on the throne, the Queen's style has changed and evolved multiple times. Has she really evolved as a style icon of the world? Here is my report. Take a look. Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee was grand. She's often touted to be a style icon. Not any ordinary icon, but the one who discreetly communicates with her outfits. Seven decades on the throne. Many heirlooms donned in style and an unrivaled collection of jewelry, crowns, outfits that make fashion and political statements. It was in 1946 when the Queen, who was then Princess Elizabeth, joined the royal family. She wore this iconic satin gown with a fur coat. It was a white satin lightly embroidered around the hem in a classic Greek key design. Her coronation gown was one for the history books. June 2nd, 1953, she wore this gown commissioned by Norman Hartnell. Norman Hartnell, who gained the royal warrant as her dressmaker, designed this turquoise outfit with matching bolero and hat-like fascinator for Princess Margaret's wedding. In 1967, the Queen wore an interesting headpiece with a green and pink coat by Hardy Amies with an iconic brooch. From that floral headpiece to a turban-style hat with a marigold printed pleated dress, she started to emerge as a style icon in 1975. The equestrian has been really enjoying her time riding, and at the races, she dresses up to the occasion. From the riding boots to the breeches and pastel ensembles with sun hats at the races, particularly at the Epsom Derby, she sets quite the aristocratic fashion tone. In 1990, she wore a bold floral outfit to celebrate Queen Mother's 90th birthday. In 1999, this attire of hers stood out of the pack. A colourful, glittery sequin top and a golden skirt with a golden bag. The Queen looked like a disco queen of the 90s. Now juxtapose this with a summery polo high tee ensemble in 2003 with vibrant florals, pearl necklace and a brooch. In 2011, standing beside the then President Barack Obama, she chose to wear this white embellished gown, a tiara from the heirloom, and this statement neckpiece. The Queen loves bling. 2012 saw her in golden dress, metallic shoes and a bag and a diamond neckpiece. While monochromatic styles may be highly fashionable today, the Queen set quite the tone in 2015 itself in all pink. Pink umbrella with pink hat, pink dresses and even a pink coat. Yellow monochromatic ensemble was her choice of attire for her 90th birthday. Yellow Angela Kelly outfit with yellow hat and a brooch. Vibrant colors and single-colored outfits continue to be her choice even while celebrating her own 90th with the family at the Buckingham Palace. This vibrant green coat that you see was paired with this hat of the same color. The Trevor Morgan hat and Stuart Pavan coat and her pink ensemble were her choices at her 90th birthday. In 2018, she made quite an appearance at the London Fashion Week wearing this pale blue tweed suit. She loves monochromes. Here's her in a red ensemble for a Christmas service in 2019. 2021 was all yellow for the inauguration of the Elizabeth line. Her love for bold colors, brooches, hats has had many style moments clearly, and why not? She is one of the world's most recognizable women after all. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. Well, quite the stylish moments of Queen Elizabeth right there. On that note, we're going to be slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, Mumbai police beefs up security of Salman Khan. India Today is the only channel to access gang death threat letter to Salman Khan that said, "Aapka muze wala hoga." All of this and more in just about a bit on 5 Live with my colleague Shivaru.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Pressing to see that the politicians are now fighting over chaddis. If you haven't heard about the chaddi Nataka that's happening in the state of Karnataka that goes to elections in less than a year, I'm going to be debating that at 5:30. But at 5 p.m. on 5 Live, is this whole gangster threat to Salman Khan just mischief by some gangsters? Or is there really a threat of murder to Bollywood's biggest star. That's my big focus on 5 Live at 5 p.m.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
We uncover the hitmen who fired the bullets. A week later, here are the assassins. 8 photos that will make India's blood run cold. Hitmen who pumped Moosewala with bullets. One arrested, the others are still out there. India's biggest gangster hunt is on.
And the question now is, are these assassins of Sidhu Moosewala and the gang that ordered the hit on the Punjabi pop star, are they now threatening Salman Khan as well? What does Salman Khan have to do with the gang that killed Moosewala? Is this some mischief? What is this letter that Salman Khan has received? Or is this really a murder threat? We're going to investigate that here on 5 Live. Thanks for being with me. These are the headlines. Big India Today news break impact. Mumbai police beefs up security for Salman Khan. India Today is the only channel to access the gang death threat letter to Salman Khan, which said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga." Top Samajwadi Party Neta's shocking insult to the Shivling. Lal Bihari Yadav says, "Shivling nahi, patthar ka tukda hai." Mocks Hindus for worshipping stones.
देखिए, शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है, तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा करते हैं.
Chaddi Nataka in Karnataka after Siddaramaiah sparks a row over RSS Chaddi remark. Right-wing workers collect underwear and knickers to send to the Congress office in the state. It's a new law for politics in the state that goes to elections in less than a year. India shows the mirror to Pakistan for taking up Nupur prophet remark controversy. Questions Pakistan's own pathetic minority reputation. Owaisi seeks arrest of the suspended BJP spokesperson. After DMK ministers Pani Puri jibe at Hindi speakers, DMK MP Ilangovan insults Hindi, says Hindi converts everyone to Shudras and it is no good. Refuses to apologize for this sickening casteist slur. Hours after India Today's agenda-setting report on a death threat letter that had been discovered, very close to Salman Khan's house and discovered by his father Salim Khan, the Mumbai police has upped security for the Bollywood superstar. Remember, Salman Khan has been under threat, or at least mentioned threat, by Lawrence Bishnoi, the gangster sitting in Delhi's Tihar jail, who has claimed responsibility for the killing of Sidhu Moosewala in Punjab last week. Here's how the threat over Salman Khan is now unfolding.
Guns, gangster, a superstar, and a chilling Moosewala-style murder threat. It all began when India Today first reported actor Salman Khan and father Salim Khan getting a threat letter during a casual walk at Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter, exclusively accessed by India Today, said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga," to the star and his writer father. The murder threat letter was signed LB and GB, possibly gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar. Gangsters who claimed that they committed the Moosewala murder.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा सलमान खान का करेंगे मारेंगे ही जाएंगे जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं
A day later, security was beefed up at Salman's Bandra residence, with top cops visiting the actor's Galaxy apartment home.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना नेगेटिव नहीं करना और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता.
India Today also accessed the Kill Salman plot hatched by the dreaded gangsters. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang had planned to target Salman during the shooting of the film Ready, plotting a hit when the actor used to go out for cycling. The contract killer Naresh Shetty, who was tasked with killing Salman, found his pistol inadequate for the hit after a recce of the actor's house and sought a rifle with a longer range and more firepower. In 2018, jailed gangster and Moosewala murder accused Lawrence Bishnoi had publicly pledged to kill Salman Khan.
Threat has been related to Moosewala murder, which is again brought out the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle. The police is now investigating what is the reason that the threat has come now, what is their intentions, whether the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi are trying to be active in Mumbai and trying to send out a message of fear. With campus Samir Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Getting you a breaking development on the investigation into this apparent threat to Salman Khan. The Mumbai police is telling India Today through sources that the statements of 4 people have been recorded so far in the case, including that of Salman's father Salim Khan. Salman Khan's own statement is to be recorded at some point today. It hasn't yet been recorded. The police is currently looking through CCTV footage of the area around the Bandra Bandstand area. That's where Salman Khan lives, but no concrete breakthrough has yet been found in the case. The police is, of course, looking into details of that threat letter, which has been signed LB and GB. Could it stand for Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar, his accomplice who's sitting in Canada, and his claim to have ordered the hit on Sidhu Moosewala? What is the Salman angle? No concrete leads just yet, but 4 people have provided their statements. I want to go across to India Today's Mustafa Sheikh, who's been tracking the story from early this morning. Mustafa, what more details do we have? Salim Khan has given his statement. Salman Khan will be giving his statement later today, but no concrete leads just yet.
Well, yes, Shiv, because the police is trying to break through one important detail. Is it the Goldie Brar gang and the Lawrence gang, which is trying to make their presence felt in Mumbai, and hence this threat letter has been issued, or it's just a publicity stunt by an individual? That would be the most important part of this case, because directly threatening Salman Khan and his father Salim Khan is something which the Mumbai police is surprised, because the Black Buck case in which Lawrence Bishnoi had given threat to Salman Khan is also an old case. The threat had come back in 2018 just after Moosewala murder case, and now the Salman Khan death threat threat letter is something which has raised the suspicions of Mumbai police, is that the gang is trying to say that they have a presence in Maharashtra, they have a presence in Mumbai, and whether by sending out such messages and building this environment of fear, are they trying to run a racket of extortion so that they can feed their terror activities and other things. So these are the angles, serious angles, which the Mumbai police is looking at. They are trying to find out that person who has kept the chit there, and through CCTV footages they are trying to locate that person so that the entire case details can come forward. Back to you.
Okay, so do we know when Salman Khan will be recording his statement, Mustafa?
Well, we have seen the police team which have just entered Galaxy apartment where Salman Khan is present. In some time his statement will be recorded by the Bandra police station. He'll be asked whether he has suspicion on anybody, whether any social media activity or things like that have prompted him to think that somebody is, doing a recce around this apartment, around the areas where he visits. Because Salim Khan sits on this particular bench after morning walk is something the person must have realized. Only then he has kept that letter of threat at that bench. So people of suspicion who are present around the area is something the Mumbai police is looking at, and they'll be asking Salman Khan, Salim Khan and other members of the family to express if any doubt or any person or their intentions they have. Back to you.
Mustafa, keep tracking that story. I'll come back to you. Thanks very much for that. 4 statements have been recorded. Salman Khan will be recording his statement any time now. We, of course, will go back straight to Mumbai to get you the latest on a story that India Today broke first and has all the unfolding news breaks on this story. Is it mischief or is it murder? We will not sensationalize. We will only bring you the facts from Salman Khan's residence. Now the question is, did the gang that killed Sidhu Moosewala, is that the same gang that is now threatening Salman Khan, the Lawrence Bishnoi gang? Well, India today in the morning set the news agenda once again by accessing the first police photographs of the 7 suspected assassins, including one person who's already been arrested. Apart from him, 7 others, all their faces have been captured. The police have identified them. You can see their names, and all of this was first on India Today. These are the people that the Punjab police believe are the shooters. Subhash, Saurav, Santosh, Priyavrat, Manjeet, Jagrup, Harkamal and Manpreet. Manpreet Singh is the only one who's been arrested. The others are still out there, and they're all believed to be hitmen of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Were these people also ordered to harm or kill Salman Khan? That's at the very first stage of a preliminary investigation by the Maharashtra police. But take a look at this report on the unmasking of Sidhu's killers.
The moments before he left his home and moments later, he was ambushed. A week after Sidhu Moosewala was shot and killed in a brazen gang attack in Punjab's Mansa, the 2 men seen taking selfies with the rapper have caught the attention of investigators, not just curious Moosewala fans. Police examining this new visual evidence suspect they could be informers of the assailants. The men could have tipped off the attackers about the singer's movement when he drove off. A gangster allegedly ordered the murder from inside the high-security Tihar jail in Delhi. But the alleged foot soldiers came from across the states. 2 each from Pune in Maharashtra and Haryana, 2 from Punjab and 1 from Rajasthan. India Today has accessed the images of the alleged Moosewala shooters at large, all believed to be linked to the suspect Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Jagrup Singh Rupa, Harkamal alias Ranu from Punjab, Priyavart alias Fauji, Manjeet alias Bholu from Haryana, Saurav alias Mahakal and Santosh Jadhav from Pune, and Subhash Banuda from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, Punjab police have raided the home of another suspect in Haryana's Fatehabad. The suspect Devender is accused of giving shelter to two men who conducted all the recce before the murder.
रात को 8 बजे पुलिस आई थी और मेरे पिताजी को लेके गई है। हमें उन्होंने इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया, ना ही हमें पूछा भी, और उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया। वो धक्के से आए और ले गए, और हमारे घर में जो भी मौजूदा कैमरे का DVR था और वाईफाई था, उसको फाड़ के ले गए।
Earlier, Manpreet Singh Manu was arrested from Uttarakhand for supplying logistics for Moosewala's murder. With Shreya and Arvind Ojha, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get a quick word in from India Today's Shreya Chatterjee, who was in Mansa in Punjab when Sidhu Moosewala's murder story broke out. Shreya, the faces of these 8 men, including Manpreet, who is the only one who's been arrested so far, we have their faces, we've got their names first on India Today. What are the police saying? How far away are they from actually making any more arrests? It's already been 9 days.
Well, absolutely so, Shiv. You know, a lot of time has flown ever since the murder of Sidhu Moosewala took place. Now, we do have the details of the 8 who are direct suspects in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Unfortunately, only one of them have been nabbed. The other 7 are still absconding. Sources also believe that there's a possibility that they could have fled the country, is why the police has also widened their investigation and searching places across the border as well, such as Nepal. Now, we also do know that there's a CCTV that has now flourished, which actually points out at the fact that there were 2 men who were taking selfies with Sidhu Moosewala just 10 minutes before the murder took place. Police is also suspecting that these 2 men could have actually given tip-off to these 8 suspects that the police is right now trying to find. They're also widened the investigation because, you know, out of these 8 suspects, some belong from Rajasthan, some from Pune, some from Haryana. So multi-states are also looking into the matter, including Delhi police, because Lawrence Bishnoi still now is in the custody of Delhi police.
Okay, thanks very much, Shreya, for bringing us the very latest on that story. It's a saga that is still very much unfolding. It's far from over. 8 people identified, 1 man arrested. The other 7, as you saw in that report, are spread out in different parts of the country. And as Shreya just brought to us, they may have even left India, because the Lawrence Bishnoi gang has international operations as well. So there's every possibility that they have escaped the law and left the country. We'll keep a track of that story. Coming up next, I'm taking you to my home state of Karnataka, where it really depresses me to inform you, viewer, that politics has reached an incredible low level. They're fighting about chaddis now. And if you think I'm kidding, you'll know I'm not on the other side of this break.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
By a BJP spokesperson has become an international showdown. At least 6 Islamic nations have forced India to give clarification statements. But at 6 p.m. prime, I'll be looking at what is the religious freedom index of these nations that they're forcing India to give out these statements. India, a country that is known for its tolerance and respect for all religions over centuries. Also at 6 p.m, Kanpur rioters' faces have been revealed and police is now asking if you know them, ensure they are contacted to the investigative agencies. Also at 6:30, we'll be looking at the Khalistani protests breaking out in Amritsar. That and more at 6 p.m. prime with me, Pooja Shali. Do not miss.
War over chaddis explodes in Karnataka. Shots fired in Congress-BJP war. With elections less than a year away, Siddaramaiah vows to burn khaki knickers.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Union Minister hits back at Sidda. Prahlad Joshi says Congress chaddi is torn and loose. It's the big chaddi Nataka in Karnataka.
I wish I was making this up, but as you just saw from that introductory package, it's not a joking matter. This is actually happening in Karnataka, and I can't believe I'm bringing this story to you. It's a war over chaddis before a former chief minister and a union minister from Karnataka. They're fighting over chaddis. It all began with these viral images of the NSUI of the Congress party burning the RSS's signature khaki knickers in front of the Karnataka education minister's house over the entire textbook polarization. And now the khaki chaddi has become a political metaphor. Less than 1 year to go for the Karnataka elections. Take a look. Chaddi Nataka, we're calling it.
Shots fired in the BJP-Congress duel, a raging chaddi Nataka. Karnataka netas locked in a no-holds-barred shots face-off, getting their knickers in a twist. This bizarre face-off over shots has started after Congress's Siddaramaiah threatened to burn khaki knickers across the state, calling it a protest against the RSS, which made the attire famous as part of its uniform.
ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಾ ಸುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಇದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Siddaramaia's chaddi burning threat got the BJP into a huge twist, with Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hitting back, mocking Siddaramaiah over the Congress's poll losses, saying the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his chaddi and lungi in his Chamundeshwari turf, referring to his election setbacks.
ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಂದಿ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂಟಾರ. ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಾ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವತಃ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಪಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮಂದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಟ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
With Karnataka politics in a knot and elections less than a year away, can the Netas shed their obsession with going after each other's chaddis? With S. Karthik in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today. I'm going to go across to Karthik. And Karthik, I honestly didn't ever think that we'd be talking about chaddis in the context of Karnataka. The RSS khaki knicker is a well-known metaphor. It's used pejoratively by critics of the RSS. It's worn proudly by pracharaks of the RSS. And now it has become a political metaphor to bash each other in Karnataka between the BJP and the Congress, with both Siddaramaiah and Prahlad Joshi, two very, very prominent leaders from the state, mounting these chaddi attacks at each other. Karthik.
Well, definitely, Shiv. It all started with the NSUI workers burning, a khaki trouser outside Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's residence at Tiptur in Tumkuru. Now, right after this incident, a lot of BJP leaders and RSS leaders have come out and lashed out against the Congress for this protest. Now, defending these protests very recently, Mr. Siddaramaiah made a comment that they would go forward and burn the chaddi or the RSS trouser if they want to, as a form of protest. For this, there's been a lot of opposition that has risen, and very recently we saw how Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi also reacted to it, saying that Mr. Siddaramaiah himself burnt his trousers while trying to contest in the Chamundeshwari constituency, and also how the Congress faced an election typical in UP, referring to that as well. So this contest and war regarding the burning the trousers has certainly heated up, and as Karnataka goes closer towards polls, such issues are expected to get more and more frequent. But such issues like especially regarding the chaddi or the trouser is something that is shown, Karnataka politics has taken to Karnataka politics to another low, is what most people see it. But it remains to be seen if the political leaders will stop this fight at this point, or will they go forward and engage in more war of words regarding the chaddi or the trouser that is currently trending in Karnataka politics.
Trousers, they're talking about the shorts. Trousers are like full length, and these are shorts that they're talking about. Stay with me, Karthik. Let me play it out for you. I want to, break a little bit of tradition. You've just seen those bites, but I want to play them out for you once again, because there is a sense of farce, there is a sense of disbelief, there is a sense of humor, but none of this is a joking matter. None of what we're talking about right now, the irony is a joking matter at all. We're talking about polarization. We're talking about textbooks, we're talking about education, and we're talking about elections that come up in less than a year from now. And you've got our politicians flinging, and I'm not even joking, you're going to see it in a bit, they're flinging chaddis at each other. Take a look at what they've said.
ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ. ನಾ ಸುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ, ಏನ್ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಇದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಂದಿ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂಟಾರ. ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಾ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವತಃ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಪಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮಂದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಟ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವೊಬ್ಬ ಹಾಲಿ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿ ಇದ್ದವರು ನಿಮ್ಮ
ಅವ್ರು ಸುಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಅವ್ರ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕೂಡ ಸುಡಬೇಕಂತಂದ್ರೂ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಬೇಕು. ಇವತ್ತು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋ ಆಂದೋಲನನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರು. ನಾನು ನಿನ್ನೆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನಗೂ ಇಡೀ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ SC ಮೋರ್ಚಾದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಆದೇಶ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋ ಅಭಿಯಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಇದೊಂದು ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಬೋರ್ಡಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಸುಡ್ರಿ.
And adding to the farce of this entire political story in Karnataka are images like these, viewer. This is what's happening in Karnataka, where there is a campaign now to collect shorts, knickers, chaddis, whatever you want to call them, pile them into boxes and to send them to the Congress party. That's how the RSS has mobilized to send out a statement to the opposition Congress. So, so chaddis are front and center as far as Karnataka politics is concerned, at least this Monday. Joining me live from Bengaluru this evening, let's bring in the netas whose parties are flinging these chaddis at each other. Mohan Krishna of the ruling BJP and Nagaraju Yadav of the Congress party. We always give the opposition the right to speak first on this story. Mr. Yadav, the RSS is piling, chaddis into boxes and sending them to your offices apparently. You've got a union minister saying that the Congress's chaddi is loose and torn. Respond to that, because this all began with the NSUI burning khaki chaddis in front of the Karnataka Education Minister's house. Then you had Siddaramaiah sir talking about it as well. Your response to this entire thing, sir?
My response is very, very clear. The symbolic burning of a chaddi, of an RSS chaddi has been the students were trying to burn it out because there is syllabus, there is a politicization of a syllabus in Karnataka state schools, and also the politicization and saffronization of education is not acceptable to the students of Karnataka and India. Symbolically, they wanted to say that the RSS agenda has been trying to impose on the syllabus, which has been opposed by the students of Karnataka. That's the reason they symbolically burned the chaddi as a protest against the RSS. The issue comes here is why is it not the failure of the state government by preventing the students coming till the gate of the education minister's house? The entire police has completely failed. The administration has completely failed, and it's a symbolic protest. Tomorrow, in front of the Prime Minister's house, somebody want to burn an effigy of a Prime Minister. Does it mean that we want to burn the Prime Minister's house? This is the way they are trying to mislead the people of Karnataka, which is not acceptable. And second thing, saffronization or politics of education is not acceptable to the people of India. That is the reason we are taking this. That's the reason the Siddaramaiah Sahib has taken the issue and told that this is not acceptable. One, the students have a right under the Article 19(1)(c). They have a constitutional right to protest against the policy of the government, which is a democratical right, which has been opposed by BJP and trying to put a case against the criminal case against the students to spoil their career. Is this a way administration in Karnataka is taking place? Is there a jungle Raj in Karnataka state, or there is a law of this land is upheld in the Karnataka state? The people, when our students have been arrested, that BJP followers, so-called Rohit and other guy who was supposed to be rowdy church eaters, have tried to assault our students. Is it fair in Karnataka state?
Let's get a reply from the BJP, sir.
Last 30 seconds is that our students are trying to protest symbolically in front of the education minister's house. If the police is really acting there, if the government is in place, they should have avoided the students coming near the gate. They should have prevented the students doing that. This all happened in presence of the police. And why are they politicizing all these issues?
Okay.
As if nobody has protested in the Karnataka state or in India. BJP has never protested by burning a symbolic things in the road.
Okay, so let's find out, let's get the ruling party to respond. Mohan Krishna, why has the BJP made this so personal? Mr. Yadav is right when he says this was a symbolic protest. The, khaki chaddi was burnt. Mr. Siddaramaiah says this happened in front of the police. We will burn them across the state now. This is politics. Why has the BJP made this so personal against Mr. Siddaramaiah and the Congress? You will lose your chaddi is torn, etc. It's gotten very personal, sir.
Very good evening, Shiv. It is not personal. It is the arrogance of Siddaramaiah, which has come to the heights, actually, talking about RSS, talking about the BJP, talking about Modinomics and everything. We can digest everything. That's not an issue. I would like to quickly rebut to what Mr. Nagaraj Yadav was saying. Jungle Raj, Congress है जंगल, जंगल में बैठे हैं आप, जंगल में बैठ के आप सोच रहे हैं. अरे,
but let's not digress from that. Let's not. I want to keep it focused on the issue at hand.
No, first of all,
Mr. Yadav, let him finish. Mr. Yadav, let him finish.
Of RSS. Why the RSS people are not talking about? Why the BJP talking about it? We are against the RSS principles. RSS.
Mr. Yadav, let him finish. Mr. Yadav, let him finish. Let him finish. You will get your chance. I gave you full time. Let him finish. Then you can rebut. Yes, Mr. Krishna.
I would like to state certain things to you, Shiv. Probably you did not know. He has stated Article 19. Okay. Students have got their right to.
Mr. Yadav, please. Hold your peace, sir. Hold your peace. Let him finish.
No, Article 19 doesn't give
Sir, let him finish. Let him finish.
Article 19 bar 1 C gives the right.
Mr. Yadav, hold your peace.
Law of the land should be understood to the BJP pass.
Mr. Yadav, we can't. Nobody can hear either of you if both of you speak. Let him finish. Then you will get your time. I am a fair anchor, unlike many others. Don't worry. I'll give everyone time.
Chief, what I would like, as per the Article 19, they have a right to protest. We can agree, but not to enter the premises of the house, and threaten them, take the things in the house and spoil that. And they have they have taken out all these pots and flower pots and all. They have vandalized. It's a vandalization. For that matter, the police have registered a case against the NSOU students. That's one thing. Second thing, coming to the point, what you are talking about, Cheddi. Siddaramaiah has forgotten. RSS has come from Cheddi to pant today. What they are talking of Cheddi, what Mr. Prahlad Joshi has said is exactly right. They have burnt everything. उन लोगों के पास कुछ भी नहीं है, नंगा हो गया है. कांग्रेस के पास ना चिंता है, ना कंता है. उन लोगों के पास सिर्फ इतना ही है. RSS का बात करो, मोदी के बारे में बात करो और बर्बाद होते जाओ. इतना ही उन लोगों को पता है. Cheddi is a symbol. It was a symbol of RSS earlier. Why the SC Morcha president and the new MLC, Mr. Chelwadi Narayan Swamy, has taken the issue personally? It is not because personal. He has condemned and he has actually insulted the people who are wearing cheddis. For that matter, चड्डी आपको पहनने के लिए नहीं आते, चड्डी बर्न करना चाहते हैं, हम चड्डी बेचेंगे आपको, आप उसको बर्न करो.
As awkward as this metaphor is for many people who may be watching, those who subscribe to the RSS ideology know that the khaki knickers, the khaki chaddi, whatever you may call it, is an important symbol. But it has now been weaponized against the BJP. Mr. Yadav, would you like to respond to that? The BJP says there is nothing personal in what they're saying. They're only showing the Congress the mirror of their reality. That's what Mohan Krishna is saying to you right now.
You gave enough time to him. Let me tell you this: the way Mr. Mohan Krishna, instead of addressing the issues what is raised by my Nagaraj Yadav, they are only talking about Congress nanga hai, ye hai, wo hai. ऐसा कल्चर से बात करता है, पूरा दुनिया देख रहा है, इंडिया देख रहा है, बीजेपी का कल्चर क्या है, क्या नंगा का बात कर रहा है. ये लोग नंगा हो चुका है. They have no ideology to talk about. They don't have progressive programs.
One at a time.
Today. They are trying to expose. They are trying to expose themselves by talking like this without having any substance in their mind. Today, I am telling you why the syllabus of Hegde War is brought into the picture. Tell me what is the importance of bringing Hegde War into the syllabus. Tell me what is an ideology. They are going to saffronize the entire syllabus. Is it? This country belongs to everybody. It's a secular country. It's a democratic country. Why are they saffronizing this? We are not against the BJP ideology. We are against the RSS ideology, which BJP is following it today. The RSS is not talking about the allegations made by Congress. Why BJP is talking? Why are they mouthpiece of RSS? Why the RSS doesn't have any spokesperson to speak?
Mohan Krishna, this entire controversy, people have kind of lost sight of where things are at right now on this story because of the, high decibel politics. But Mr. Yadav is right. This all began with the textbook war. The Congress has been protesting. You may have your view on it, but protests are legitimate on the issue of textbooks. They believe that there is a saffronization going on. India Today has been reporting independently on this entire thing. My question to you is, why not engage directly with them? With these elections coming up, is everything going to be so personal and so vindictive and so visceral, sir? That's what the people of Karnataka will also be wondering. Aren't there substantive ways to debate?
Let me explain to you, Chief. This is the attitude of the Congress people have understood in Karnataka, not just in Karnataka, in throughout India. What is wrong if Hegdewar issue is there in the textbook? Why it was not there? Let Nagaraj Yadav explain to the people of Karnataka.
I will
why
explain.
it was
Please give me
not
a
there.
chance.
Why it was not there? Because
It need not be there because they were anti Mahatma Gandhi. They were anti the Mahatma Gandhi's policies.
Come on, Mr. Nagaraj Yadav.
Mr. Mohan Krishna, you are a dear friend of mine. You understand that. Why was he away from? He was in Congress. Why he left Congress and started 1925?
One at a time.
Why did he start it?
You are talking about saffronization.
Let's ask questions and give the other person a chance to reply. Yes, Mr. Krishna, to you first. Mr. Nagaraju, you can reply to him. Let him finish.
Yeah.
My question to them is, they have not added certain things which was in the history. Hegdewar is a history of India. He's an Indian. He has worked hard for the Indian nationality. And what is wrong in putting his views in the textbook? This is the students have to come out and talk. If they want, there is a way to protest things, Mr. Shiv, not by burning cheddis. The two-word cocky chettis. What is that they are demonstrating? They are demonstrating that we don't want khaki chettis in India.
Is the BJP's stated position then that you are insulted by the burning of these khaki cheddis? Is the BJP as a party insulted by the burning of these khaki shorts outside BC Nagesh's residence? Because that's what we're seeing these responses from, Mr. Krishna. I am simply asking for information. You are okay.
Not just an insult. It is not just an insult to BJP. It is not just an insult to BJP or RSS. Those who even khaki cheddis have been put by police also.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
They are talking about constitution. They are saying that they respect constitution. And this is the way they behave.
So
the NSUS students.
Okay. Let Mr. Yadav respond to that. Mr. Yadav, the BJP says that this is personal for them. That by insulting the khaki chaddi, you may have your view about the RSS, but you are going against an entire ideology, an entire community of persons who subscribe to the RSS ideology and painting it with a brush that is insulting to many. That's what the BJP says.
Let me answer
While
the
it is a legitimate protest.
First of all, Mohan Krishna told me very clearly why Hegdewar subject was not put when Congress was there. He's asking. Definitely we oppose it because the only reason he is a person, Hegdewar is a person who was not believing in the ideology of Mahatma Gandhi of this nation. He is the one who believed in the Nathuram Godse's philosophy. Why should we accept that?
Let him finish. Let Mr. Yadav finish.
Such people details in the syllabus today. Tell me. What is the reason of it is because they are opposing all Mahatma Gandhi's program. He was encouraging people not to join Mahatma Gandhi's program. You want students to know all these kind of things? That's one part of it. Second thing, he's talking about khaki chatti owned by the police and RSS. I am asking you, why is the RSS not responding to Siddaramaya's statements? Why BJP is talking about RSS is supposed to be, we are criticizing RSS. Let the RSS spokesman speak about it. BJP is trying to use this one to just to polarize and try to get Hindus on their fold, which is not understood by people. I think everybody is understanding today this polarization will not run for a long period. The NSA students were very democratic in nature. They protested symbolically. The police has failed in preventing the student getting into the compound. It is a failure of the government, administration failure, and it is completely the saffronization of education, which is condemned all over the country. When we believe in giving an education to students to build a nation with a new India with the secular credentials, not with the saffronization credentials.
Mr. Mohan Krishna, respond to the specific charge that Mr. Yadav makes that this is a protest that is against the RSS. Why is the BJP so viciously counter-attacking on behalf of the RSS? Why can't the RSS defend itself? Specific response to that.
My simple question to Mr. Siddaramaiah today, if he has got problem with the BJP, let him talk to he is politically there. RSS politically, it is not a political outfit. Why is he asking questions to RSS first? He should, if he has got guts.
Let RSS speak about it. Within the RSS cannot speak.
Please, Shiv, let me talk. Let me talk.
Yeah, one at a time.
You have been exposed, Mr. Mohan Krishna. You have no substance with you today. You are defending a wrong case.
Mr. Yadav, hold your peace, sir. Let him finish. I'll come to last comment.
This is not the way these people talk.
Last comments. Last comments. Let him finish. I'll give you a chance to rebut. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Congress,
Thank you so much.
Congress is bankrupt with their ideology, their ideas, and what is happening in India, elsewhere in the country, and how the students are thinking, how the young generation thinking. Aspirations of the country has been forgotten, and they are clueless about it today. The Siddaramaiah doesn't have anything to say to talk about BJP. If he talks of, if he has got guts today, he should talk about BJP, not RSS. RSS is not a political outfit. BJP is a political outfit, and we will answer. We will answer to Siddaramaiah. Why RSS has to answer to him? Who is he to answer?
It is already, Mr.
What
Yadav.
has he done to the RSS?
Okay. Final comment from Mr. Yadav, which is that, since the beginning of this year, sir, we've seen a spate of very polarizing stories. In Karnataka, less than a year to go for the next Karnataka election. I will be there to cover it, hopefully. We've seen hijab, we've seen halal, we've seen azan, we've seen loudspeaker, we've seen Muslim traders. All of these things that have come up in Karnataka specifically. Now you're seeing the khaki chaddi also becoming a metaphor. The people of Karnataka, Mr. Yadav, and I'll give a chance to Mr. Krishna also, are just wondering, is polarization going to be the dominant flavor on the political battlefield for this next election that happens next year? Mr. Yadav, to you first.
Yeah. See, Mohan Krishna was trying to tell us very, very clearly that Congress is bankrupt of subjects. Definitely, we're telling that we will back on the entire elections to uphold the credentials of this constitution and democracy of this country and the projects what we are given to the people of India. We have not been blamed for 40% of commission what they have been famous for. And ultimately telling you the polarization will not work for longer period. India is a united country where we have a lot of number of states with different languages and different cultures and different religions.
Last comment from
like brothers and sisters. This is the concept of Congress, where we are the people who are responsible to get we are the main responsible people to get the freedom of this country.
Last comment.
We are the people to give the constitution to this country. What does this Mohan Krishna understand? What is the value of a constitution or democracy in this country? It is utter mockery of democracy. What Mr. Mohan Krishna and the BJP is doing today in the country.
Last comment from Mohan Krishna. Last comment.
Of dividends in the long run.
The latest layer in a season of polarization in Karnataka now, in the form of the khaki chaddi. Mohan Krishna, last comment.
We are not here for polarization. We are not here for dividing the communities or religion. Congress wanted to divide the Lingayat religion, Lingayat Dharma, in fact, last elections, and they have burnt their fingers. Now they are trying to do a lot of other things by appeasement of Muslim. In Karnataka, what is happening, what you are talking about azan, what you are talking about hijab, halal and all these things, there is a fight between JDS and Congress for Muslim vote bank.
Okay.
I'm telling you, Muslim vote bank. They are fighting each other, and this has
Hindus
become...
are watching how we are misusing the Hindus will give a right answer at the right time.
Mr. Yadav, I did not interrupt.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Unnecessarily, they are blaming BJP. We are not here for polarization.
That is why Mr. Ishwarappa resigned, isn't it? Talk about corruption, talk about development, talk about secularism, talk about democracy. You have guts to speak about that.
उनके पास कुछ नहीं रहते तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की बात करते हैं.
You have no credentials to speak. I'm telling you, Mr. Mohan Krishna.
Okay. Gentlemen, I'm out of time.
RSS के बारे में बात करते हैं.
Okay, I'm out of...
Thank you so much.
I'm out of time. Nagaraju Yadav and Mohan Krishna, a pleasure. I'm glad to see both of you are friends, but, in the increasingly heated atmosphere of the political highway to elections in Karnataka, I wonder... whether friends are going to remain friends, because my sense is the polarization is not going to taper off. And here on India Today, we believe in calling it out and shining the light on it. We don't sensationalize and make a big tamasha out of polarization. We ask the questions and we report on the effects of the things that people say and the things that are happening on the ground. We will continue to track it. Now let me shift you from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu, where a different kind of polarization is taking place, courtesy the Stalin government, which has just fired its third fearsome shot at the Hindi language and North Indians. First, a minister labelled Hindi speakers as Pani Puri sellers, insulting Pani Puri sellers, Hindi speakers and everyone in between. Then you had a minister saying that North Indians have brought COVID into Tamil Nadu, Hindi speakers basically. And now you have a minister saying that if you speak Hindi and you learn Hindi, you become a Shudra. Casteist slur from one of the most prominent members of parliament of Stalin's DMK.
முதல் ஒன்று இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கிவிடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது.
An outright below-the-belt casteist insult of Hindi by DMK MP TKS Elangovan. Referring to Hindi as a lowly language, the DMK Neta went on to berate Hindi and Hindi speakers.
முதல் ஒன்று இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கிவிடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது. ஏன் இதை கேட்கிறேன் என்றால் இந்த மாநிலங்களில் இந்தி அந்த மக்களுடைய தாய்மொழி இல்லை. வளராத மாநிலம்னா மத்திய பிரதேசம், உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், பீகார், ராஜஸ்தான், இந்த இன்னும் இப்பொழுது புதிதாக பிரிந்த 2-3 மாநிலங்கள்.
Spewing hate on Hindi, TKS Elangovan showed zero remorse when confronted by India Today and refused to apologize.
You affirm that if you speak Hindi, you will turn into Shudras?
No. If Hindi is imposed, it will also bring the culture of the North along with it. That is what I meant. I'm not talking about the language.
You just heard how TKS Elangovan refused to apologize when we spoke to him. The DMK MP no doubt feels emboldened as there is no condemnation from the party over this Hindi hate.
This is highly ridiculous and unwanted for. I don't expect this from the person of stature of Mr. TKS Elangovan, who is considered to be a gentleman in politics. And he has exposed the DMK.
The shocking statement is just the latest addition in a series of such anti-Hindi comments by DMK leaders. First, a minister's Pani Puri jibe.
Hindi படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? ஹிந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன்தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்ப ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல் லாங்குவேஜ்.
That was followed by the health minister accusing North Indian students of spreading COVID.
எனவே யானைக்கால் நோய் அதற்கான காரணம் என்பது இந்தியாவின் பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்றின் எண்ணிக்கை என்பது இன்னமும் கட்டுக்குள் வராமல் இருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக டெல்லி, ஹரியானா, உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், மகாராஷ்டிரா, மத்திய பிரதேசம், கேரளா போன்ற பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்று எண்ணிக்கை கூடுதலாகி கொண்டிருக்கிற சூழலில்
And now calling Hindi a Shudra language. That's useless. Remember, all these comments come even as Prime Minister Modi hailed Tamil as a beautiful language to put an end to the Tamil versus Hindi war. But it's clear the DMK will not allow that to happen.
This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding.
The Stalin government so far has been mum on this Hindi hate, but serious questions face the DMK on whether their idea of promoting Tamil is insulting and putting down Hindi. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
And the language war politics that broke first on India Today a few weeks ago has been resonating even at the recent IFA Awards on Yas Island in Abu Dhabi. India Today's Dipali Patel got you these reactions. It's on everybody's mind because it's a story that affects their bank accounts as well.
Language is not an issue for me. Good film is an issue. Thank you. Be it Hindi, be it Tamil, be it Telugu, be it Kannada, be it Malayalam. You know, cinema has no language.
Better late than never, because we've always been in Indian industry. It's not, and yes, for the longest time we've been segregated as the North and the South. But I think long gone are the days when it's segregated as North and South.
Cinema is entertainment. So
yeah. So right now it's coming global. You know, artists are getting recognition everywhere. So yeah, can't wait for more of the artists to become, you know, as we become a whole, can't wait for everybody to join in and celebrate and make one big happy family as it always is.
Well, I think
just like we try to break barriers in color, हमें languages में barriers break करना है. और अभी क्या है कि streaming दुनिया है, streaming platforms की वजह से हम तो सभी languages में फिल्में देख सकते हैं. So I think it is time for us to be one nation before we fight as a nation with other countries. हमें पहले one nation बनाना है, एक language, एक ही मकसद, एक ही thought. So I think this is a beautiful time of change for India.
And I'm rounding up 5 Live today by showing you something from the city where I grew up, a city which I still consider in many ways home, where a lake has turned pink. A lake in the city of Chennai has turned pink because of an algae bloom that has rung alarm bells among environmentalists and locals. A vast lake in the Pallikaranai area, which was once a marshland in Chennai but turned into a dump yard, has turned a bright artificial pink, raising alarm and concerns. This marshland, which was once covering several hundred acres, unfortunately fell prey to human settlements, and then one portion of it was converted into a garbage landfill. The lake has now turned pink, and we captured it with these drone images. Environmentalists claim that this could be because of some kind of an algae bloom, specifically cyanobacteria, some types of which could be harmful to humans. Well, the Tamil Nadu Environment Board and Pollution Control Board, as well as the IIT Madras research staff, have gathered samples from the lake and are testing it to see whether it is truly dangerous to humans and residents in that area. We're going to leave you with this pink lake in Chennai. Pooja comes up next with the other big story of the day, the big fallout and firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma controversy.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نظبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
You are watching.
By a BJP spokesperson has become an international showdown. At least 6 Islamic nations have forced India to give clarification statements. But at 6 p.m. prime, I'll be looking at what is the religious freedom index of these nations that they are forcing India to give out these statements. India, a country that is known for its tolerance and respect for all religions over centuries. Also at 6 p.m, Kanpur rioters' faces have been revealed and police is now asking if you know them, ensure they are contacted to the investigative agencies. Also at 6:30, we'll be looking at the Khalistani protests breaking out in Amritsar. That and more at 6 p.m. prime with me, Pooja Shali. Do not miss.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by introducing Motorola Edge 30. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer. Adapts to you. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. NECC, संडे हो या मंडे, रोज खाओ अंडे. नेटमेड्स, इंडिया की अपनी फार्मेसी.
Faith, freedom of speech, or national interest. The Bharatiya Janata Party whips caution to its netas, but the supporters are divided. Kanpur rioters' faces revealed. Are offensive comments becoming an excuse for indulging in rioting and arson? Top focus at 6 p.m. prime. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. prime with me, Pooja Shali. Is this about freedom of faith? Is this about freedom of speech? Or is this eventually about national interests? All of this in the backdrop of the BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's comments and the international showdown that remark in passing has become on the Prophet Muhammad. That and more. Let's begin first with the headlines. It's a mega India Today news break impact. Mumbai police tightened security of Salman Khan. India Today was the only channel, remember, to access that death threat letter of allegedly, as it appears, by a gang to the superstar, saying, "Aapka muh se wala hoga. We will do to you what happened to muh se wala." But these are chilling gangster recce images 10 minutes at least before the brutal murder was done in broad daylight. Informers seen taking selfie with the singer's SUV before possibly they tipped off the contract killers. Top Samajwadi Party netas shocking insult to the Shivling. Lal Bihari Yadav says, and I quote him here, "Shivling nahi, patthar ka tukda hai." Mocks Hindus for worshipping even stones.
देखिए, शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है, तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा कराएंगे.
हमने मोशन पेश.
India shows the mirror to Pakistan for taking up the Nupur Prophet remark controversy, questions its own minority status report. Asaduddin Owaisi seeks the arrest meanwhile of the axed BJP neta. Political discourse getting uglier. It's a Chaddi Nataka now in Karnataka. After Siddaramaiah sparks a row over the RSS Chaddi remark, right-wing workers literally collecting underwears to send to the Congress office in the state. After Dravida Munnetra Karagam ministers Pani Puri jibe at the Hindi speakers, the DMK MP TKS Elangovan insulting Hindi says Hindi converts everyone to Shudras, it is no good. Refuses to apologize. Now, the Bharatiya Janata Party on Sunday suspended its spokesperson and one of the most vocal, visible faces, Nupur Sharma, after allegedly her controversial remark on the Prophet Muhammad that has also triggered protests, condemnations, protests on the ground, condemnations internationally. The Arab countries, including Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, summoned the Indian ambassadors denouncing the controversial comments made about the Prophet. Bahrain, however, decided to also welcome BJP's decision to axe Nupur Sharma. Remember, decision that she suspended pending inquiry. But India has now also hit back at Pakistan for slamming India for Nupur's remark, Pakistan of all countries. India, in a scathing attack, told Pakistan not to preach when there's already serious violation of minority rights daily coming in from Pakistan, from conversions to persecutions. On Friday, however, the fallout, as it appeared, one of the reasons was communal clashes broke out in Kanpur in Uttar Pradesh. Two groups throwing stones at each other over a call to shut down markets in protest against the comment made by BJP Neta Nupur Sharma. All of this in the context also of the controversy over the Gyan Vapi issue in which Nupur had made that comment.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है। सिर्फ आप लेटर लिखकर दे देंगे कि आपने पार्टी का पोजीशन ये था, 10 दिन के बाद आपको ये ख्याल आया कि आपके व्यूज पार्टी के पोजीशन से कॉन्ट्री हैं। 10 दिन तक आप सो रहे थे क्या? हमारी तकलीफ आप महसूस नहीं करेंगे।
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है। ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है। लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना। बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओबीसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
Our relationship with the West Asian countries has been at its best, which has been visible when the Balakot happened, when Pulwama happened, Article 370, the way the countries considered all these matters as internal matter of India. Now today, if they know that their own, you see, for the Muslims, Prophet Muhammad in that sense is the symbol of their being. Now, if that is being attacked, then obviously you are going to have reactions from all these countries.
हर डिबेट में शिवलिंग का भद्दे रूप से जो भी मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता आए उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया। हाशमी जी ने भी अभी रिसेंटली एक चैनल पे शिवलिंग का बहुत भारी रूप में मजाक उड़ाया था, कहा था राष्ट्रपति भवन के बाहर निकल जाइए तो आपको शिवलिंग कितने मिल जाएंगे। तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इनके खिलाफ कब एक्शन होगा? आपने नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ तो एक्शन ले लिया, उसको पार्टी से सस्पेंड कर दिया, उसको रेप और डेथ थ्रेट सारी चीजें मिल रही हैं, पर साथ ही साथ अब वो मामला कोर्ट में, कोर्ट उसको तय करेगी कि उन्होंने जो कहा है संविधान के दायरे में कहा है, संविधान के दायरे से बाहर कहा है। हमारे यहाँ जुडिशियल सेटअप है, वो जुडिशियल सिस्टम तय करेगा। अगर आज अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी ने भी कुछ कहा था तो जनता ने उसको तय नहीं किया था, जनता ने कोई फतवा नहीं जारी किया था कि आपका सर तन से जुदा कर देंगे या कानून अपने हाथ में नहीं लिया था, कोर्ट ने निर्णय लिया था और कोर्ट ने जो निर्णय लिया उसके बाद जो न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है वो आगे बढ़ रही है। इसी तरह से अगर नुपुर शर्मा ने कोई बात गलत कही है, सही कही है, मैं उसको जस्टिफाई करने के लिए नहीं बैठा हूं, पर जो भी कहा है, सही कहा है, गलत कहा है, वो तो कोर्ट निर्धारित करेगी। पर जो लोग कानून अपने हाथ में ले रहे हैं और फतवे जारी कर रहे हैं, उसको डेथ थ्रेट दे रहे हैं, रेप थ्रेट दे रहे हैं, क्या ये असंवैधानिक नहीं है?
She said something in the flow of the movement. Whether that something exceeds the boundary of law would be something for the police to examine first and then the courts to adjudicate.
So remember, not just Nupur Sharma, who was suspended pending inquiry, the Bharatiya Janata Party also expelled from the party leader from Delhi, Naveen Kumar Jindal. He was also axed yesterday over adding to the remarks on the Prophet Muhammad, and that appeared to have triggered further protests.
निर्णय लेगी वही ठीक है। हम इस पार्टी के समर्पित कार्यकर्ता हैं। पार्टी का हर निर्णय, हर फैसला देश और संगठन और राष्ट्र के हित में ही है। जब ये 27 मई को डिबेट में चर्चा हुई थी, उसके बाद मैंने 1 जून को ट्वीट किया था, और वो तब किया था जब मेरे आराध्य देवी देवताओं के बारे में अनाप शनाप अनर्गल बातें लिखी जाती। वो शब्द दोहराना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ, सोशल मीडिया पे, ट्विटर पे हैं। तब मैंने उनसे सवाल पूछा था, उस मानसिकता वाले लोगों से जो मेरे को इस प्रकार की बातें लिख करके टैग कर रहे थे। सवाल पूछना तो मेरा अधिकार है ना। इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी मैं किसी धर्म को, किसी की आस्था को चोट पहुंचा रहा हूं.
Now remember, till now India has put forth a very mature stance, ensuring that national interests and India's image is taken into consideration as a tolerant, respectful nation, as India is. But when the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, that calls itself as the collective voice of the Muslim world, criticized India, India took a strong stand, stating we reject the unwarranted and the narrow-minded comments that have come. This is coming in from the Ministry of External Affairs, and that the government of India accords highest respect to all religions, which is a fact. But importantly, India ensuring to say to the OIC that offensive tweets and comments that were made by the individuals, there was strong and prompt action that was already taken against specifically those individuals, and in no way that reflects on the country. And these attacks that are coming in by the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, these are motivated, misleading, mischievous comments and an attack on India, and that this is a divisive agenda now being pursued at the behest, possibly, of vested interest at a country that is known for its civilization and tolerance for centuries now for all religions. So with other nations, India has ensured that with regard to our relations, we keep the communication clear. But when the OIC, which is a member Islamic nations group of at least 57 nations, gave out a statement which had some objectionable words, India said, that's a divisive agenda, and at this point, these are narrow-minded comments that are coming in. This was a statement from Arindam Bagchi, as you can see, spokesperson of the Ministry of External Affairs. Let's go across now to my colleague Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor here at India Today. Geeta, you know, it's very interesting. India did give out clarifications to any nation. Envoys that were summoned also gave out that statement. But why specifically do you think India did not take it lightly when the OIC gave out that statement? And how did then India say, you know, that's it?
Well, Pooja, important question. Two statements for which India came out with very strong responses. One is to Pakistan, and you've already reported on it as to why. Second is on OIC, because OIC extended its brief even in lodging the protest on remarks made by BJP spokespersons here in New Delhi, wherein they not only spoke about that, but also went ahead and went into a history. Now, we do know that every time OIC puts out a statement for any country, they do put out some background of, you know, these are also the incidents that have taken place. But we also know that the people who are behind the force in putting out these statements by the OIC is certainly Pakistan and like-minded countries who list out all those areas that are of concern to, or could be of concern, for many of which are allegations, in the realm of allegations. So we'll keep it at that. But the fact is that they went beyond that one incident. And that's why India had to respond. This certainly looks like an opportunity for Pakistan, but for India, these are strategic partners and allies, and therefore this message very strongly sent out to all strategic partners and allies of Gulf nations of West Asia that this is not the opinion of the government of India, and that action has been taken, although the use of the term fringe elements certainly has not gone down well, Pooja, with certain quarters, because Nupur Sharma and Naveen Kumar Jindal no way are fringe elements.
Absolutely. They were one of the top spokespersons. Nupur surely was. Geeta, how is this being seen internationally? Because India giving out clarification statements one by one on the comments of a party spokesperson, even if the party is of the ruling government, a ruling party of the government. Because how do you see these two dimensions, the government reacting wherever needed, but also telling the OIC that, you know, the words that you are using for India are absolutely unacceptable. So why do you think India has gone ahead, even given out clarifications, and how are international relations at stake here?
Well, because, Pooja, the message is very clear. Two wrongs don't make a right. There are many countries within the OIC who have no record to show when it comes to their minorities in their own countries. But the fact of the matter is that a wrong is a wrong. A wrong statement against a community, or in the manner in which it was said, absolutely wrong against a community, should be taken into account, and one should be held accountable, which is what India told these very important nations. Remember how it all happened. It happened because we know that the Vice President's visit in Qatar was ongoing when this entire controversy broke out. And Vice President Venkaiah Naidu was in Qatar, so the first statement came from there. Once noticed, it is not going to be left without an action. And therefore, you saw an impact of that in various other countries of West Asia and reactions coming in. India has explained it herself to all these countries. But remember that spokespersons now, at least for them, it's a lesson that when they talk about communities, and when they're discussing, it's a debate on communal politics or communalism, then they should be a little more careful because it could have ramifications, not just
clearly, it's clearly a whip to the party neta, specifically with regard to such sensitive issues. But I do have a question here, because as you must have also noticed, there is a large section of BJP supporters who are not happy with the decision that have taken, and they are saying that it appears you have given in to Islamic hardliners or nations of that nature, and at this point, you should not have gone ahead and bagged under pressure. And we've also had violence coming in from Kanpur. So, Geeta, how do you think at this point this is being reflected domestically? Do you think the BJP was on the back foot? Internationally, the BJP and the government was on the back foot, because the Congress is saying party spokesperson makes a comment and the country has to apologize.
Well, the fact is that, Pooja, instead of, we've all criticized when they keep silent. The fact that they've not kept silent should be a moment of celebration. Although, yes, investigations should take place. They should carry out their own process of what happened, how it happened. What did she say? It's all internal. It's all domestic. But mind you, any such comment or the kind of conversations that we're seeing on social media of saying that, oh, this is unacceptable. Why are they being punished? They're falling in line with the Islamic hardliners of countries. Those countries are watching. Hurting sentiments, hurting religious sentiments is not acceptable to anybody, right? And there are anchors, there are news personalities who've said that, concluded their debates with that very same line. It is not acceptable, and yet that comment certainly was not taken into account. So it is a problem, and the West Asian nations are watching. Very careful as to
Thank you so much, Geeta, for all the latest on that. So a lot has happened in the past 24 hours, and Geeta Mohan updating us how it's being seen internationally. But the BJP has caught the whip with regard to national spokesperson, one of the ace faces for television discussions, and to give reactions on behalf of the party, Nupur Sharma, over her comments on the Prophet Muhammad. Now, the party suspended her first and also then expelled another neta. All of this with regard to these comments that took a totally different dimension. But Nupur Sharma has later claimed that she did not intend to hurt anybody's sentiments, was only reacting in anger because her religion was being regularly defamed and mocked. Here's more of what Nupur Sharma said and how the BJP is playing it out to be.
कि खुद नाखुश कार्यकर्ता कभी आपके ऊपर चप्पल उठा रहे हैं, गिरा रहे हैं, कभी आपके ऊपर स्याही फेंक रहे हैं.
One of the BJP's most known faces on national television.
That you need to nip this exercise.
Known for articulating BJP's stand on crucial national issues.
The report and the survey being conducted by the ASI as per the orders of the lower court.
The National Party's most outspoken voice, Nupur Sharma, getting the axe from her party over her remarks on the Prophet Muhammad during a television debate, which sparked violence by a mob in Kanpur. The BJP deciding to expel Nupur Sharma and relieve her of all party responsibilities pending an inquiry, making it clear that the BJP respects all religions and does not approve bad-mouthing of any religious figure.
सर्वधर्म संभाव तो हमारी नीति है.
सर, नुपुर शर्मा और नवीन जिंदल को एक्सपेल कर दिया, इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
दीजिए.
आखिरी सवाल, इस पे क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
Sorry,
Nupur Sharma claimed that she was receiving rape and murder threats from the Islamic radicals. With her statement now, she's clarified she did not want to insult anyone, and that she reacted because she was upset over constant insult to Lord Shiva in a television debate. But now she takes back her words if it has hurt religious sentiment. But the Bharatiya Janata Party faced flack both from its followers and detractors over axing of Nupur Sharma. BJP supporters slammed penal action against Nupur, accusing the BJP of throwing her to the wolves, calling it an appeasement of Islamists. political rivals said the BJP is paying for hatred politics.
भारत माफी मांगे ऐसी गलती भारत ने नहीं की है। गलती भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने की है। उसका खामियाजा देश क्यों भुगतेगा?
इन लोगों की प्राइमरी मेंबरशिप को सिर्फ सस्पेंड ही नहीं करना चाहिए था, इनको हमेशा के लिए पार्टी से निकाला जाना चाहिए था।
The BJP is said to have removed Nupur Sharma following outrage in the Arab world, but in doing so, it may have upset a large section of its own party supporters who are openly backing the axed spokesperson. With Tejashri Purandare, Bureau Report, India Today. Now here's where it does get interesting. 6 Islamic nations forced India to give a clarification on the comments made on the Prophet by the ruling party spokesperson. And this is on India, a country of religious tolerance and acceptance for centuries. So one question here. Which Islamic nations have questioned India and summoned our envoy? Question 2. Where do these Islamic nations stand on the religious rights index with regard to their own states? And that is what now I'm going to show to you one by one. Very interesting. Now let's begin with Qatar. Religious preaching by non-Muslims is not allowed in Qatar. It's banned. Publication of non-Islamic texts are regulated, checked by the government and by the authorities. This is Qatar that has summoned our envoy, the Indian ambassador. Let's come to Saudi Arabia, known for not respecting minority rights, no citizenship for non-Muslims, no public worship by non-Muslims. Saudi Arabia there clearly ensuring that there is only one community that has the maximum right. Iran, where we know how women have been protesting now for years, but no minority community member can be a president, cannot lead Iran. Islamic theology in higher education is a study that is compulsory by Iran, only again looking at one community and in a hardline stand of it. For years, people have tried to protest but have been jailed or have not been found. In Pakistan, our much-loved neighboring nation, death sentences and lynchings for blasphemy on Islam. Very recently, we even had a Sri Lankan officer who was lynched by a mob. Not just that, remember, conversions, persecutions by Pakistan are a daily affair. This not only about the non-Muslim minorities, the religious minorities, but even if there are Ahmadiyya Muslims, they are targeted by Pakistan. Today it lectures India. Afghanistan, which has now been taken over by the Taliban. We know that since the Taliban took over, most non-Muslims, specifically the Sikh and the Hindu minorities, have fled, saving their life. Barely a few are left and are living in fear. Importantly, conversion, executions, killings by the Taliban are a regular feature in Afghanistan right now. And what about women, Muslim women? Recently, the women news anchors were not even spared, were forced under the burqa. These 5 nations are lecturing India today on its religious rights and tolerance, a country that's known for its tolerance and acceptance of all religions, of its respect for centuries now. Do not forget of what India had to give a clarification only because there were national rights to be considered. All of But of course, amid the Gyanvapi complex showdown that also continues, there are constant reactions coming in with regard to the shivling. And now a Samajwadi Party Neta has triggered a massive controversy. The SP Neta has now said, and literally provoking Hindu beliefs by calling the claimed Gyanvapi shivling nothing but a piece of stone. The Neta's crude Patthar shivling analogy has stoked a new storm. Lal Bihari Yadav, the Samajwadi Party Neta, is not the first one or not the only one who has insulted what is being claimed, even though right now, as a shivling there in the Gyanvapi complex. Remember, Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav himself had said that with regard to Hindus, whenever there's a stone and a flag, there can be a temple and a god. AIMIM's Asaduddin Owaisi had clearly dismissed the shivling claim, calling it a fountain. Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot also slammed the claimed shivling by calling it a drama by the BJP to incite communal hatred. Now, TMC MP Mahua Moitra, remember, took a dig at the Shivling, shared a photograph of the Baba Atomic Center, the building, and all of this when she had shared it. This is apart from what the Samajwadi Party reactions were already coming in, the Congress Neta Ashok Gehlot. One of the most provocative images that had come from Mahua Moitra was, hopefully, the government at the centre will not start digging at the Baba Atomic Research Centre too, saying it represents the Shivling.
देखिए, शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है। जैसे पत्थर का टुकड़ा चलता है उत्तराखंड से, तो वह नदियों में बहते वह चिकना हो जाता है, वह कभी छोटा हो जाता है और चिकना हो जाता है। तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा कराते हैं, जबकि वो तो है पत्थर। उसमें कोई जो है शिवलिंग की जो बात करने वाला, उससे मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि शिवलिंग को वो पहचानता है।
Now remember, in the past few days as well, there have been constant reactions. Just take a look now at what the netas have said about the claimed Shivling in the past few weeks.
एक समय ऐसा था कि रात के अंधेरे में मूर्तियां रखती गई थी। बीजेपी कुछ भी कर सकती है, बीजेपी कुछ भी करा सकती है। 1991 का एक्ट है, मुझे उम्मीद है सुप्रीम कोर्ट उस पर ध्यान देगा। मुझे उम्मीद है कि जब यहाँ के अयोध्या का फैसला आया, उसमें भी कहा गया कि ये हम और इश्यूज के लिए नहीं माना जाएगा। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ कि बीजेपी जानबूझ करके संस्थाओं से खिलवाड़ कर करके ये फैसले करा रही कि जिनकी जिम्मेदारी थी सर्वे करने की, आखिरकार वो रिपोर्ट बाहर कैसे आ गई। और हमारे धर्म में तो ये है, हिंदू धर्म में कहीं भी पत्थर रख दो, एक लाल झंडा रख दो, पीपल के पेड़ के नीचे मंदिर बन गया।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा कि मुसलमानों के जो रिलीजियस तरीके से जो आप नमाज पढ़ते हैं जो है, उसमें वजू भी शामिल है। तो वजू करेंगे उसमें हाउस में जाकर, और 400 साल से उस वजू को, उस फवारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। और अगर ये फवारे को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है, तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने भी फवारे लगे हैं।
Time for a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere, because on the other side, remember the violence that had broken out in Kanpur, and one of the reasons was the BJP spokesperson's comment. But now, the faces of those arsonists and rioters, 40 faces, have now been captured on different cameras. We are going to bring out those faces for you, as has been officially revealed, and more about the details coming in from Kanpur. Don't go anywhere, you're watching 6 p.m. Prime.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated $100 billion annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction.
a global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India.
Taking you now to Uttar Pradesh, because in Kanpur, remember, there was violence, arson, rioting reported on Friday, just about 3 days ago, and now more revelations are coming in. According to the state police and the investigative agencies, are there further links with regard to either the radical groups or the main accused, Zafar Hayat Hashmi, to the violence? And he has already been held by the police. But India Today has now also got access to some of the WhatsApp conversations of this main accused. And now he is being alleged that he is the one who incited violence. This WhatsApp group, Johar Fans Association Kanpur team, was apparently being used constantly to assemble violent mob, angry members of the Muslim community, and that is when the rampage began. Take a look now at this visual on your screen. 40 faces have now been revealed by the state police. Now, these are faces that have been captured by either the CCTV cameras or different cameras that have been available. There's mobile footage that has been now found as evidence. All of this is being considered 40 faces. Do you know any of them? Do you know anyone who was involved in violence? Contact the state police, because as of now, the state police is saying that these are genuine, credible faces that they have managed to capture with regard to the footage, and they are looking for any leads in this case. Violence, arson, rioting, that was near the parade chalk in the city of Kanpur through the afternoon, where even tear gas shells were also had to be resorted. Stones were pelted when two groups got into a scuffle over the protest that markets have to be shut down. When one group objected, another started to pelt stones and got into a communal flare-up. Listen in now to what senior police officers, the ADG of the police, has to say on how they're investigating this case.
मार्च 2022 से कुख्यात अपराधियों की नवीन स्तर से समीक्षा करते हुए शासन के द्वारा 50 माफियाओं तथा पुलिस मुख्यालय द्वारा 12 माफियाओं का विशेष रूप से चिन्हीकरण किया गया है, जो निरंतर अपराध में लिप्त होकर प्रदेश की कानून व्यवस्था को प्रभावित कर सकते हैं। इन सभी 62 माफियाओं और उनके गैंग के विरुद्ध योजनाबद्ध तरीके से पुलिस मुख्यालय द्वारा मॉनिटरिंग करते हुए कड़ी कार्रवाई कराई जा रही है।
Let's go across now on the ground to my colleague Simar Chawla, who's been reporting all the latest on this. Simar, these 40 faces on our screen right now. How is the state police saying that these are credible arsonists, rioters, and that is why they have released these pictures? And then importantly, how is the investigation proceeding now?
Well, yes, Pooja, as far as police is concerned, they are very sure that these people are the one who are actually the accused in this very particular case. In fact, they have published the posters not only just outside the police station here, but also across the streets from where the violence took place. Let me just give you an idea. This is the wall of the police station on which these these posters are being published. And let me just tell you, these are not the normal pictures of the protesters. These are the pictures in action. As you can see in the visuals, several people are pelting the stones. Several people are indulged in the violence. So this is the picture which has been taken by the police after they have gone through the CCTV footages, after several patrolling parties who were videographing all the act. The input has been taken from there. Now this is a very big development in this very particular case, because what we are learning from our sources is that just after 2 hours of publishing these posters, 4 people have been identified, and now a team has gone to arrest them. This is the input that has been shared by the Kanpur police to us. We can expect some of the arrests to be made in this matter.
What are you hearing about this group, Simar, the MM Johar Fans Association Kanpur team that apparently was used, the WhatsApp group, to incite violence? Quickly.
Well, yes, Pooja, first of all, these WhatsApp chats which we have been, which I have access to, clearly establishes that this is a pre-planned violence and not a spontaneous one. The M. Johar, association you talked about, the president of which, who is the mastermind, in which it chats, it can be clearly seen that he is calling for violence. He is calling for the people to go for the Bandh and accommodating and organizing all the Bandh. So that's why he is behind the bars, and he is said to be the main accused in this very particular case. In meantime, in upcoming time, we can expect the news to tighten on him.
Simar Chawla, keep tracking all the latest. Thank you so much for getting us the ground situation. So those 40 faces of rioters on your screen, but already there's one Zafar Hayat Hashmi who has also been held. Now there are, remember, WhatsApp conversations of the accused that were used to incite violence, that face on your screen. But apart from that, at least 30 people also have been taken into arrest, but there are more leads likely to be followed. This is being seen, Zafar Hayat Hashmi, who has been now taken into arrest. But remember, it does not end there. There are many more details coming in of the WhatsApp conversations and market band kare, yahan mile, yahan aaye. This is how all of this was being planned. Was this a pre-planned arson and rioting that took place in Kanpur? So just giving you a slight background of what happened. On Friday, remember, Kanpur city was on the boil amid communal clashes over comments that were made on the Prophet. Now, as of now, the investigating agencies are looking at the mastermind behind the violence, who has been already held, but they are saying that it was not just some young men who got together. Was there another link of a PFI group, the Popular Front of India, which is a radical group, behind possibly instigating these young men to come out on the streets, pelt stones, indulge in arson and violence? Take a look.
Massive mob violence. Stone pelting and street fights. Firing of gunshots. Pitched battle with police. This was Friday's big unrest in UP's Kanpur. Over Nupur Sharma's remarks on the Prophet. And now comes the massive crackdown. At least 29 rioters, including the mastermind Zafar Hayat Hashmi, have been taken into custody. Hashmi allegedly organized the mob violence after forcing local Hindu shopkeepers to shut their shops. He allegedly got help from radical outfits.
कस्टडी 14 दिन की दी गई है 18 तारीख तक, और बाकी के बारे में मैं आपको और जानकारी अभी देना उचित मुझे नहीं प्रतीत होता है. देखते हैं और क्या कार्यवाही होती है, उसके बाद में फिर.
Probe agencies have also uncovered a link to radical Islamist outfit PFI to these riots, after documents related to the radical group were found on the accused.
देखिए, PFI के कनेक्शन से कोई संभावना से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता. कुछ हमको क्लूज मिले हैं अब एक बार स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग टीम पूरी जांच कर ले, उसके बाद इस पर टिप्पणी करना उचित होगा।
ट्रांजैक्शन मिले हैं कुछ पीएफआई से जुड़े हुए कुछ लोगों के दस्तावेज?
नहीं, ट्रांजैक्शन अभी हम देख नहीं पाए। अब रिमांड पे लेके आने वाले दिनों में ट्रांजैक्शंस और हम चेक करेंगे और फिर आपको कंक्लूसिवली बताएंगे।
The anti-terror squad led by top cops are now investigating how PFI organized the violence.
In the investigation, it has revealed that some angles with the PFI is also being investigated. Now, the 14-day custody which will be sought is for the investigation that will be done regarding the links with the PFI. The police commissioner has told that the bank statements of the accused will be checked, and also some of his call will be traced.
A political war of words is simmering, with the BJP and opposition facing off over the clashes.
Wherever and whenever there seems to be an incident involving communal tension, a pattern seems to be emerging that the PFI's name emerges, and this gets reported in the media. There seems to be a growing demand across the country that action is required against the PFI, and the agencies are doing what they have to, the investigative agencies.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जब से शासन आया है केंद्र में, पूरे देश में इसी तरह नफरत, घृणा और एक दूसरे के खिलाफ माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, और जो कानपुर में हुआ है और भी जगहों पे हो रहा है। कोई भी समुदाय हो, अगर वो सांप्रदायिक माहौल को बिगाड़ने का प्रयास करता है तो ये दुखद है, और लेकिन इसमें शह जो है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है।
The Yogi government has promised to punish the rioters who went on a rampage and resorted to street attacks on policemen. With Simar Chawla in Kanpur, Bureau Report, India Today.
From Kanpur, after a very short break, I'll be taking you to Amritsar in Punjab, because today there were pro-Khalistan slogans that were raised outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar, and swords were brandished. What was the reason behind it? How are the security agencies looking at this? That and more after the break.
Have you looked at the back of the water bottle and found that it has an expiry date? The shelf life of water has been debated for long. So let's find out how long stored water remains safe for consumption, and what happens if you consume expired water. Treated tap water is safe to consume for up to 6 months if stored well, while sparkling water is safe for up to 1 to 2 years. Tap water might start tasting odd if it gets mixed with the carbon dioxide in the air. However, both tap water and carbonated water are considered safe for drinking for 6 months despite the odd taste. Water in its pure form doesn't expire, but the plastic bottle has an expiry date. Drinking from an expired bottle isn't a good idea. Plastic can start leaching into the water over time and contaminate it with harmful chemicals such as antimony and bisphenol. To preserve water for long, it's important to store it well. The first step is to identify the amount of water to be stored and find a cool and dry place. Copper and steel vessels are ideal for long-term storage. For regular use, one can always opt for BPA-free plastic containers or glass bottles. To avoid contamination, one should refrain from using pipes and fill it directly from the faucet after filtration. If faucet is stored in gallons or drums, there should be a lid on it at all times to avoid contact with air. Exposure to BPA, which is used in plastics, has been known to interfere with reproductive development in animals. It has also been linked with other cardiovascular diseases, immunity diseases, and diabetes in humans. Filtration of water is must. The easiest way is to bring it to boil for around 15 minutes and let it cool. Most modern households use water purifiers nowadays. However, regular servicing of reverse osmosis, purifiers, and changing candles is crucial. Liquid bleaching is rare these days, but has been a popular purification method in the past.
You are watching
Total firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma. Top TV face sparks 2022's biggest meltdown. Arab world raises heat, forces BJP to dump her. BJP supporters enraged and disappointed. Has BJP buckled to the Arab world? Have worst religious offenders browbeaten India? And what about insults to the Shivling? Big flashpoint heats up.
Pro-Khalistan slogans were raised outside the Golden Temple premises in Amritsar today. That is on the 30th anniversary of the Operation Blue Star, when, remember, the Indian security forces were on a mission to remove extremist Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale, who was taking refuge at the Golden Temple. Now, the protesters, as you can see here, coming in these visuals, included youth and elderly carrying the Khalistan flag, banners, placard, raising slogans in support of a separate state for the Sikh community. After urging Sikhs to obtain the weapon, the Akal Takht, highest temporal body of the Sikhs, sparked another controversy today. The Akal Takht chief Gyani Harpreet Singh said the Sikhs should start weapon training academies. Meanwhile, the security agencies are looking at these videos. A high alert has been sounded in Amritsar and other districts, keeping in view if there are any more protest march apart from these that could be held by the hardliner Sikh groups and create law and order issues. It was, to give you a background, on June 6, 1984, when the Indian Army had to storm the complex of the temple in Amritsar, which is considered to be one of the holiest shrine of the Sikhs, but only to flush out extremists led by Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale.
ਬਲੂ ਸਟਾਰ ਦੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਆਪਾਂ 38ਵਾਂ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਸਮਾਗਮ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਪੰਥ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ, ਔਰ ਸਮੁੱਚੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਸ ਇੱਕ ਸੁਰਤਾ ਦਾ ਸਬੂਤ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੁਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੇ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
Let's go across now to Chandigarh. Manjeet Sehgal, my colleague, is joining me. Manjeet, now, if I'm correct, there are these observing protests or march that are taken out over this anniversary of the Operation Blue Star. But how are the security agencies looking at this march today with caution?
Well, Pooja, every time there is a Operation Blue Star anniversary, a group of people come holding the placards and photographs of slain Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale. They shout pro-Khalistani slogans, demand a separate nation as well, and they gather outside the Akal Takht complex in Golden Temple. This also happened this time. Security agencies were keeping an eye on all the developments. Heavy police deployment also took place in and around the Golden Temple complex, and all roads leading to the Golden Temple complex were also barricaded. The only good thing is that this protest passed off peacefully, but the controversy kicked by the Akal Takht chief Gyani Harpreet Singh has also left the agencies worried. On 24th of May, Gyani Harpreet Singh had demanded that every Sikh should acquire state-of-the-art modern weapons, and today he talked about the shooting ranges. He said the Sikhs should be trained in the state-of-the-art weapons as the time requires this. So he has kicked off a controversy. Opposition parties have slammed Gyani Harpreet Singh, but he had tried to justify it, saying the time demands it as the crime rate is rising in Punjab. Meanwhile, Punjab, a high alert has already been sounded in Amritsar, besides other districts, which will be in place for a fortnight or so. All agencies are keeping an eye on the protest calls given by the hardliner Sikhs. But as far as the situation, the ground reality in Amritsar is concerned, the protests passed peacefully and the situation remains under control.
Manjeet, keep tracking all the latest on that. So the security agencies are looking at these protests and ensuring that the law and order should not be disturbed. Now that's all for the political news. Before I wrap up the 6 p.m. prime today, I have a special image compilation for you. Now, if you have a child in your family, if you are a parent or an uncle and aunt to a child, we all know how these young little toddlers can be very naughty even in public domain areas. Now this time, even if you're a child of a British royal family, you're prone to your share of tantrums. Prince Louis stole the show at the Platinum Jubilee celebrations of his great-grandmother Queen Elizabeth's reign with his quirky expressions and super cute gestures that are going viral. The young prince, once again the talk of the town over these photographs clicked with Kate Middleton, his grandfather Prince Charles, and of course the grandmother who's the Queen of Britain. Leaving you with these happy visuals with his family of Prince Louis. Thank you for watching.
During the pandemic, a new billionaire was minted every 30 hours, and now in 2022, every 33 hours, 1 million people are falling into extreme poverty.
Is it time to tax the billionaire club? The pandemic crushed economies, and we can already see its effects on many countries. What you didn't see is that the pandemic created billionaires. The Oxfam report shows that at the rate of 1 every 30 hours, 573 people became new billionaires during the pandemic. On the contrary, Oxfam says that they expect at least 263 million people will crash into extreme poverty at the rate of 1 million people every 33 hours.
Pandemic hit very differently depending on who you were, what country you were in. But things, for example, like vaccine access made a huge difference. So the rich world got vaccines very early on, and most low-income countries still only have 15% rate vaccinations, and that has had implications on health, but also on social and economic consequences.
The pandemic was where the rich grew richer and the poor poorer. In fact, it's surprising that billionaires' wealth has risen more in 24 months of the pandemic than it ever did in 23 years combined. Oxfam said that decades of progress towards reducing poverty is now in reverse. The food shortage is a huge growing concern in many countries.
We see all these problems, this crisis happening, multiple levels of crisis, and it can seem overwhelming. But what we're saying is there's a message of hope in the sense there is money. It's not well distributed. So there are measures that can reduce this inequality. So taxation at low percentages, we're talking 2% for millionaires going up to 5%. And with that, we can raise enough money to address these deep social problems.
The world is reeling through the pandemic and facing challenges that come with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So is it now time to tax the rich to support the less fortunate?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
The WHO says that tobacco not only destroys human health, it also destroys the environment. It has also called for steps to make the tobacco industry pay for the damage they are causing. Every single year, the tobacco industry damages more than 8 million lives, 600 million trees, 2 lakh hectares of land, 22 billion tons of water, and 84 billion tons of CO2. Majority of the tobacco is grown in middle-income and low-income countries, where water and farmland are desperately needed. Instead of using this land to cultivate food, it is being used to cultivate tobacco. The WHO report, Tobacco Poisoning Our Planet, highlights that the industry's carbon footprint from production, processing and transporting tobacco is equivalent to 1/5 of the CO2 produced by the commercial airline industry each year, further contributing to global warming. Tobacco products are actually the most littered on earth. It contains over 7,000 toxic chemicals. These chemicals leach into our environment when discarded irresponsibly. Roughly 4.5 trillion cigarette filters pollute our oceans, rivers, city sidewalks, parks, soil and beaches every year. Essentially, they build up to the plastic pollution that we're seeing from different other products. Cigarette filters contain microplastics and make up the second highest form of plastic pollution worldwide. So why are tobacco filters used is the question that the WHO is asking. In spite of the claims by the tobacco industry, the WHO says there is no evidence that filters have any proven health benefits. Hence, the WHO is asking policymakers to treat tobacco filters as single-use plastic. The WHO is also asking to consider banning cigarette filters to protect public health and the environment. The cost of cleaning up littered tobacco products fall on taxpayers. For example, the cost in India is roughly $766 million. The WHO has also cited examples from countries like France and Spain, and cities like San Francisco, California and the USA have taken. These countries have implemented extended producer responsibility legislation, which makes the tobacco industry responsible for cleaning up the pollution it creates. WHO is asking different other countries to follow this example. The WHO is also asking countries to support tobacco farmers, which means that tobacco farmers should be encouraged to switch to sustainable crops. The other measure is implementing higher taxes on tobacco products. This also would include tax that would be used to clean up the environment. The WHO says it's important to offer support services to help people quit tobacco.
Face-off is brewing in the state of Karnataka, which has got both the BJP and the Congress's knickers in a knot. If you're trying to figure out what that means, well, the Congress, by burning the RSS khaki shorts, is using the khaki knickers as a form of protest to mark what they feel is polarization by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP, on the other side, has used the shorts analogy to embarrass the Congress. Find out more and to the point this evening.
Total firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma. Top TV face sparks 2022's biggest meltdown. Arab world raises heat, forces BJP to dump her. BJP supporters enraged and disappointed. Has BJP buckled to the Arab world? Have worst religious offenders browbeaten India? And what about insults to the Shivling? Big Flashpoint heats up. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, big in your life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC. AC for healthier homes.
Well, welcome. You're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary, and these are the headlines. India shows the mirror to Pakistan for taking up Nupur Prophet remark. Rao questions its minority report. Owaisi seeks arrest of ex-BJP Neta. Mega India Today news break impact. Mumbai police beefs up security of Salman. India Today only a channel to access. Gang death threat letter to Salman which said, "Aapka muh se wala hoga." I'm not getting. Chilling gangster recce images 10 minutes before Moosewala murder accessed. Informer seen taking selfie with singer's SUV before tipping off contract killers. Insult to Shivling. Lal Bihari Yadav says Shivling nahi patthar ka tukda hai. Mocks Hindus for worshipping even stones.
शिवलिंग एक पत्थर का टुकड़ा है, तो हमारे लोग उसी को पिंडी बना करके उसी को विभिन्न प्रकार के देवताओं का नाम दे करके उसकी पूजा करते हैं।
Chaddi Nataka in Karnataka after Siddaramaiah sparks row over RSS remark. Right-wing workers collect underwear to send to Congress office in the state. Big cover-up in Hyderabad gang rape case. The Innova used for rape allegedly wiped clean to destroy proof. 1 adult, 3 juveniles arrested by cops, 1 accused still at large. After DMK ministers Pani Puri jibe at Hindi speakers, DMK MP TKS Langovan insults Hindi, says Hindi converts everyone to Shudras and is of no use, refuses to apologize. All right, viewers, let's focus on the top story today. The Bharatiya Janata Party suspended 2 of its spokespersons, one Nupur Sharma and the other one Naveen Jindal. The BJP on Sunday suspended its spokesperson after alleged controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad that triggered protests and condemnation. Arab countries including Qatar, Kuwait and Iran summoned the Indian ambassador and denounced the controversial comments made against the Prophet. However, welcomed BJP's decision to axe Nupur Sharma. Meanwhile, India hit back at Pakistan for slamming India for Nupur's remarks. India, in a scathing attack, told Pakistan not to preach where there's already serious violation of minority rights in Pakistan. On Friday, clashes broke out in Kanpur. 2 groups threw stones at each other over a call to shut down markets in protest against Nupur's statement made in the context of the controversy over the Gyan Vapi issue.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है। सिर्फ आप लेटर लिखकर दे देंगे कि आपने पार्टी का पोजीशन ये था, 10 दिन के बाद आपको ये ख्याल आया कि आपके व्यूज पार्टी के पोजीशन से कॉन्ट्री हैं। 10 दिन तक आप सो रहे थे क्या? हमारी तकलीफ आप महसूस नहीं करेंगे।
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है। ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है। लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना। बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओवैसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
Lots of reactions coming in, viewers. Let's listen in right now to Naveen Jindal's reaction after he was suspended from the BJP.
पार्टी जो भी निर्णय लेगी वही ठीक है। हम इस पार्टी के समर्पित कार्यकर्ता हैं। पार्टी का हर निर्णय, हर फैसला देश और संगठन और राष्ट्र के हित में ही है। जब ये 27 मई को डिबेट में चर्चा हुई थी, उसके बाद मैंने 1 जून को ट्वीट किया था, और वो तब किया था जब मेरे आराध्य देवी देवताओं के बारे में अनाप शनाप अनर्गल बातें लिखी जाती। वो शब्द दोहराना भी नहीं चाहता हूँ, सोशल मीडिया पे ट्विटर पे हैं। तब मैंने उनसे सवाल पूछा था, उस मानसिकता वाले लोगों से जो मेरे को इस प्रकार की बातें लिख करके टैग कर रहे थे। सवाल पूछना तो मेरा अधिकार है ना। इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी मैं किसी धर्म को, किसी की आस्था को चोट पहुंचा रहा हूं।
Let's cut across to the other big developing story. India today has broken the news of a possible threat to Salman Khan's life. Well, security has been beefed up where Salman Khan is concerned, and the cops have taken note.
Guns, gangster, a superstar, and a chilling Moosewala-style murder threat. It all began when India Today first reported actor Salman Khan and father Salim Khan getting a threat letter during a casual walk at Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter, exclusively accessed by India Today, said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga," to the star and his writer father. The murder threat letter was signed LB and GB, possibly gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar. Gangsters who claimed that they committed the Moosewala murder.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा। सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे। जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको। अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं।
A day later, security was beefed up at Salman's Bandra residence, with top cops visiting the actor's Galaxy apartment home.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना। और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता।
India Today also accessed the Kill Salman plot hatched by the dreaded gangsters. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang had planned to target Salman during the shooting of the film Ready, plotting a hit when the actor used to go out for cycling. The contract killer Naresh Shetty, who was tasked with killing Salman, found his pistol inadequate for the hit after a recce of the actor's house and sought a rifle with a longer range and more firepower. In 2018, jailed gangster and Moosewala murder accused Lawrence Bishnoi had publicly pledged to kill Salman Khan.
Threat has been related to Moosewala murder, which is again brought out the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle. The police is now investigating what is the reason that the threat has come now, what is their intentions, whether the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi are trying to be active in Mumbai and trying to send out a message of fear. With campus Samir Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
All right, viewers, let's now shift focus back to Punjab and to the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala. India Today has unmasked the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala, and let me now get you this exclusive story where India Today is the only channel with the images of the 8 shooters. Images on your screens are the killers who brutally killed Moosewala. He was pumped with at least 24 bullets. While 7 shooters are still at large, 1 has been arrested by the Punjab cops. The first arrest in the case was that of Manpreet from Uttarakhand last Tuesday, where the singer was cremated. A week after Moosewala's murder, 1 more suspect has been nabbed from Moosehali village in Fatehabad. The arrested man, identified as Devendra alias Kala, allegedly provided shelter to 2 other suspects, Charanjit and Keshav. The cops have now arrested persons named Kekra, who allegedly provided vehicles to the shooters. Earlier, 2 accused from Lawrence Bishnoi's gang were arrested from Haryana's Fatehabad. Viewers, that's the latest that you're getting in the images on your television screen, exclusively to India Today, where we reveal 8 images of the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala. The 7 shooters are still at large. 1 has been arrested, though, by the Punjab cops. The first arrest in the case was that of Manpreet from Uttarakhand last Tuesday, when the singer was cremated. A week after Moosewala's murder, 1 more suspect has been nabbed from Moosehali village in Fatehabad. The arrested man has been identified as Kala, allegedly providing shelter to 2 other suspects, Charanjit and Keshav. The cops have now arrested a person named Kekra, who allegedly provided vehicles to the shooters. Earlier, 2 accused from Lawrence Bishnoi gang were also arrested from Haryana's Fatehabad. Meanwhile, viewers, of course, politics continues to rage on, but we get you these images, 8 images of the shooters of Sidhu Moosewala, exclusively available to India Today. Let's move on right now. Big language wars taking place where the south of India is concerned, from Tamil Nadu to Karnataka. This one coming in from Karnataka.
An outright below-the-belt casteist insult of Hindi by DMK MP TKS Elangovan. Referring to Hindi as a lowly language, the DMK Neta went on to berate Hindi and Hindi speakers.
முதல் ஒன்று இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கி விடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது. ஏன் இதை கேட்கிறேன் என்றால் இந்த மாநிலங்களில் இந்தி அந்த மக்களுடைய தாய்மொழி இல்லை. வளராத மாநிலம்னா மத்திய பிரதேசம், உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், பீகார், ராஜஸ்தான், இந்த இன்னும் இப்பொழுது புதிதாக பிரிந்த 2-3 மாநிலங்கள்.
Spewing hate on Hindi, TKS Elangovan showed zero remorse when confronted by India Today and refused to apologize.
You're firm that if you speak Hindi, you will turn into Shudras?
No. If Hindi is imposed, it will also bring the culture of the north along with it. That is what I meant. I'm not talking about the language.
You just heard how TK Silangovan refused to apologize when we spoke to him. The DMK MP, no doubt, feels emboldened as there is no condemnation from the party over this Hindi hate.
This is highly ridiculous and unwanted for. I don't expect this from the person of stature of Mr. T.K. Silangovan, who is considered to be a gentleman in politics. And he has exposed the DMK.
The shocking statement is just the latest addition in a series of such anti-Hindi comments by DMK leaders. First, a minister's Pani Puri jibe.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம். எந்த கடை யாரு? எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்ப ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல்.
That was followed by the health minister accusing North Indian students of spreading COVID.
எனவே யானைக்கால் நோய் அதற்கான காரணம் என்பது இந்தியாவின் பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்றின் எண்ணிக்கை என்பது இன்னமும் கட்டுக்குள் வராமல் இருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக டெல்லி, ஹரியானா, உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், மகாராஷ்டிரா, மத்திய பிரதேசம், கேரளா போன்ற பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்று எண்ணிக்கை கூடுதலாகி கொண்டிருக்கிற சூழலில்
And now calling Hindi a Shudra language. That's useless. Remember, all these comments come even as Prime Minister Modi hailed Tamil as a beautiful language to put an end to the Tamil versus Hindi war. But it's clear that DMK will not allow that to happen.
This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding.
The Stalin government so far has been mum on this Hindi hate, but serious questions face the DMK on whether their idea of promoting Tamil is insulting and putting down Hindi. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, let's shift focus right now to the gang rape in Hyderabad that had taken place. A massive cover-up bid has now been exposed where the gang rape case is concerned. The Innova car allegedly used in the gang rape was wiped clean to destroy DNA evidence. The car was recovered from a farmhouse on the outskirts of Hyderabad on Saturday. The farmhouse is owned by a woman with links to a political family, and the car was used by the top Waqf board functionary as his official vehicle. Out of 5 accused, 4 have been nabbed, including 18-year-old Sabaduddin Malik. A manhunt has been launched for another accused, Omer Khan. The police have recovered the second car, Innova, used in the gang rape case. The first car, a red Mercedes-Benz, was seized earlier by the cops. I want to cut across to my colleague Ashish, who is joining us with the very latest. Ashish, give us details on 2 counts. What was the role that was played by this particular Innova vehicle, and the word coming in that it has been completely sanitized of DNA evidence? And what about the role of the woman who owns the farmhouse and the connection there?
So far, yes, it is clear that the FSL and CLUE team, which reached and which investigated this in particular Innova vehicle, in which the horrific gang rape was committed. The offense was committed. It was cleaned. It was wiped. But still, the sources in FSL say that they able to manage few of the crucial evidence related to this horrific gang rape crime. If we talk about the owner of that particular farmhouse, she belongs to a reputed political family. That's what our sources are confirming. Meanwhile, hunt is on to nab the 5th accused, who is still at large. It's almost 5 days and counting. And the 5th accused, who comes from a very affluent family, who is the major in Umair Khan, he is still at large, and police teams are searching him in different locations. But so far, he has not been nabbed or arrested in this case.
Ashish, appreciate you joining us. We're going to come right back for other updates on that story. Thank you there. I want to now quickly move on, viewers, to the other big developing story that we are following very, very closely. Now, this once again, every now and then posters emerge where Amritsar is concerned of Bhindrewala. Well, this time around, massive posters in terms of protest as well to mark Operation Blue Star. Pro-Khalistani slogans were raised outside the Golden Temple in Amritsar on the 38th anniversary of Operation Blue Star. The protesters include youth and the elderly carrying Khalistan flags and placards, raising slogans and posters. After urging Sikhs to obtain weapons, the Akal Takht, highest temporal body of the Sikhs, has sparked another row. The Akal Takht chief, Gyani Harpal Singh, has said Sikhs should start weapon training. High alert, meanwhile, has been sounded in Amritsar and other districts, keeping in view the protest march being held by hardliner Sikh groups. It was on June 6, 1984, when the army stormed the complex of the Golden Temple in Amritsar, Sikhs' holiest shrine, to flush out extremists led by Jarnail Singh Bhindranwale.
Blue Star ਦੇ ਮਹਾਨ ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਅੱਜ ਆਪਾਂ 38ਵਾਂ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਸਮਾਗਮ ਮਨਾਇਆ ਔਰ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮੁੱਚੇ ਪੰਥ ਨੇ, ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ, ਔਰ ਸਮੁੱਚੀਆਂ ਸਿੱਖ ਜਥੇਬੰਦੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਸ ਇੱਕ ਸੁਰਤਾ ਦਾ ਸਬੂਤ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੁਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਗ੍ਰਹਿਣ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਮੈਂ ਸਮਝਦਾ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨੇ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ।
6 June marks the anniversary of Operation Blue Star, where security has been tightened, keeping in view the shutdown call given by various Sikh organizations, including the hardliner groups. On my right, you can see devotees have already reached in large number from various parts of Punjab to pay obeisance at the famous Golden Temple complex. As much as 6,000 police personnel have been deployed at various strategic locations in and around Punjab. All roads leading to the Golden Temple complex have been sealed as a security measure. A high alert has already been sounded in various districts, which will be in place for next fortnight or even more. As far as the today's ceremony is concerned, 2 parallel Akal Takht chiefs, while at one hand Akal Takht chief Gyani Harpreet Singh and on the other Dhyan Singh Mand, will be addressing the devotees after the religious ceremonies are over. So far, the situation on ground is peaceful and the administration is keeping an eye on all the developments. With camera person Aman Gupta, this is Manjeet Sehgal in Amritsar for India Today.
All right, viewers, with that, I'm going to go into a quick break. Do stay with us. On the other side is our fact check segment.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Our world is filled with many items made of plastic. We use plastics on an everyday basis. But how can you make plastic? And how can we recycle it? Most plastic can be made from hydrocarbons present in natural gas, oil, and coal. They're made up of chains of molecules linked together called polymers. There are two main families of polymers. Thermoplastics, accounting for some 80% of global plastic consumption. They melt when heated and then harden when cooled. They can be recycled. Thermosets are substances that set permanently when heated. In 1950, the industry produced 2 million tons of plastic per year. Plastic can be made into a huge variety of useful products. But here's the rub. Millions of tons of plastic end up in the ocean and landfill sites every year. A plastic beverage bottle takes more than 400 years to degrade. Less than 10% of plastic waste is currently recycled. Why? Because of the chemical complexity of polymers. Recycling presents major technical and environmental challenges. So in the end, it can be cheaper to make new plastic than to actually recycle it. So what can be done to help solve the problem? Massive investment in so-called bioplastics. Natural polymers from agricultural waste and biodegradable plastics. The use of high-quality recyclable plastics, high taxes on plastics production, pressure on corporations to stop using plastic altogether and invest in alternative packaging.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
A new face-off is brewing in the state of Karnataka, which has got both the BJP and the Congress's knickers in a knot. If you're trying to figure out what that means, well, the Congress, by burning the RSS khaki shorts, is using the khaki knickers as a form of protest to mark what they feel is polarization by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP, on the other side, has used the shorts analogy to embarrass the Congress. Find out more on To The Point this evening. Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our Fact Check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting that this is the actual footage, a video, that this is the actual footage of the Sidhu Moosewala shootout. Incorrect, factually wrong. This has nothing to do with the actual events under which Sidhu Moosewala was murdered. But viewers, these are visuals from a web series, which is a fictional piece called Shukla the Tiger. With that quick fact check, time for us to go into a quick break. You stay with me. On the other side is To The Point.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
You are watching India Today.
Bollywood's biggest night returns. After a 2-year pause, it's back with a bang.
Welcome to Alpha!
I'm Dipali Patel and you will be joining me at the heart of the Alpha extravaganza in Abu Dhabi. The stars are all aligned on India Today.
A new face-off is brewing in the state of Karnataka, which has got both the BJP and the Congress's knickers in a knot. If you're trying to figure out what that means, well, the Congress, by burning the RSS khaki shorts, is using the khaki knickers as a form of protest to mark what they feel is polarization by the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP, on the other side, has used the shorts analogy to embarrass the Congress. Find out more and to the point this evening.
Total firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma. Top TV face sparks 2022's biggest meltdown. Arab world raises heat, forces BJP to dump her. BJP supporters enraged and disappointed. Has BJP buckled to the Arab world? Have worst religious offenders browbeaten India? And what about insults to the Shivling? Big flashpoint heats up.
All right, viewers, I'm going to quickly dip into the latest news break that is coming in, and it seems trouble is mounting for Nupur Sharma. She might have been suspended by the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the latest coming in is that the Mumbai cops can now send a summon to Nupur Sharma for her comments on Prophet Muhammad. The Mumbai police had registered a case against Nupur Sharma on a complaint filed by the Raza Academy, and it seems that the Mumbai police now could very well send a summon to Nupur Sharma. Viewers, as and the way the things are positioned as of now, if the summon is sent, then Nupur Sharma would have to appear before the Mumbai police. It's a case of blasphemy which has stringent punishment if it goes through in terms of if the police does send a summon. I want to quickly bring in my colleague Devesh Singh, who's joining us from Mumbai into this conversation for a larger perspective on what we are witnessing right now. Devesh, it's also becoming on the sidelines a political fight as well, but can you give us details? The Raza Academy had filed an FIR against Nupur Sharma on blasphemy. Give us details. What can be expected?
Preeti, the Raza Academy, which is an organization based in Mumbai, had filed an FIR at the Paidhuni police station in Zone 2 of Mumbai Police. This is located in South Mumbai, and following this FIR, now sources from Mumbai Police have confirmed that Nupur Sharma, who is the accused in this case, a summon could be issued to her. She could be called to Mumbai. She will have to appear in front of the Paidhuni police officials and record her statement. She had given a comment, objectionable comment as per the complainants, and following which an FIR was registered against Nupur Sharma. She had made this comment during a television debate, and following that, Raza Academy officials had filed this FIR at the Paidhuni police station. Today, Mumbai police officials have confirmed that a summon could soon be issued and Nupur Sharma could be called at the Paidhuni police station to record her statement. Following her statement, further course of action could be decided by police officials.
I want to give our viewers perspective. The Raza Academy has been involved in staging massive protests where Salman Rushdie's book was concerned, the Satanic Verses. On the other hand, they've taken out a fair amount of protests and possible fatwas as well, which Taslima Nasreen is concerned on the other account. I want to cut across back to my colleague Devesh, who's getting us the very latest on this developing story. Devesh, will you give us the counts under which this FIR has been lodged? Is the case of blasphemy, which the Raza Academy is filed that FIR where Nupur Sharma is concerned?
Preeti, the sections that have been applied against Nupur Sharma are for making comments which hurt religious sentiments of a particular religion, of a particular group, and that is why this FIR was registered under various sections of IPC for hurting religious sentiments of a particular region, of a particular group of people. And now that the FIR has been registered, the further course of action could be that her statement will have to be recorded. What she has to say regarding the comments that she had made on the television debate, she will have to defend herself. She'll have to state why she had made such statements which
Devesh, could it warrant arrest?
Religious sentiments of a group of people. Well, Preeti, in some cases in the past where we've seen that same sections had been applied, people have been arrested in this particular case under these particular sections where these sections have been applied, and it could also amount for Nupur Sharma's arrest. But it is completely on the discretion of the investigating officer, of the investigating officials, whether to arrest Nupur Sharma or not. As of now, summons could be issued. Summons are yet to be issued. Once the summons are issued, she'll have to appear and defend herself in front of the police.
Well, it's interesting how it's playing out, viewers, especially where the Maharashtra government has always been pitched against the central government and the BJP at the centre. The latest chapter right now seems to be that of Nupur Sharma. After the Raza Academy filed an FIR against Nupur Sharma for hurting religious sentiments, the Mumbai police, in all probability, will issue summons. Past precedents predicts that in these cases there have been arrests. Will she be arrested is the big question that we are going to be tracking and keeping a close eye on. Appreciate you joining us, Devesh. We're going to come right back to you. I want to now, viewers, quickly shift focus on the other story that is developing in Karnataka. A raging war over khaki shots of the RSS in Karnataka is going on, which after the Congress leader Siddaramaiah declared that the Youth Congress will start now a statewide campaign of burning RSS-style khaki shots. They already did it when they were protesting the textbooks which were including certain chapters which had RSS ideologues, and the Congress in Karnataka was opposed to it, and now they're going to make it pan-state. Meanwhile, Prahlad Joshi, Union Minister, hit back at Siddaramaiah, saying that the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his quote, unquote, chaddi and lungi in his Chamundeshwari turf, referring to the poll losses that the Congress has had. Here's how it all played out.
Shots fired in the BJP-Congress duel, a raging chaddi nataka. Karnataka netas lock in a no-holds-barred shorts face-off, getting their knickers in a twist. This bizarre face-off over shorts has started after Congress's Siddaramaiah threatened to burn khaki knickers across the state, calling it a protest against the RSS, which made the attire famous as part of its uniform.
ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಾ ಸುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಇದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದ್ ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Siddaramaiah's chaddi burning threat got the BJP into a huge twist, with Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hitting back, mocking Siddaramaiah over the Congress's poll losses, saying the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his chaddi and lungi in his Chamundeshwari turf, referring to his election setbacks.
ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಂದಿ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂಟಾರ. ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಾ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವತಃ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಪಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮಂದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಟ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
With Karnataka politics in a knot and elections less than a year away, can the netas shed their obsession with going after each other's chaddis? With S. Karthik in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Because for those of you who think that, what is this frivolous topic that we're talking about, khaki shorts? Well, there's a larger connotation to it. The Congress says the RSS-style khaki shorts symbolize polarization that has been propagated where the Bharatiya Janata Party in Karnataka is concerned, and many instances have happened where the BJP in the state is looking at fanning flames of communal politics. On the other hand, the BJP has, of course, used the RSS khaki shorts as an analogy to hit back at the Congress's losses. I want to take the debate right now to our panelists this evening. I have Mohan Krishna. He's from the Bharatiya Janata Party. I have Aishwarya Mahadev. She's joining us as the spokesperson of the Congress. I have Deshrata Nigam, advocate and RSS thinker. I want to, begin, Aishwarya, with you. The RSS itself, Aishwarya, has abandoned the shorts a while ago. No longer does the RSS wear those khaki shorts. So what is this entire protest about? Is it just sensationalism, trying to, capture people's imagination by protest, which many would suggest is like a woke kind of protest?
Good evening, Preeti. I think first and foremost, the context of these shorts being burnt is very, very important to note. There was a committee to review textbooks for the state government headed by Rohit Chakratirtha, who basically excluded portions of textbooks about great Kannada thinkers, added more content about RSS thinkers who have no contribution to my state. It has been opposed by all factions, including the Seers and lots of people from religious institutions themselves. And the textbooks have been delayed massively. And the committee has obviously created a huge furor over the sort of syllabus that the children of our state are learning. So the NSUI, the Students' Union, went out and symbolically, because also look at the committee and the composition of this education committee, you will see exactly where they're from. And they protested of saffronization of education, which was the idea, because Karnataka is Sarva Janangada Shantiya Tota, and you see that polarization and saffronization of education is extremely dangerous. Besides the chaddi burning and what has happened, more than 22 plus students, youngsters, some of them under 18, have been put in jail on claims of arson while the police themselves were right outside. And the government, even though KPCC president, CLP leader, everybody has spoken out about how are you doing this to students, they have done absolutely nothing. The fact remains that the BJP is more bothered about the outdated symbolic or non-symbolic shorts of their ideologue body than the students and their education.
But Aishwarya Mahadev, the Karnataka Chief Minister, now under protest, has dissolved the textbook review committee. He's also gone ahead and said that they will, that the state is open to a revision on whatever is found objectionable.
Preeti, that's ridiculous. He dissolved the committee 1 for standards 6 to 10. And today's news is that without authorization of the government, he's allowed the same committee to look at obviously matters within the PUC textbooks as well. He did it under pressure from a lot of corners, but he has not resolved the fact that one, textbooks have not been given. Second, there's massive saffronization. And third, portions of Kuvempu and Basavanna, who we hold as sacred and as like literary and religious figures, have been excluded. And you have portions of Hegdewar, you have portions that obviously pertain to a committee that is biased. What are they doing?
Okay, okay. I want to bring it, fair enough. I want to bring in the BJP spokesperson right now, Mr. Krishna, Mohan Krishna is with us. Mr. Krishna, you know, the fact is it's not about the frivolity of, that's what Aishwarya Mahadev is saying, of burning khaki RSS style shots to mark protests. It's about a larger issue that the BJP is trying to instill divisive communal politics, and they've used textbooks to do that.
Very good evening, Preeti.
Good evening, sir.
The issue is very simple for everything, for Siddaramaiah and Congress and D.K. Shivakumar. Facing the heat of the ED, going to Tihar jail is also simple one. At the same time, they want to raise the issue of saffronization, polarization, communalization. All these issues are very simple for them, you know, to divide the communities, divide the religion is very easy for Congress, which they have tried and burnt their fingers last time when they were in power. Coming back to what Aishwarya Mahadevan was speaking about, textbooks, I would like to ask a simple question to Aishwarya Mahadevan today. She says very, very straightforward, both asani se bol diya, symbolical. Symbolical hai to cheddi kyun band karna tha? You could have taken textbooks, you could have taken other effigies of the photos of that Rohit Chakratirtha, you would have done it. Why Chetty then? Why Chetty? What is that? I will tell you today, Preeti, Congress, they are clueless. They are clueless about their ideology. They are clueless about what is happening with them. People are living in the Congress, right from top to bottom, from India.
But Mr. Mohan Krishna, that doesn't change the context. Okay, you say that they should have, you know, used some other form of protest. But that doesn't change the context of protest, sir. The protest is the fact that speech by Mr. Hegdewar has been included, that literary writers from, the Karnataka textbooks which were there earlier have, because they were left of center, have completely been avoided because the ideology of the incumbent government doesn't match.
Absolutely wrong. You have been misled by the news probably. It was not left. The certain things have been left probably that has been added in the other.
Sir, I interviewed Mr. Nagesh, and he said very clearly that certain literary writers have completely been avoided because they don't. I don't want to say it, but he also went ahead and said that their writings were perverted. Now, who are we to decide whose writing is perverted when it's found mentioned in textbooks?
That is the committee will decide. Committee has taken a decision. See, I can quote a lot of things, Preeti. You cannot understand Kannada. Otherwise, I would have showed you what kind of poems there were for the students to read. It was nothing. There was no message in that. Okay, coming back to the point, what you are talking about, Hegdewar. What is wrong in adding Hegdewar?
I'll tell you what. I'll bring in Aishwarya Mahadev wants to come in, but stay with me, sir. You know, on Hegdewar, we have Desh Ratan Nigam. He's an advocate and an RSS thinker. I would reckon it's best to also bring him in. Aishwarya Mahadev, I know you want to come back, and I'll come back to you after I cut across to Mr. Nigam. Just 2 minutes of patience. Mr. Nigam, you know, it's not just the Congress. There are a lot of academics also who pose strong questions on the inclusion of Mr. Hegdewar's speech in the Karnataka textbooks.
Yes, Preeti, let me be very clear. Education and the education policies.
Sir, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself.
No, I'm unmuted. I'm unmuted.
Yeah, we can hear you now, sir. Go ahead.
I'm saying education and education policies are not frozen for all times to come. They keep on changing. They are evolutionary in nature. Nobody raised a question when leftists and communists, the articles and were included in the textbook. And the fact remains that the RSS philosophy today is something that you have to understand. The philosophy is complete social harmony, nation first, strong and united Bharat, upliftment of deprived and social justice, and be there in times of need, whether it is natural calamity or man-made calamity. And there are numerous examples of that happening in India, where when the floods come in Kashmir or there is a tropical cyclone in Andhra Pradesh, we have been there. So this is what philosophy, if you want to call that saffronization, if you want to call Shri Hegdewar ji's message of the RSS philosophy, which I have just enumerated as saffronization, so be it. The fact remains that political parties are there to do politics because it is a competitive politics. To, bring in RSS and then, try to, say derogatory things or burn khaki shorts. Well, as you rightly pointed out, the uniform has already changed. We call it Gadvesh. It has completely been changed. Yes, khaki was there, and since RSS is an evolutionary organization, it changes with time, with certain basic principles remaining
Mr. Nigam,
intact.
would you correct me if I'm wrong? And I'll bring in Aishwarya Mahadev, who also wants to come in. But correct me if I'm wrong, because you talk about communal harmony, and that's the message that the RSS has always built. And yes, what the statement that was made by Mr. Mohan Bhagwat was welcome, especially where in context of Gyan Vapi is concerned. But having said that, sir, Mr. Hegdewar's speech, and I have read through a lot of context today, and like I said, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a lot of content, a lot of writings of Mr. Hegdewar, which is troublesome when you look at it from a view of religion, because some of them, and I can quote you, are communal in nature.
Let me answer, Preeti. What you are referring is not Dr. Hegdewar, but Govalkarji, Guruji. And what he said was in the context when the entire British system and the political parties had taken the side of Muslims, and he only reiterated what was said in 1885 by the Muslim leaders.
Okay, sir, tell me if I'm wrong. I'll quote Mr. Hegdewar. Quote unquote, the aftermath of the 1921 movement has come as a shock. Indian Muslims had proved themselves Muslims first and Indians only secondary.
Yes.
This is Mr. Hegdewar, sir. I would read it as communal. Yes. Would you?
Yeah, no. That's a fact. That's a fact that had happened because Khalifat movement had nothing to do, and Mopla riots took place on the basis of two-nation theory. Because India's freedom struggle had nothing to do with Khalifat movement. Please understand. And what happened in Mopla, would you not like to condemn? Because it happened on the basis
prism
of religion.
History is very subjective. It's how you read it. But let's leave it at that. But like I said, because it is troublesome in terms of in context to some, therefore I was just highlighting that. But let me bring in Aishwarya Mahadev wants to come in and make a statement. Aishwarya Mahadev, the fact is what Mr. Mohan Krishna also said, you could have chosen some other form of dissent, other form of protest, to try and go back to the RSS khaki short burning. What's the message that you're trying to send?
Preeti, Mr. Mohan Krishna said in the infinite wisdom that only he's capable of, that we should have burnt books. One, textbooks haven't even been supplied if we wanted to symbolically do that. And second, remember the last nation that burnt down books, and you realize the sort of depravity that he comes from. And the fact remains that to add Hegdewar, who's not from Karnataka, and to replace portions of Sri Basavanna and Kuwempu is an insult to all Kannadigas, and no Kannadigas should take that. They're more offended that we decided to burn a piece of antiquated clothing of an RSS or an organization which is a parent organization of the political party in power, as opposed to giving a secular and clean education to the children of this state. And this is the problem that lies. Mr. Prahlad Joshi talks about what makes it political. He talks about targeting the Congress. Sir, target the Congress all you want. Mr. Mohan Krishna, again in his infinite wisdom, talks about ITED while his government is mired in 40%. I will not distract the topic. You can talk all you want about the Congress, criticize us, but you owe a duty to the students of this state, especially students of government schools who have suffered. And today it tells you the government has done nothing to recover or try and increase learning levels after 2 years was lost for the children of government schools who already have such a gap in educational and learning levels. They care more about the symbolic burning. They allow students to languish in jail instead of offering a good education, and they try to justify it by making it political. This is absolutely shameful. Do the political mudslinging later, sir, but do your duty to the students of this state. And you have 22 people, 22 children younger than 18.
Okay, but I'll ask you, as I bring in Mr. Krishna back into this conversation, I'll ask you, Aishwarya Mahadev, did the Congress trivialize the issue, by making it gimmicky in terms of marking the protest by burning khaki shorts? And you're looking at doing it now as a movement, I believe.
Absolutely not. The saffronization of education comes from where? Mr. Deshratan Nigam very succinctly tried to justify it. But the root cause of trying to have this social engineering and set this narrative, post-truth narrative, mind you, and alternate facts, comes from where? This ideologue organization in Karnataka rejects it. You want to add these moral science lessons, great, but at the cost of what? Mr. Sri Basavanna and Mr. Kuwempu, who are one of the greatest properties of Karnataka. They're the pride of Kannadigas. And you do that, and the BJP has absolutely no moral standing to say anything.
Mr. Mohan Krishna wants to come in.
I'll do it. But give the children an education.
Ms. Mahadev, he's been rather patient. Let me bring him in. Yes, Mr. Krishna, you wanted to come in. Go ahead, sir.
I have 2-3 things to point out here. What does Congress mean? People have given power to them to serve the country, which they did not do. They have done the scams. They have made the India defamed. गरीब हटाओ करके उन लोगों को सबको हटाने का कोशिश किया. Appeasement politics they have done. People have shown door to them. That's one thing. With regard to education, after how many years the education policy has changed, Preeti? After 30 years, why it took so much time? Was there not time for them to change the policy at least? Why they withhold all these things? They were very clear on their thoughts that Macaulay system of education has to continue and students have to learn what the leftists and the other people have left it over 75. Are aaj Amrut Mahotsav mein aa gaya hum. We have to learn. We are reaching 100 years of India. What we have to show it to the students. We are young India in the world today. We have to give better moral values to the students.
So who are we to define moral reference points for anyone is my question.
They were in the independence struggle. That's how they try to rewrite history.
Just give me 20 seconds. Coming back to the point of Basavanna and Kuwempu. What Aishwarya Mahadev is talking, who has defamed Basavanna, the Lingayat Dharma, who went to divide the community.
Okay, I'm not going to get into this debate because this is an academic debate, and I would reckon on either sides of the divide.
I know you.
This is an academic debate, and I don't think any of us are fit.
That is what I'm saying.
Sir, we can pass comments, but none of us here in this audience, I would reckon, are fit enough to comment on what is morally correct or what was immoral in terms of the academics. So, what is immoral to you is not immoral to Aishwarya. What is immoral to Aishwarya is not immoral to you, sir. Vice versa. Mr. Nigam, I'll bring you back in for a quick commentary, but you do understand because there have been parts of the writings of RSS thinkers which is troublesome, which could be looked at as communal, sir, and that is what is being questioned today.
See, Preeti, in fact, any writing that you have to do has to be seen in its historical context. You cannot import the Mopla riots, the context in 2022. One thing. And secondly, what people are talking about is the education policy keeps on changing. And elected representatives have the right to do it and have to go to the people in the next election.
All right,
they will have to put their achievements before the next election.
I know Aishwarya Mahadev wants to come in, but I'm terribly short of time. I'm sorry we had that news break in the beginning. I apologize to all three of you, but appreciate all three of you taking up the time and joining us. This is going to continue. The Congress might now be protesting in the form of burning RSS-style khaki shorts where the changes in textbooks in Karnataka education syllabus is concerned. What will it lead to is a different question. Are we there to look at moral reference points and what they stand for where the students of Karnataka are concerned? We leave it for our viewers to decide. A quick break to stay with us.
A vast array of solar panels float in northeast Thailand, symbolizing their drive towards clean energy, as it seeks carbon neutrality by 2050. Let's look at how solar panels work. Solar panels produce electricity from the light of the sun. This so-called photovoltaic effect was discovered in 1839 by French physicist Antoine Becquerel. Solar panels are made up of electronic components made of silicon, a semiconducting material derived from sand. When photons and light components strike the panels, silicon electrons start to move, creating a continuous electric current. The current passes into metal strands known as strings, which transport it through semiconductors. Next, an inverter converts this current into an alternating current. The electricity created can then be transferred to storage batteries. It can be used on-site or sold to an electricity supplier. Inexhaustible and clean, solar energy can even be generated in cloudy conditions, as it is not the heat that counts, but rather solar radiation. Solar panel power output is calculated in kilowatts peak, the maximum amount of power a panel can create in optimum conditions. Solar power output depends on the amount of sunshine, latitude, orientation, and surface. Solar panels meet only 2% of the world demand at present.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل بورد قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نظبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
You are watching
The Gyanvapi Masjid row started when 5 Hindu women sought to routinely worship Shrinkar Gauri and other idols within the Gyanvapi mosque complex. A survey was conducted, and what appeared to be a shivling or a fountain was found inside the premises. This brings to the fore the Places of Worship Act of 1991. The Act prohibits the conversion of a place of worship to maintain its religious character as it was at the time of independence. The Act has been in force since July 11, 1991 and states the following. Section 4.1 of the Act states, the religious character of a place of worship existing on the 15th day of August 1947 shall continue to be the same as it existed on that day. Section 4 also states that if any suit, appeal or other proceedings concerning the conversion of the religious traits of any place of worship existing on August 15, 1947 is pending before any court, tribunal or other authority, the same shall abate. Section 3 of the Act prohibits conversion of a religious place in any manner, even to cater to a particular section of the religion. There is, however, an exception for any ancient and historical monument or an archaeological site. Another exception states that its provisions shall not apply to the Ram Janmabhoomi Babri Masjid case. While delivering the Ayodhya verdict, Chief Justice Ranjan Gogoi had stated, and I quote, "Independence from colonial rule furnishes a constitutional basis for healing the injustices of the past by providing the confidence to every religious community that their places of worship will be preserved and that their character will not be altered," unquote. The bill sought to prevent incidents of communal unrest. BJP leader and lawyer Ashwini Kumar Upadhyay challenged the act last year. He said the act was against secularism. Upadhyay's petition was over reclaiming the birthplace of Lord Krishna in Mathura, which was directly affected by the restrictions under the 1991 Act. Another petition, filed by Vishwabhadra Pujari Purohit Mahasangh, challenging the validity of the act, is also pending with the Supreme Court.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
Total firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma. Top TV face sparks 2022's biggest meltdown. Arab world raises heat, forces BJP to dump her. BJP supporters enraged and disappointed. Has BJP buckled to the Arab world? Have worst religious offenders browbeaten India? And what about insults to the Shivling? Big flashpoint heats up. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag Se Bachaye. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Good evening and welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The massive political face-off over the suspension of two BJP spokespersons is my top focus on the news track tonight.
हमने पूर्व में बहुत देखा है कि आप आए दिन एक वीडियो जारी
Total firestorm over BJP's Nupur Sharma.
You need to nip this exercise in the bud. Offering namaz, especially Jummah namaz every Friday.
Top TV face sparks 2022's biggest meltdown. Arab world raises heat, forces BJP to dump her. BJP supporters enraged and disappointed.
ना कुछ कार्यकर्ता कभी आपके ऊपर चप्पल उठा रहे हैं.
Has BJP buckled to the Arab world? Have worst religious offenders browbeaten India? And what about insults to the Shivling?
मुझे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता मुझे धमकी दे रहे हैं.
Big flashpoint heats up.
We have a power-packed show lined up tonight. Here are the headlines. I'm following the scene. Mumbai police may summon Nupur Sharma action likely after an FIR was registered against the suspended BJP spokesperson on a complaint by the Raza Academy. Mega India Today news break impact. Mumbai police uncover plot to kill Salman Khan after the actor receives a letter saying, "Aapka muh se wala kar denge." Bishnoi gang under a scan. Sensational new CCTV video of Moosewala murder. Man took selfie with the singer minutes before tipping off gangsters who shot him. India Today unmasks all the murder suspects. Khaki Nataka over the textbooks in Karnataka after Siddaramaiah threatens to burn RSS shots. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hits back, says Congress knickers already loose and torn. DMK MP TKS Elangovan insults Hindi, says the language converts everyone to Shudras. Elangovan refuses to apologize even after outrage. One of the BJP's top TV faces has triggered a big diplomatic meltdown. Nupur Sharma's comments on the Prophet Muhammad sparked a big backlash from the Arab world, prompting the BJP to suspend her and expel its Delhi media in charge Naveen Kumar Jindal, who'd also tweeted against the Prophet. But BJP supporters are enraged. They are asking, why has the BJP buckled to the Arab world?
BJP national spokesperson Nupur Sharma has been sacked from the party. But the firestorm over her remarks on Prophet Muhammad continues to rage on. While Nupur has unconditionally withdrawn her statement, Naveen Kumar Jindal, Delhi BJP media in charge, who's been expelled, remains defiant.
मैंने अगर किसी को बुरा लगा मैं उसके अपने शब्द वापस लेता हूं, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने हमारे देवी देवताओं और भगवान के बारे में अपशब्द लिखे हैं उनके बारे में संज्ञान लें.
The action against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal was prompted after outrage from Gulf countries. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, Qatar, Kuwait, and even the Taliban regime in Afghanistan raised concerns about growing extremism and hatred in India. Some even demanded a public apology from New Delhi. The diplomatic backlash followed an online campaign calling for the boycott of Indian products.
For the Muslims, Prophet Muhammad, in that sense, is the symbol of their being. Now, if that is being attacked, then obviously you are going to have reactions from all these countries.
While India termed Nupur and Naveen Jindal's comments views of fringe elements, it also rejected remarks made by Organization of Islamic Cooperation, calling them motivated, misleading and mischievous. In India, though, the political war over Nupur's remark is only getting bigger. Asaduddin Owaisi has demanded her arrest.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है.
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है. ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है. लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना. बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओवैसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
Most BJP supporters are enraged and disappointed. Many are asking, what about insults to the Shivling?
हर डिबेट में शिवलिंग का भद्दे रूप से जो भी मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता आए उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया. तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इनके खिलाफ कब एक्शन होगा? आपने नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ तो एक्शन ले लिया, उसको पार्टी से सस्पेंड कर दिया, उसको रेप और डेथ थ्रेट सारी चीजें मिल रही हैं.
She said something in the flow of the movement. Whether that something exceeds the boundary of law would be something for the police to examine first and then the courts to adjudicate.
As the BJP buckled to the Arab world, the big flashpoint is only heating up. Bureau Report, India Today.
So on the one side, you've got the entire liberal cabal saying that this is comeuppance for the BJP. They've let these loose elements on the rampage, and now there are international ramifications for what's going on. That's the position that the Congress and parties like the Aam Aadmi Party have taken. The BJP officially silent beyond that press release, but then there are those who lean towards the current government, and they're of the view that this is actually buckling under the face of Arab pressure. There's nothing particularly wrong that Nupur Sharma said or that Naveen Kumar Jindal said, and these questions have been raised in the past, and the BJP should have shown more of a spine and stood up and fought back. Joining us on this broadcast, I want to welcome first and foremost Anand Ranganathan, well-known author, a columnist, is at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, and really sharp, cracked voice joining us on this broadcast. Squaring off against him, Sabah Naqvi, author, journalist, Aishwarya Mudgil, advocate and political analyst, and representing the Congress, we've got its spokesperson, Adil Singh Boparai. I want to start by asking Anand Ranganathan why he thinks that the BJP should have actually stood up for Nupur Sharma and for Naveen Kumar Jindal, and why do you think they've done the wrong thing by taking action against their spokespersons?
Good evening, Rahul, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. Being tolerant is not a weakness. Bowing before the intolerant is. So there are two issues here, one philosophical, the other political, and let me delve into them one by one. First up, let us be very clear. This government has thrown its own Nupur Sharma to the wolves. The Islamists only asked it to bend, and it chose to crawl. And to be crawling in front of despotic regimes that don't value freedom, leave alone freedom of speech. Iran, that issued fatwa against Salman Rushdie. Qatar, that has no freedom of speech or expression, that issued citizenship to MF Hussain, who drew naked and copulating Hindu goddesses. And inexplicably, no one, from the government to the rabble-rousing accusers, has explained why Nupur, quoting what is derived from revered Islamic scriptures, Sahih Bukhari 5134 and Sunan Nasai 3378, constitutes blasphemy. The least the government could do was to confront the jihadis by asking them to quote the said verses. Instead, they claimed what Nupur said was derogatory. So the revered hadiths are derogatory. Rahul, we have known this for ages, and not for nothing do I keep saying that we are a banana republic from the moment we became a republic. We have known that none of our governments stand up for free speech. Congress, BJP, TMC, CPI, you name it. They have stomped on it. Remember how Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, on the floor of our parliament, demanded an apology from Denmark for the Prophet cartoons. But what disgusts me here is the hypocrisy of these pretend liberals. This diabolical cult supported Salman Rushdie even though his satanic verses called the Prophet PDUH false. His companions bummed. Allah, a destroyer. Makkah, a jahiliya. They stood with Charlie Hebdo journalists who did exponentially worse against the Prophet. But these so-called Voltaire worshippers won't stand with Nupur. Why? And as for moderate Muslims, I'm afraid, if at all such a term exists, its myth has exploded now. Muslim journalists, activists, actors, intellectuals are openly dog whistling, calling for Nupur's arrest and worse. They are even retweeting Taliban's condemnation of her. Now to the second point, Rahul, very quickly, politics. It is also a fact that every nation sacrifices freedom of expression of citizens, its own or of the nation it is investing in, at the altar of business interests. Europe and America have mastered this hypocrisy. Their companies operate in despotic regimes after agreeing to civilly compromise on human rights and FOS. India also does it. I don't support it. But there is a case that we have to be wise and think it through till the time we can afford to not deal with dictatorships that provide us oil, minerals, jobs. There is a way out. I'll just 30 seconds. Let me explain. Right now, there are 60 nations out of 200 or that qualify as functioning democracies. Call them T60 if you will. What will force dictatorships to become democracies? What will force 140 nations to establish rule of law and freedom enjoyed by D60? Not being able to trade with D60. Yes, to trade exclusively with D60 might appear impossible now, but we must plan for it. Did we trade with apartheid South Africa for 40 years? At that time, one of the richest economies? No, even though America did. So, to cut a long story short, it is always a striving for balance between Galileo and gas. Right now, we have discarded Galileo and opted for gas. But for how long? Only we.
Let Sabah Naqvi respond to that eloquent opening comment from Anand Ranganathan, who makes the argument that you've thrown Nupur to the wolves. Countries like Qatar and Saudi Arabia and Iran are hardly apostles of human rights. And given what's happening in those countries, the BJP ought not to have buckled under pressure, but should have stood up for its own.
So first of all, Rahul, I have not come here to have a face-off with anyone. I was given the impression that we are analysing what the consequences of the BJP's sacking Nupur Sharma. I am not going to square off with anyone because this is the reason why we are standing at this impasse. These horrific TV debates where people are provoked to attack each other. And right now in this country, you have a terrible situation in Kashmir, where people watch all this toxicity, this hatred against people being spewed on channels, and you have something very worrying developing in Kerala. Having said that, in no civilized society should people sit there, especially in a multicultural, multi-plural country like ours, which was Qatar. These are all different. These are little run by Amirs, and these are oil countries. Iran has its own particular history. Are you trying to say, are you creating an equivalence between those countries and India, which is the great success story of the post-colonial world in terms of democracy? India had decided that we are not Pakistan, we are not Bangladesh, yet you have the same, you have this constant drama on television, which I am not part of, and I have come here thinking something else is happening, but the same thing about Muslim, Islamist, the words are repeated day in and day out, even though you have one of the world's largest Muslim populations living here. Whatever Nupur Sharma, what she did say, should have been stopped. I am not, it's just so crude, tasteless, but that tasteless kind of ranting at the top of your voice makes good television. On a serious note, our country is at a precarious point where we have something happening. How do you think people feel when they watch all this? Your kind of TV debates where people come and they abuse other people. Is that, and you really want to create parity, and it's not about the Arab countries. It was before that. Let me tell you who all have raised all these issues. Before that, the US, Blinken, there was a report from the West, which is coming out about the conditions in India. 2 days before this happened, the BJP had advance notice. What was the RSS chief saying? Don't look for shivlings everywhere. And where is the insult to the shivling in people mocking a search for shivling? As opposed to something...
No, but just as you say what you do, Sabha, it's very ironical as you speak. Somebody just forwarded me this tweet that you happen to put out, where you say WhatsApp forward sent to me multiple times today. Breaking huge shivling discovered at the Baba Atomic Research Center. Now, this is what somebody, just as this show started, you've got some, but make that point, because somebody just sent this to me a moment ago, saying that you yourself, given all that was said by you, you yourself said this, it's got the Baba Atomic Center, you're calling it a shivling. Wouldn't that constitute mocking a religion as well?
No. First of all, everybody shared it. In my case, demands were made for my arrest, by the way, which is why I removed it, saying if I'm offending any sensibilities, I removed it, because I don't think this is worth getting into. Honestly, it was an error and I removed it. And I'm saying this because there were serious consequences. I was being trolled, I was being threatened. People were calling me up and saying, what the hell? Mahwa Motra shared it. It was Hindus who shared it, not me. And let us remember one thing, very, very simply. You have a situation, did Ambedkar insult the faith when he converted out of Hinduism and said that this is a day of liberation for him? What is Periyar all about? The DMK is built on that. There is a challenge to certain interpretation of Hinduism. Please understand that. If you are creating parity between a WhatsApp forward shared by half the world, including Mahwa Motra, a bona fide Hindu. You may not like her because she's not with the BJP, but she's a bona fide Hindu. One second, my phone was ringing. So kindly bear all this in mind and don't try to, because I have avoided all these debates because I do not want to talk about blasphemy. I thought it was going to be on politics of what it implies to the BJP. If you want to make it a Hindu-Muslim debate, fine, please carry on. I'm not party to that, I don't need to be. So if you want to have, because it is exactly these debates which are, they are now having a serious consequence.
Anand Ranganathan, Sabha Naqvi makes the point that these fractious internal domestic debates are now having international consequences, and the BJP has let the fringe loose. And how can two people who are spokespersons of the party even be called fringe, and therefore can the BJP get away by saying they are fringe and saying this is what is now hurting India's reputation abroad?
Well, 2 points here. First of all, you showed what Ms. Sabah Naqvi displayed. I stand with her freedom of speech and expression. She should not have apologized. She mocked a religion, as did, in fact,
Nupur did not. Nupur quoted from, as I said, Sahih Bukhari 5134 and Sunnah Nasai 3378, and it is quite disrespectful, in fact, of the Islamic scriptures that the government has called what Nupur said derogatory. At least the government should have clarified and quoted those said respected revered verses. मेरी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि जो कोट किया गया उसको पहले आप कोट तो करें, बाद में डिसाइड करें कि वो डेरोगेटरी है कि नहीं. जब आप कोट ही नहीं करेंगे तो आपने कैसे कह दिया कि ब्लास्फेमी है? क्या आप कहना चाहते हैं कि जो हदीस साहिह बुखारी है उन्होंने ब्लास्फेमी करी है? क्या सुनन नसाई जिसमें आयशा RA की खुद का कोट है वो ब्लास्फेमी है? So there is a lot of misinformation going, but as I said, Rahul, maybe my fellow panelists may not be free speech absolutists. I am. I stand for the free. I stood with Professor Ratan Lal, even though he was briefly arrested for his comment on the Shivling. I'm a free speech because if you stand for Salman Rushdie, who says 10 times worse things, who actually did blasphemy, quote unquote blasphemy. If you stand for Charlie Hebdo, actually go around the panel, Rahul, if I may request you, and ask people, do they stand with what Charlie Hebdo journalist did?
Okay, let me put that question to Adil Boparai. Track records of parties such as yours on the issue of free speech highly dubious. There have been instances where the Congress has been caught out from Salman Rushdie to MF Hussain. Secondly, now that the BJP is acted against Nupur Sharma and against Naveen Jindal, the point that the BJP makes is these are fringe elements and therefore this is not the voice of the mainstream BJP. Can the BJP get away, according to you, by calling two of its own spokespersons fringe?
Well, Saab, the fringe of the yesteryears has become the mainstream of today. And this discourse is founded on hate, divisiveness, and religious violence. And I would be failing in my duty as a citizen of this country if I do not mention that unfortunately a large section of the media is playing the role of a facilitator. This much belated suspension of two BJP spokespersons is nothing more than a farce. It is a sham, and it is a sham in the face of international pressure. The test would be, had the BJP made arrests, because this is absolutely abhorrent. And these two spokespersons who are in the eye of the storm are merely manifestations of the problem. The real issue is the ideology of the current dispensation, which nurtures hate, which nurtures religious polarization.
But arrest them under what provisions of the penal code?
Mr. Kaval, 153A, 153B, 295. If you could ask your research team and put that up, I think this clearly makes out a case under these three sections, which are cognizable offences. But be that as it may, coming to the more pertinent point, it is the BJP ideology which is at fault. These two spokespersons were simply following that ideology and were simply propagating what the BJP has been doing over the past 8 years, which is coercioning of public dialogue. And just to respond to one of the earlier speakers, just because somebody does not agree with you, just because somebody holds a contrary point of view, does not make him a jihadi. It does not make him a Khalistani. It does not make him an urban Naxal. It is high time in this country that this coercioning of public discourse, this politics of name calling must stop, because this is hurting India's international image. It is causing irreparable image. And it's quite evident that even the government of the day, whose foot soldiers day in and day out tout lies and misinformation on the media, has recognized that these fringe elements are causing irreparable damage.
Let Aishwarya Mudgil respond to this. Your charge that these are not fringe elements, they are your national spokespersons. They so far said what they did with the full backing. Nupur, in fact, did an interview saying that the powers that be back her comments fully. And therefore, the BJP is just trying to cut its losses, try to reduce international condemnation and the blowback to the extent possible by suspending them for the time being.
Good evening, Rahul. So I have 2 points to make, 2 broad points. One is with regards to your question regarding fringe element and to reply to other. So first, with regards to fringe elements, I think, first, Nupur herself whatever has happened with her is unfortunate. Because it would embolden the radicals to invoke external forces, seek their help at the drop of a hat. If they don't like something in India, tomorrow they'll seek external pressure to pressurize India. Having said that, I think BJP or the government did what it had to do. The contribution of GCC nations has been fairly specific in terms of our contributing to our Indian economy. And Nupur herself has very categorically stated that her intention was never to hurt anybody's feelings or harm anyone's feelings. Same thing with BJP, because they have distanced themselves from these comments. Is when there is a spokesperson makes a statement, they have their views, they put out their views. Some things the party high command may not be agreeable to, and the fact that they have suspended her means that they have taken a view. We may have different thoughts on whether that view was right or wrong, but they have taken a view with regards to her position and her statement. She herself has clarified what she meant and how she reacted to a situation. Now, replying to Adil, it's very strange and ironic that someone who's talking about being branded as jihadi just because someone does not like the views is actually calling for Nupur's arrest because he does not like Nupur's views. What is the difference? It's just a matter of what kind of views you like. You don't like something, the law has to be same for everybody. If you want Nupur to be arrested, people who have talked about shivling should also be arrested. So every time we take a view, we take a position, we have to bear in mind the precedent that it sets. Today it is Nupur, tomorrow it could be everybody who's talking about shivling.
Is this something, Anand Ranganathan, that concerns you, that a new line has been drawn in the sand next time because domestic political parties don't seem to be able to apply too much pressure? There will be an international chorus, countries getting together, trying to put pressure on the Modi government and acting through the back door, and this could be a new precedent?
No, absolutely. I think it is an inflection point in more ways than one. I think internationally, diplomatically, and nationally as well. Let me explain. What my dear the previous panelist just said, I'm afraid I disagree because we keep saying that, just beating ourselves, saying that we are as competitive as China. We don't, cower down to China. Well, China, 48 to 49% of Chinese oil or imports comes from the Middle Eastern countries. And 5 million Chinese are employed there, roughly the same as Indians are. And yet, China
is not going to be dictated to by the 27 or how many Islamic nations there are on the plight of Uyghur Muslims. China has interned them in concentration camp, 1.5 million Uyghur Muslims. China is sterilizing them on a mass scale. China is feeding them pork. And what happens? Does China listen to the Arab countries? No. We listen. Who were backstabbed by the Arab countries in 1971 Indo-Pak war when they all sided with Pakistan. And as far as the Congress spokesperson is concerned, I humbly reiterate my challenge again. Sir, you happen to be a Muslim.
Can you please tell me what Sahih Bukhari 5134 and Sunnah Nasai 3378 verses are before you allege that Nupur blasphemed? And number two, can you please tell me, when you're saying that this is all BJP muddying the water with bigotry and all, can you tell me who Ramakrishna Jalami was? I'll give you a hint. He was a Congress leader who said Parashuram was a rapist. Where is he right now?
Can I respond, Mr. Kanwal?
Yes, Adil, you must.
Firstly, to the previous speaker, I'm a Sikh, but that does not matter. Even if I was a Muslim or a Hindu of any other religion. Be that as it may, my religion doesn't matter, and my religion is India. My religiosity is Indianness. But be that as it may, perhaps you would not understand that. The issue at hand is that we did not need the Arab pressure to issue such a condemnation or to take action. This should have come voluntarily by the government of India. The government of India didn't have to wait for 10 days. And it's quite evident that they've done this inadequate action has been carried out and undertaken in the face of pressure. But this was not necessary. It should have come voluntarily. The issue here is, Mr. Kanwal, and perhaps you may agree with me, that there are elements, official, unofficial, which have been tasked with this process of denigrating and braiding our syncretic culture, who've been tasked with this agenda of political coercioning of dialogue, who've been tasked with this agenda of creating us versus them, who've been tasked with this agenda of othering of minorities. And this cabal, this clique in eloquent and glib spiel tries to justify this by saying that, well, this is free speech absolutism. Let me remind him, please examine Article 19, subsection 2. Please see Section 295A. Please see Section 153B. If there is an infraction of law, then the law of the land must be invoked. And finally, coming to the more pertinent point, the highest echelons of the Bharatiya Janata Party have been doing this over the past 8 years. These two spokespeople have become political casualties because of international pressure. But this is the BJP and the RSS's glue. What binds the RSS and the BJP together is their coercioning of public discourse, their hate, their bigotry, their political name-calling. This is what the RSS and the BJP is.
Anand and Aishwarya both want to respond. We'll go across to Professor Ranganathan first on the issue of coercioning of political dialogue, hate and bigotry.
Yes, first of all, my apologies to Mr. Adil. Only the name Adil appeared, and as most Adil that I know, Adil Hussain being one, are Muslim. So I conjectured you might be Muslim, and though you might be able to distinguish, I apologize for that. But the fact of the matter is, I didn't interrupt you, Adil. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. If there was...
Kawal is a Sikh, but absolute no. But don't judge me by my religion. Judge me by my citizenship, by my nationality. This is the problem with the people. This is the problem with the likes of you.
If you're too scared to change the topic, then that's up to you. I asked you two questions. You haven't answered any of those. One was, why don't you quote the two Islamic verses that Nupur based her derivatives on? And number two, who is Ramakrishna Jamai? Answer these two questions if you're a spokesman worth your salt, Adil.
Mr. Ranganathan, I certainly don't need a certificate from you. But be it as it may, the problem with the likes of you is that you see everything to a religious prism. I am sorry, this is not the ethos of India. This is not what this country was founded on. You people are coercioning public discourse. You are propagating hate and bigotry. And I shun that and reject that with all the command.
Please, come prepared.
Sabah Naqvi, you want to come in on the issue that's been raised about the fact, and a lot of people are saying this. A lot of people, Sabah, just hear my question before you respond. A lot of people like Professor Ranganathan making the point that Nupur just quoted from the verses, and therefore, can you hold morality from that period and set it as an example now, or can she get away by saying all I did is quote from the verses?
First of all, I'm not going to get into any verses, number one, because I think it's damaging. You want to get into shivlings and Quran and verses. You want to do this in primetime TV. You just have to Google and look about. Just do a Google search. You'll find a Guardian piece by a scholar, not some guest on your TV about the interpretation about Aisha. Do it. It's a Guardian piece. Do it. I will not be talking about all that. I can just say this, that what has happened yesterday is because I think it's disgusting to carry on like this. We are supposed to hold our country together, not divide it. That is how I see it. I've written a book on syncretic culture. I do not believe in all of this, and I will not be getting into all this kind of a conversation. But I can say one thing to you. Politically, yes, what has happened for the BJP, it is tectonic. It is a significant thing that they have done it. The larger question politically is, they have an ambassador, some of them even suggested that Nupur Sharma is a fringe element. So does this redefine things in the BJP? Also, please don't forget that the RSS chief, just 2 days before this whole thing blew up, made a speech where part of it he said that there is no need to look for a shivling in every mosque, which I have analyzed. There is a counter narrative happening, which I have written in one of my columns. You'll find it there. There's a counter narrative happening about in these alternative media, which have a lot of following in the Dalit media space, where where this whole and a lot of them are there. Both the professors who were arrested, who have faced criminal charges over the shivling, Lucknow University and Delhi University, they both happen to be Dalits. Just go there and get your team to do some research. You'll find lakhs of viewers about the Buddhist shrines that were destroyed by Brahmins. But I don't want to get into all of this. Politically, what has happened, I was analyzing why did the RSS chief say what he said? Is he giving a signaling? So on and so forth.
Aishwarya, Mudgil, respond to the point that Sabha Naqvi makes, that with the comment made by RSS Sarsang Chalak Mohan Bhagwat ji and with the suspension of these two BJP spokespersons, is the BJP and the RSS trying to rein in the hotheads, those who might have gone a bit too far in public, who seem to be giving the party a bad name internationally? It doesn't really seem to be impacting their fortunes domestically, but this is impacting India's image globally, and therefore through both of these comments, are they being reined in?
See, Rahul, it would be unfair to say that it's only impacting internationally. As I said earlier, the role of GCC nations in our Indian economy is significant. And that's where my reply to Anand sir would be, which is as per the data published by RBI, 82% of the total remittances received by India were from 7 countries: UAE, United States, Saudi, Qatar, Kuwait, UK, and Oman. So let's not underestimate the role that GCC country plays in our economy, right? Maybe China is dependent to a certain extent. Are they as dependent? I wouldn't say that. Having said that, coming to RSS's view and BJP's view, as I said, they are taking a pro-India view. If the GCC nations are not certainly happy with something that has happened, one, it has to be looked at as an isolated event. Our country, especially under the leadership of Modi, we have seen a betterment of relationship that we have with GCC nations. PM Modi has been accorded the highest civilian award from both Saudi and UAE. He shares a very warm relationship, personal relationship with the UAE leadership. Having said that, with that kind of relation, I wouldn't say that it's right. If they are expecting a certain thing to be done, I think they did what they had to do, and it's more of a pro.
Professor Ranganathan, if you were to join these dots, do you see a new line being drawn in the sand saying that with Bhagwat ji's comments, with the suspension, is the BJP drawing a new line that you have to be careful about what you say and do? We can't have these kind of comments which hurt our party's image internationally.
Well, I don't know which image BJP is trying to save, because come what may, howsoever much virtue signaling they do, they are still going to be called fascist and Sanghi. So let's get this straight. It is a cop-out, it's a cowardly act. But as I requested you earlier, I, as a free speech absolutist, I don't believe in this dictum of Gerald Ford that you can buy any color Model T as long as it is black. I don't believe in, you can have complete freedom of speech of expression as long as you don't criticize some person or some prophet. No, I don't believe in that. Either it's one or two. That's why please go around the panel and ask all those people who are criticizing Nupur, will they stand up with Charlie Hebdo journalist and Salman Rushdie?
Sabha, do you want to respond to that?
No, I'll just say one thing. And this is exactly the kind of thing which one should not get into. Are we not? We are a very delicate society. We have multiple languages, multiple religions. There have been incidents in Punjab where the Sikh community has responded to what they see as blasphemy. I suppose you would all know that there is something called these Ahle Kitab. There can be a very strong reaction. I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying analytically we all know the structures of certain religions. Now, and the notion of blasphemy and so on and so forth. And I don't want to get into it because these are very, very complex things which do not deserve.
Adil Boparai, Professor Ranganathan asking, would you also justify the freedom of expression of... Okay, go on, Sabha, go on.
We cannot have freedoms which go into insulting each other. As I said in the beginning, there's a very delicate thing happening here. This kind of ranting and raving is leading to a mindset in Kashmir and Kerala. For God's sake, don't make your channels the platform for this kind of ranting against one section of society. Anyway, and false offense, getting offended. We enjoy, getting offended. Anyway, no one wants to hear. Allow me to stand up for Ratan Lal.
They stand up for everything that denigrates Hinduism and their goddesses. They stand up for M.F. Hussain like I did. When he portrayed...
I'm not even arguing. I'm trying to have my say. No one should interrupt me when I talk.
But they won't
Carry
stand
on.
up with someone who is criticizing something, but there also a distinction is being made. They will stand up with Salman Rushdie, but publicly they will not say that we stand up with Charlie Hebdo journalists.
Okay.
This is hypocrisy. If we expose it, it's fine. Let's be honest with ourselves and move on, yeah. It's fine.
Chalo ji.
Adil Bopara, you want to respond to Professor Ranganathan's question about
Just
Charlie
one
Hebdo
moment.
cartoonists and whether, political parties, as they criticize Nupur Sharma, would stand up for their freedom of speech?
Kaval Saab, some elements are trying to be more loyal than the king, but that's their prerogative. The
No,
issue
they are
the issue at hand today is that there is a law of this country.
Issue at hand.
The law of the
That is
country
questionable.
provides for serious infraction when certain statements are made which creates religious disaffection. And that law has to be implemented in the right spirit and in total. A country is modeled on the basis of unity and diversity. Our strength is our diversity. When you make utterances or obnoxious statements that tend to create these chasms in society, we all must unitedly stand together and shun this. This othering, this hate and unity which is being propagated is not good for this country. It is damaging our social fabric. Forget what the Congress thinks, forget what the BJP thinks. I'm saying this as a citizen of this country. When you propagate hate at this level, you are dividing your people. And
Aishwarya, I'm out of time. You want to make a quick comment before I wrap up, please?
Quick point goes to Sabha and Adil. Where were these sermons when Shivling was being insulted day in
Take
and
action,
out?
take action.
To everything.
Take action if there is
Then
anything
this
which
is
hurts
then the
religious
president has been
sentiments
said.
on either
Then
side
the
of the
president
aisle.
has
Take
said,
action.
Adil, everybody will have the same treatment that Nupur Sharma is getting. Everybody will have the same kind of
the
treatment.
BJP finds itself...
Everybody will have to. You are legitimizing
Okay, Professor Ranganathan asking for 10 seconds. Go ahead, Anand.
Necessary.
You know,
If the law of the land has
One second. Final comments, Professor Ranganathan.
This is what I worry, and this is what I said, Rahul, that we reach an inflection, because this is almost like an Abrahamification of Indian Hindu society, as what Ms. Mudgil said. Now, anyone who insults, for example, he would possibly say that Sabha Naqvi should be arrested because she mocked the Shivling. This is what is going to happen. So, in effect, what Islamists have done, they have hardened the Hindus.
Okay, the BJP finds itself in a piquant position where it's facing pressure from within and without. Its own supporters. Okay, Sabha, 10 seconds, I'm out of time.
I mean, how can you incite people with a false thing and say that I mocked the Shivling? I shared a WhatsApp forward which was about the search for the Shivling. Just so we are clear. Just so we are clear.
Religious sentiment, Sabha. That's
And that was done by Mawa Chatterjee, Mawa Moitra.
It's up to us. I decide and I shut the case against you. If today Nupur is arrested, tomorrow you will be arrested. That's the problem.
No, she should not be arrested.
No one should be arrested. You know, one second. She's made a comment. I think we...
And Sabha also should not be arrested.
I'm saying hypothetically, that's what people want, right? If
That
today
is
she
what
is
I'm trying to
arrested,
say. Are you wanting to shut down all the people who have any irreverence? Is that what you want? Are you trying to, I mean, here, and I even removed it, forget about me. Hundreds of people, are you only raising my name because it's a Muslim name?
No, I'm raising your name because you're a fellow panelist. Sabha, stop playing the victim card. You're a fellow panelist. I'm talking to you.
File a case. Before you talk about me, have the guts, file a case against Mawa Moitra. She's a political opponent. She was the one who circulated that WhatsApp.
If I am talking, I said hypothetically, I will have to file a case.
So I'm out of time. You've heard different points of view. As always on the news track, I don't tell you what side to take. You've heard from Professor Ranganathan, you've heard from Sabha Naqvi, Adil Bopara and Aishwarya Mudgil. You decide whether the BJP did the right thing by suspending Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal, or should it have stood up to pressure? Was it even possible to stand up to pressure given the fact that the relationship built under the Modi dispensation with the Arab countries is one of Modi 2.0's biggest foreign policy achievement. Therefore, we will continue to track this story very, very closely. I'm slipping into a break. When we come back, Mumbai police uncover a plot to apparently kill Salman Khan after the actor receives a threat letter alleging that the Bishnoi gang was after him. Details coming up on the other side.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the News Today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Outrage grows across the Islamic world after the slanderous remarks made by a BJP spokesperson result in a political blowback. The spokesperson is suspended by the BJP, but the big question remains, can India's image be repaired globally, and does the BJP need to course correct when it comes to hate speech? That's going to be a big talking point on the News Today. Also, COVID cases rising in Maharashtra. How worried should we be? All that and much more on the News Today.
You're on board the news track. It was India Today that first revealed that the Bishnoi gang is the prime accused in singer Moosewala's murder case. And now it's threatened Salman Khan. Today, that plot was unraveled by the Mumbai police. A letter threatening the actor saying, "Aapka Moosewala kar denge," is now out. Salman's security has been beefed up.
Guns, gangster, a superstar, and a chilling Moosewala-style murder threat. It all began when India Today first reported actor Salman Khan and father Salim Khan getting a threat letter during a casual walk at Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter, exclusively accessed by India Today, said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga," to the star and his writer father. The murder threat letter was signed LB and GB, possibly gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar. Gangsters who claimed that they committed the Moosewala murder.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं.
A day later, security was beefed up at Salman's Bandra residence, with top cops visiting the actor's Galaxy apartment home.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना. और शिकार टाइगर जैसा शिकार कोई नहीं करता.
India Today also accessed the Kill Salman plot hatched by the dreaded gangsters. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang had planned to target Salman during the shooting of the film Ready, plotting a hit when the actor used to go out for cycling. The contract killer Naresh Shetty, who was tasked with killing Salman, found his pistol inadequate for the hit after a recce of the actor's house and sought a rifle with a longer range and more firepower. In 2018, jailed gangster and Moosewala murder accused Lawrence Bishnoi had publicly pledged to kill Salman Khan.
Threat has been related to Moosewala murder, which is again brought out the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle. The police is now investigating what is the reason that the threat has come now, what is their intentions, whether the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi are trying to be active in Mumbai and trying to send out a message of fear. With Campus Sami Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
India Today has managed to unmask the killers of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala. India Today is the only channel with exclusive images of the 8 shooters. While 7 shooters are still at large, one has been arrested by the Punjab police. A new video released minutes before Moosewala's murder has emerged. Arvind Ojha, our crack crime correspondent, with these details.
The moments before he left his home and moments later, he was ambushed. A week after Sidhu Moosewala was shot and killed in a brazen gang attack in Punjab's Mansa, the 2 men seen taking selfies with the rapper have caught the attention of investigators, not just curious Moosewala fans. Police examining this new visual evidence suspect they could be informers of the assailants. The men could have tipped off the attackers about the singer's movement when he drove off.
Additionally, the Punjab police is also trying to zero in on 2 men who were caught on CCTV footage whom the police believe had tipped off the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala.
A gangster allegedly ordered the murder from inside the high-security Tihar jail in Delhi. But the alleged foot soldiers came from across the states. 2 each from Pune in Maharashtra and Haryana, 2 from Punjab and 1 from Rajasthan. India Today has accessed the images of the alleged Moosewala shooters at large, all believed to be linked to the suspect Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Jagrup Singh Rupa, Harkamal alias Ranu from Punjab, Priyavarth alias Fauji, Manjeet alias Bholu from Haryana, Saurav alias Mahakal and Santosh Jadhav from Pune, and Subhash Banuda from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, Punjab police have raided the home of another suspect in Haryana's Fatehabad. The suspect Devinder is accused of giving shelter to 2 men who conducted all the recce before the murder.
रात को 8 बजे पुलिस आई थी और मेरे पिताजी को लेके गई है। हमें उन्होंने इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया, ना ही हमें पूछा भी, और उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया। वो धक्के से आए और ले गए, और हमारे घर में जो भी मौजूदा कैमरे का DVR था और वाईफाई था, उसको फाड़ के ले गए।
Earlier, Manpreet Singh Manu was arrested from Uttarakhand for supplying logistics for Moosewala's murder.
It's been 8 days since Sidhu Moosewala was gunned down in Mansa's Jawahar K village. Even then, 7 of the 8 suspects are still absconding. With sources revealing a possibility of some of these suspects crossing over to Nepal, the onus now lies on Punjab police to arrest these suspects at the earliest. With Arvind Ojha and video journalist Sujoy, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
You know, it's imperative that the police track down and nab these murderers at the earliest possible. Our reporters are on the ground tracking every aspect of the story. This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
On a daily basis,
Thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution. This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
You are watching India Today.
Do you remember the fictional planet Pandora from the blockbuster movie Avatar? Hold that thought. Because this is not Earth. It's not from a movie. This is Earth's clone called Titan. It is real and it is very much here in our solar system. Titan is not a planet like Earth, but a moon in the Saturn system. Saturn has a total of 82 moons which revolve around it. Of these, Titan is the largest. Well, there are no reports or studies to confirm whether Titan has the kind of conditions shown in Pandora with those glittering lights or floating hills, but Titan does have rivers, lakes and seas filled by rain which come through a thick atmosphere similar to what Earth experiences. Titan is the only celestial body besides Earth to have liquid on its surface. New research reveals the presence of landscapes on the surface of this moon. Titan has streams of liquid methane and winds of nitrogen gas, which build hydrocarbon sand dunes. Researchers say that the dunes, plains and labyrinth terrain have been formed on Titan in a similar manner as on Earth. The surface temperature is about minus 180 degrees Celsius and people would need to wear respirators to breathe oxygen, since the atmosphere is mostly nitrogen. The light on Titan is a little dim, just like after a sunset here on Earth. So staying on Titan won't be a reality anytime soon, but Titan is the most hospitable extraterrestrial world within our solar system. It is like Earth in a parallel universe where things are different yet so similar.
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. Outrage grows across the Islamic world after the slanderous remarks made by a BJP spokesperson result in a political blowback. The spokesperson is suspended by the BJP, but the big question remains, can India's image be repaired globally, and does the BJP need to course correct when it comes to hate speech? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, COVID cases rising in Maharashtra, how worried should we be? All that and much more on the news today.
Fans of Salman Khan are saying, "Bhai ko threat aaya." And we're here to find out if this was mischief or is there really a threat to one of Bollywood's biggest stars. It's been a day of total drama in Bandra where Salman Khan lives, but we will try and separate fact from fiction and get you a ground perspective on whether gangsters are really trying to bump off Bhaijan. That's on India First at 10 p.m. with me, Shivaru.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series, stay wild at heart. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande.
Hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Monday night. This is your destination as we start another week on the news today. News without the noise, and the big story that's blowing across the world, the blowback in the Islamic world over remarks made by a former BJP spokesperson on Prophet, or a suspended BJP spokesperson. The big question also, how does one therefore repair India's global image at a time like this? That's what we're going to raise. We're going to have diplomats, politicians joining us on the news today. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. The Arab world unites in condemning India over BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's Prophet Muhammad slanderous remark. India rejects the OIC statement, calls its fury unwarranted and narrow-minded. Indonesia, UAE, Jordan join in the protest. Mumbai police may summon the suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma. Action likely after an FIR was registered against her by a complaint by the Raza Academy in Mumbai. UP police releases pictures of 40 riot accused days after the communal clashes in Kanpur. Promises anonymity to those tipping off information on the accused. The Mumbai police claim to have uncovered a plot to kill actor Salman Khan after he receives a threat letter saying, "Aapka Musa wala kar denge," Bishnoi gang under the scanner. New CCTV video of the Musewala murder in Punjab. Man took selfie with the singer minutes before tipping off gangsters who shot him. India Today unmasked all the murder suspects. A khaki knicker Nataka over textbooks in Karnataka after Siddaramaiah threatens to burn RSS shorts. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hits back, says Congress knickers are already loose and torn. Contagious infection, norovirus in Kerala. Health authorities confirm 2 positive cases in children. Virus identical to diarrhea causing rotavirus. Britain's governing Conservatives to hold a no-confidence vote in Prime Minister Boris Johnson that could oust him. This after Partygate exposed Johnson's breaking COVID rules during the lockdown. And billionaire Elon Musk threatens to walk away from $44 billion Twitter deal if not provided with data on fake accounts. Says his information rights are being violated. But first, to the breaking news that's coming in. More and more Islamic countries have now joined in to express their anger over the suspended BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's comments on the Prophet. Now, Jordan, United Arab Emirates and Indonesia are the latest nations to speak out and condemn what they are saying are unacceptable statements made by a ruling party spokesperson. The United Arab Emirates has expressed its denunciation and rejection of the insults of the Prophet Muhammad. The UAE underscored the need to respect religious symbols, not violate them, as well as confront hate speech and violence. Remember, several countries yesterday had begun with Qatar starting it off, questioning the manner in which the BJP spokesperson had made those statements. Nupur Sharma was suspended last night. Joining me now are Geeta Mohan and Bobby Naqvi. Bobby Naqvi is the former editor of Gulf News in Dubai. Geeta Mohan is our diplomatic editor. Appreciate both of you joining us. Let's get a sense from both of you as to what's happening. Geeta, to you first. Is the Indian government worried that country after country, even Indonesia, Jordan, all coming together on this issue? How does India intend to respond? Because they've responded angrily to the Organization of Islamic Countries, calling them narrow-minded, but has been very careful in their remarks to the Qatars and the UAEs and the Saudi Arabias.
Well, absolutely right, Rajdeep. When it comes to the fact that yes, they are concerned that countries are coming out and condemning this, but they go into the room, I'm talking about the bilaterals, they go into the room with the confidence of saying that this is not the view of the government of India and that action has been taken. Now, this is bilateral. It all began with, of course, Qatar, given that the vice president's visit was underway when this entire controversy broke, and Qatar could not have kept quiet, and that's why they summoned. Once the response was seen by other Muslim nations, it was impossible for them not to have reacted. And that's why we're seeing a lot of reactions coming in. There are only two statements, Rajdeep, where government of India has come out with a strong condemnation and a rebuttal. That is to do with Pakistan and OIC. One, because both the statements went beyond the ambit of this particular incident. They started listing out all other incidents or allegations of the past. And is the reason why the Indian administration responded in the manner in which they did. But yes, there is damage control. That is the administration and the diplomatic corps is in the damage control mode, where most of the ambassadors who've been summoned have been explaining the position of the Indian government, and they are continuing to do so through the foreign ministry and the embassies.
Interesting. So a bilateral attempt bilaterally to reduce the damage when it comes to certain countries while taking a strong stand against OIC and Pakistan. Bobby Naqvi, former editor, Gulf News, senior journalist, joined me. Bobby, how do you explain the kind of reaction that we've seen? Did it start, as Geeta says, with what Qatar did, and then it spread across the Islamic nations because they had no option?
Rajdeep, India in this part of the world is, always known for some very nice reasons. For example, hardworking people, blue-collar workers, CEOs, directors, enterprising businessmen. It's known for Bollywood. It's known for culture. It's known for food. I mean, you name anything Indian, and it's available on the street here, on the Arab street. So obviously, what has happened in the last 2 days has kind of slightly changed the narrative, and people are talking about India for something which we may not like.
Is it people or is it governments? Is it people or governments? What explains the manner that governments with whom India has tried to build good relations are reacting so angrily? Is it governments or people, Bobby?
Yeah, so there are a number of reasons for this, Rajdeep. The way the governments here have reacted. It began from Qatar and then Kuwait and then Saudi Arabia, and now UAE and Oman also joined in. See, one is the chatter which has been going on social media for the last 3-4 days. Obviously, and there are some very prominent people who are talking about it. Right from the Grand Mufti of Oman, Dr. Ahmad Al-Khalili. He's a prominent figure. He issued a very strong statement, and that's kind of unusual to issue a detailed statement on this issue and calling other Muslim nations to condemn it. That's one. And secondly, there are lots of people also, Arabic personalities, writers, columnists. They have also spoken about this particular issue. See, what happens, Rajdeep, is that even if something is being said in Hindi language, today it quickly gets translated and shared on social media in terms of stickers, etc.
So
people do find out that something is being said and something so nasty is being said, and that is why there was a lot of anger. And I think the governments actually reacted to the sentiment on social media.
Interesting what you're saying, that the governments have reacted to the sentiments, the anger being expressed in a way on social media, and therefore have taken a very strong stand, at least publicly, in their statements. Bobby Naqvi, Geeta Mohan joining me right at the very top here on the news today. Appreciate both of you joining me and giving us the latest updates. That is really our top story today, because the BJP, remember, yesterday suspended its spokesperson Nupur Sharma over her remarks on Prophet Muhammad during a TV debate. The move came after the Islamic countries jumped in and condemned the statement of the BJP spokesperson, demanded an explanation for her. But those remarks have now spread far and wide, and they've triggered widespread protest in the Islamic world. In some instances, India has hit back, as I said, especially against the OIC and Pakistan. It's our top story tonight.
Maybe you want to just mention a sanction case on those offering a Jummah namaz.
Heated debates over faith are par for the course for Indian television channels. Last week, BJP leader Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal made controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad on TV and social media, sparking global outrage. The BJP later suspended Nupur Sharma and expelled Naveen Jindal, but the damage control came late. By then, many Islamic countries had already reacted. Qatar, Kuwait and Pakistan summoned Indian envoys, while Saudi Arabia, Iran, Afghanistan and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation issued statements. The OIC is the latest to jump in. It has condemned denigration of Prophet by an official of India's ruling party. It claimed Islam is being defamed in India and Muslims are being targeted. The OIC in its statement cited hijab ban on campus, bulldozer action and alleged violence is increasing against the community. The MEA reacted strongly to the OIC, calling the statement unwarranted and narrow-minded. The government said India accords highest respect to all religions. It is said the offensive tweets and comments were made by individuals and the government did not share these views. India urged OIC to stop pursuing communal approach and show respect to all faiths and religions. It is in the reaction from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait that would trouble the Narendra Modi government, which has cultivated good ties with the West Asian nations. It was all the more embarrassing as the row broke out when Vice President Venkaiah Naidu was in Qatar on a state visit. India conveyed to these countries that the views expressed are of fringe elements. New Delhi has said strong action has been taken against those who express these views.
These kind of statements are highly irresponsible, and they must be dealt with severely. The reaction from those countries is logical.
Offering namaz, especially the controversy has sparked a political war in India as well.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है। सिर्फ आप लेटर लिख कर दे देंगे कि आपने पार्टी का पोजीशन ये था, 10 दिन के बाद आपको ये ख्याल आया कि आपके व्यूज पार्टी के पोजीशन से कॉन्ट्री हैं। 10 दिन तक आप सो रहे थे क्या? हमारी तकलीफ आप महसूस नहीं करेंगे।
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है। ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है। लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना। बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओवैसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
The unsavory controversy has put the BJP in an awkward position. The party all of a sudden finds itself under the scanner on the global stage. The question now is, will the party do a course correction on alleged hate speech? Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's raise the big questions. I'm going to divide this by first talking to two people who in a way have dealt with both Mr. Modi and diplomacy in different guides. Has India's global image taken a beating? What will it take for the government to course correct? Polarization politics at the heart of the row? The questions first to Salman Khurshid, former Minister for External Affairs and Congress leader, and Zafar Sareshwala, activist, businessman close to Narendra Modi over the years. Appreciate both of you joining us. Salman Khurshid, your first reactions. Do you believe that the reaction of the Islamic world has been overboard, or did India get this horribly wrong? If we had acted much earlier rather than 10 days later, things could have been sorted out.
I really regret that something like this has happened. People on such a good path with the Arab countries and indeed with many other countries. And that for something like this to have come in between is really tragic. I think that there was the inability or reluctance to understand.
Mr. Khurshid, give us a minute. We're just trying to get your audio right. There's a little bit of disturbance, but give us a minute. We'll try and get that right. Meanwhile, Zafar Sareshwala, you want to respond to that same question. Could this have been, if the government of India, if the Modi government had acted on day one, broken its silence, this could have been resolved more easily? Do you believe that the government dilly-dally, delayed 10 days, gave the opportunity in a way to critics of this government to say that this government doesn't act against hate speech?
Rajdeep, I was in two places in last 1 week. I was in Russia, where the Russian government had hosted economic summit with the OIC countries. It was in the city of Kazan. I was there, and I was also in Moscow just a week back. And although this Nupur Sharma thing had not come up, but because I was the only one, or there were one or two more people from India, the only question there raised to me was what's happening in India. Because it's not Nupur Sharma, which is something happened now. Since last so many days, we are seeing, on the TV, things are happening. People were questioning me that. Because I'll tell you why, that with Mr. Modi's ascension, India's position had taken a leapfrog across the world, even in the OIC countries, and this summit happening in the backdrop of war. And there were contingent from 72 countries, heads of state from 58 countries were there. I was there on the invitation of the Tataristan president. Even then, people were wondering, and I met a lot of
what were they wondering? What were they asking? What were they asking?
Yes. Rajdeep, a very important person in Moscow, he heads one of the largest pharmaceutical companies of India. He heads Moscow and Nordic nation, I'm not naming. Once he said that, मैं तो आपको देखता था, हम लोग तो मोदी साहब के सपोर्टर हैं. जफर भाई, ये क्या हो रहा है? ये हिंदुस्तान में क्या हो रहा है? A non-Muslim Hindu living there. Same questions were asked to me by a lot of people from Arab nations, much before this Nupur Sharma thing happened. When I came to Dubai and Abu Dhabi, after that, again, this was the question raised by non-Muslim Hindus. Because Rajdeep, in the top positions in UAE, in the investment banking industry, that's my field, most of the top positions are held by Indian Hindus. And they were asking me कि यार ये हिंदुस्तान में क्या हो रहा है?
नहीं, आप कह रहे हैं हिंदुस्तान में क्या हो रहा है? आपका रिस्पांस क्या था? मैंने आपको पूछा, if the Modi government had broken its silence on day one, if Nupur Sharma had been acted against in some way, made to give an apology on day one rather than procrastinating on 10 days, what would have happened? Give me your answer. What did you say when people said ये देश में क्या हो रहा है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल. यानी ये वो लोग हैं, राजदीप, इसलिए मुझे ऐड करना है. ये वो लोग हैं जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सपोर्टर हैं, दुबई और अबू धाबी में. वो कहते थे कि क्या हो रहा है, तो यस, बिल्कुल. और ये मैं वहीं था और ये नुपुर शर्मा की चीज हुई. उसके बाद तो मेरा लोगों के सामने जाना मुश्किल हो गया था.
You're saying?
I had no answer कि हो क्या रहा है. और सबसे खतरनाक जो था वो ये नवीन जिंदल था. यानी राजदीप, people were showing me his tweets कि यार forget about abusing the prophet. एक पार्टी का, बीजेपी का प्रेसिडेंट दिल्ली का जिस किस्म की लैंग्वेज इस्तेमाल कर रहा था, जफर भाई इसका कोई जवाब?
No, he's not the BJP Delhi president. Naveen Jindal is a functionary in the Delhi BJP.
No, he's an important functionary. He's an important functionary.
No, government says he's a fringe figure. The BJP says he's a fringe figure. Government says these are fringe figures.
And not only that, दूसरे बहुत सारे नाम मैं नहीं गिनाता, उनके ट्वीट मुझे वहां लोग दिखा रहे थे दुबई, अबू धाबी में, और ये मामूली लोग नहीं, जो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट हैं. और मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूं क्या लोगों को लड़ रहा था.
In English, please.
Because I have been going to these countries for almost more than 30 years.
Right.
I had seen how we were viewed before. And you have to give credit or marks to Mr. Modi because he had taken the position, and with his ascension after 2014, India had come to a position, or I would say coming of age, because earlier we had oil trade and these kind of things. People investing in Indian companies had never happened. The kind of amount which has come in last 6-7 years.
Okay.
And
yes.
These people, the Nupur Sharmas of the world, have hit Mr. Modi and nobody else.
Okay.
Because he is responsible to take India's position to this level. Even in OIC countries. When I was there,
you made that point. Let me turn to Salman Khurshid. Salman Khurshid, you want to respond? Zafar Sareshwala says that, look, Mr. Modi had taken this country's position to a high level, but even in the Gulf countries, we were building relations with UAE, Saudi Arabia, signing bilateral agreements. Along comes this instance, and now you've got Islamic countries, in a way, some would say ganging up, others will say just expressing their anger. How do you see it? Do you believe that if the government had acted on day one, this could have been contained?
Well, I think, of course, that's what was necessary, and that's what would have happened. I just believe that this has come because of fundamental misunderstanding about the attitude and sentiments of Muslims in the world for the Prophet Islam. I mean, I think that there is a lack of understanding of what the significance of the Prophet is to Muslims. And if this had been understood and appropriately responded to quickly, I do believe that this matter could have been taken care of.
But Salman Khurshid, there will be those, sorry to interject, there will be those who will say, look, Nupur Sharma, according to the government, is a fringe element. She does not represent the government of India. She doesn't represent India.
Not get into this. This is just... No. I know, but this will make things worse. If these are the kind of arguments we're going to put to the world, we will become the laughing stock. Please, whatever she is, she represents the government of the day to the political party that has brought about this government. Be that as it may, whoever she wants, I think there should be no explanation, just a categorical apology and put an end to this matter. This is not something that should invite further debate. This is something that should be brought to an end quickly and with as much sincerity and honesty as possible. That's my opinion.
What more could, Salman Khurshid, what more could the government have done? The government could turn around and say, look, we've got the BJP to suspend her. We've issued statements committing ourselves to our pluralistic, secular beliefs, that we believe all religions are to be treated equal. There are those who are saying that we've responded angrily to the Organization of Islamic Countries, calling them narrow-minded and communal.
Rajiv, this is no time for getting angry. You have to show a sense of sensitivity and understanding, and then to tell the world that these are fringe elements. Come on, even we don't accept that explanation. To something wrong, it is wrong. We seconded the person, and we believe it. We do not want to hurt anyone. This is instead, let it be emphasized. Don't give explanations about who did it and who is responsible.
So what? No. So what more would you expect the government of India to do? Let's be very clear. What more do you expect them to do?
Listen, I believe this is no time to react to anyone. Even if somebody is, for our point of view or the government's point of view, is speaking out of turn. So long as we take the attention away from the derogatory statements that were made that should never have been made and connect this matter, not by arguing against which people are taking. We must not be clever and say to the fringe elements, just put an end to it. It is important both for India and for the world. It is important to Muslims and for Hindu-Muslim solidarity that this must be put to an end as quickly as possible.
Okay, you're saying the answer is not to respond angrily, but just put an end to it. Zafar Sareshwala, do you believe that the Modi government is genuine when its reach out takes place? You mentioned how you believe that the government's stock has risen in the Arab world. Are the people willing to now make a distinction there between the Modi government and the BJP or those who are seen as the Hindutva hotheads and the government of India, or somewhere down the line they will now say that, look, there is no difference. This double track approach will no longer work?
No, Rajdeep, even now, people look at Mr. Modi and his government differently and the BJP differently still. So I think now still there is a time, and this whole Hindu-Muslim divide which is happening, and more it's happening on the television screens every day. I think this needs to stop, and the government of India needs to intervene and stop this. And maybe again, this whole...
So no more silence. So no more silence. No. In the past, Mr. Modi has been silent. In the past, the belief is when you have people within his government, Ramzade, Haramzade, comments made by people who are in government, the accusation is the government doesn't act strongly enough, doesn't speak out early enough. You believe that's a lesson that's been learnt. Am I correct?
Yeah, in fact, this removing of both these people, Nupur and this Naveen, has given some semblance that yes, government is acting, but they need to do more.
Okay, let me leave it there. Zafar Sareshwala, Salman Khurshid joining me. Let's widen this. Why does West Asia matter to India? Remember, everyone knows a huge part of our oil needs are met by imports from the Gulf. The figure, in fact, even now is as high as 60%. Here is another reason. The highest remittances globally come to India thanks to its diaspora. An RBI survey in 2018 said the most amount of money through remittances came from the UAE at 26.9%, US came second at 22.9%, Saudi Arabia next at 11.6%, then Qatar 6.5%, Kuwait 5.5%, Oman 3%, then finally the United Kingdom. Of the top 7 countries from where remittances came, 5 were from Gulf nations. So that gives you a sense of the economic costs involved in keeping this relationship going. What are the diplomatic costs? Joining me now, KC Singh, former Secretary MEA, he served in that region. Vivek Kaju, former Secretary MEA, he served in Afghanistan, which has also come out strongly against India today. Gentlemen, let's get each of you. KC Singh, your first remarks. Do you believe that the diplomats are being made to do the damage control for the manner in which our politicians tend to shoot off the hip and make statements that are interpreted as hate speech and blasphemy and worse?
Rajdeep, the problem is deeper than that. I've been writing for some years now, saying you cannot put your domestic politics in one silo and your foreign policy in another. It will carry you only so far, and a stage will come when the conflict will occur. You can't have a majoritarian Muslim baiting agenda at home and go hugging the rulers of these countries and think they'll look the other way. They will mostly they'll look after their interests. Emiratis are interested in weaning you away from Iran. Saudis are interested in doing the same. But when it comes to an issue, I think this is the Salman Rushdie moment. This is not a normal baiting of Muslims in India. It's gone to the religion itself. It's gone to the Prophet. So like in case of Salman Rushdie, once it reaches that level, now it's a religious issue. It is not a diplomatic or political issue. And therefore what happens is it hits the masses. Don't forget, in 1980, over Salman Rushdie's book, a mob in Pakistan overran the American embassy. And even the military stood by and the police stood by, couldn't save them. So therefore, when it reaches the masses, even the rulers in highly autocratic countries will be forced to act. And one last point, where did it begin? It began with Qatar. You see the differences which are there in GCC. You have UAE and Saudis aligned on one side. Qataris have been leaning towards the Iranians. They share a gas field. And Kuwaitis have largely been with them. Bahrain is with the Saudis and the Omanis are largely neutral. Now, once Qataris opened the flank, there's no way Saudis and the Emiratis keep quiet. The reaction came very late and is relatively mild compared to what the Qataris did. But then it goes on to Iran, it goes on to Taliban, it'll go on to Indonesia. You see, now the entire Islamic Ummah and the Islamic countries, the regimes feel that they have to take a stand. And therefore, this was bound to happen. When you allow, let me ask a simple question on the fringe. When the fringe comes to your channel, do they come as the fringe? They come to speak on behalf of BJP, not BJP, the government. They are always nightly fighting and defending the government. So the fringe has been spokesman for the government. You don't get government spokesmen on your channels.
No.
If they are the fringe,
I take your point, Mr. KCC. I just want
of top leaders follow them.
Sure, I just want to make the point. We've asked the so-called fringe to come on the show. The BJP spokespersons are not even coming because perhaps they're too embarrassed to defend themselves on this issue. I've also tried to have a haircut, which was a bit of a fringe haircut in my own way. But Vivek Kaju, more seriously, do you believe that the Arab countries their governments are under pressure because, as Bobby Naqvi was pointing out of Gulf News, there was pressure from below. There were lots of people on social media angry over these remarks on the Prophet. Did we underestimate the scale of Arab anger simply because we seem to have a good relationship with their leaderships, forgot that the masses out there will get angry when you make a statement on the Prophet?
Rajdeep, the fact is that whatever may be the differences in the Islamic world, and they are deep and abiding, there is one issue on which all Muslims have a common feeling and they all unite. And that is on reverence for the Prophet Muhammad. So if there is a perception that the Prophet has been insulted, then it evoked almost atavistic feeling among all Muslims. Now that is something that I do believe that should have been understood, because if I know correctly, Nupur Sharma's remarks came on the 26th of May. On the 30th of May, the Vice President went out on his travels and he was to reach Qatar on June 4th. Now, the question that I've been asking is that once this matter reached the social media, it was inevitable that it would inflame passions in the Muslim world and, of course, in the Gulf countries. And since the Vice President was traveling there, what was the Minister of External Affairs doing? Because I do not, Casey can correct me if I'm wrong, but I, in my diplomatic experience, do not remember a situation when the Vice President is on a visit, on an official visit, or whatever nature this visit became, in Qatar, that the Foreign Office of that country calls in the Indian ambassador and issues a statement asking for a public apology.
No, are you saying that we should have acted? No, are you saying that therefore, Mr. Kaju, we should have acted preemptively? That on day one after this statement and that it went viral on social media, the government of India should have acted, the Minister of External Affairs should have acted. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that I'm in fact questioning in my mind what was the Minister of External Affairs doing. I mean, he knew the Vice President is traveling there. What was his response? And I'm sure he was being informed of that this is the reaction which is building up. So that is one point. The second point, which is a more wider, is that, and you mentioned economic interests, etc., that India has in the Gulf. Of course, India has deep economic interests. There are remittances, there are energy supplies, there's trade. But let us not forget that there is a mutuality of interests. It is not one side. The Gulf too has deep interests in India. We are major purchasers of their oil. And they need the labor, Indian labor. So it is not one-sided. Therefore, my last point. Therefore, this is a time when wiser heads must come in, both from India and the Gulf, and this incident must be put behind us. And the government has started a process by the ruling party issuing a statement by taking action against Nupur Sharma and Jittal. And now is the time when we should, take this process forward, have a quiet engagement if necessary, and put an end to this. And I do believe
yes,
that the governments, unlike Pakistan apart, governments of the mature countries would want that to take place.
Let me ask you, KC Singh, in conclusion, who do you hold therefore responsible? The suggestion from what Mr. Kajju is saying is that you've also got to look at our diplomacy that perhaps reacted too late. You've also got to, of course, look at the silence of the political class that now the government calls them fringe elements. Do you believe that's enough, calling these elements fringe, now doing this quiet backdoor negotiations? Will that be enough, given, as Mr. Kajju is saying, the kind of mutual interest that exists between the Gulf and India, between the Islamic world and India today? Or will this continue to haunt the relationship for a while?
Rajdeep, for the last 4 or 5 months, particularly since the UP election or just before that, you've had people openly ask for killing of Muslims, for taking armed action against them, for various kinds of things. So, there was a degree of discomfort, which your earlier sympathizer of BJP said, discomfort was already there. There was only a spark that was needed. And I think what the fringe did was, when the fringe are urged on, and you use them, and you think it's helping you with your divisive politics, then the fringe goes overboard. They don't know any limit. The youngsters speak some English, but they don't understand religion or history or the sensitivities of the world. So they had it coming. As I said, you cannot put your domestic politics in one silo and keep doing what you want here. And you think you can present the statesman image abroad. You see, that barrier is gone. That's broken.
Right.
To repair it, I think the Prime Minister has to take charge. He has to shut down all these shops and all this rhetoric. And unless it's coming from him, we haven't heard from him. Whenever these things have come up, we've not heard him. He has to come out and put a stop to it. And I'm sure if he does, the countries will understand. They're looking for a signal from him.
Okay.
They're not going to buy this argument, this BJP and it's not the government. Well, BJP is the government and he's the BJP as far as the world is concerned.
Okay, let me, those are very strong words. I think both of you are sending out as seasoned diplomats. Hopefully someone out there will listen. Mr. Kajju, I just have 30 seconds. If you were to give one piece of advice, therefore, to this government, what would it be, given how it's gone horribly wrong?
Look, there is a difference between Muslim minorities and when it comes to the Prophet. And therefore, I do think that the ruling dispensation needs to inform their spokespersons and members of their party about sensitivities of different religions, including Islam. Equally, I think as far as India is concerned and the wider world, there has to be a greater sensitivity about Indian or what is now commonly called Indic religions and our sensitivities. And that is why I'm suggesting a process of dialogue that is needed.
Okay.
Because after all, my last point, after all, there has been a movement in the UAE which has shown sagacity, something that was unbelievable. I served in the UAE between 79 and 82 largely. 1979-82, and I could not imagine that there would come a time when the ruler of Abu Dhabi would give land for temples and gurudwaras, etc. But he has. So there has been a movement. That movement must be taken forward through a process of dialogue, and of course, comments on the Prophet or any other personality which is revered of any religion must stop in the daily crossfire that takes place on our television.
Let's leave it there. Vivek Kajju, KC Singh, two very sensible voices from the world of diplomacy, sending out strong messages in a way without raising their voice, which is perhaps the way to do it. I appreciate you joining us. Hopefully someone out there is listening to you. Let's carry on. And let's take this debate a step forward. Joining me now is the Member of Parliament, Senior Leader, Congress, former Under Secretary General Shashi Tharoor. Dr. Tharoor, appreciate your joining us on the show. Your sense as you're seeing this playing out in West Asia, across the Islamic world, how do you see this play out? Do you hold the Indian government squarely responsible for what has happened, or do you believe that the overall ecosystem is now such that there are competitive intolerances all across the world?
Well, let me put it very bluntly. I hold the ruling party responsible. The government of India should be larger than the political interests of the ruling party. And I don't think, for example, that my old friends in the Ministry of External Affairs are culpable of this kind of language. They know exactly what to do in their efforts to cultivate good relations with the rest of the world, including the Islamic world. In fact, the Modi government had reason to be reasonably proud, Rajdeep, of the way in which they had strengthened relations, particularly with key Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE. But what has happened now is a colossal setback, because they have operated on the slightly silly assumption that what is said in India stays in India. It doesn't work that way. That what is said in India, the polarization that seems to serve the political interests of the BJP, that is very much heard around the world. We already had a couple of unpleasant incidents in 2019 when there was a bit of a backlash in the Gulf countries. It was very quickly contained, and certainly it wasn't as grievous as an insult to the Prophet Muhammad. But today, what we are seeing is that the specific political tactic of the ruling party, which is indeed to demonize the Muslim community, to rake up issues of past history and so on, in order to be able to keep the pot boiling and perhaps in the process attract Hindu votes, especially in northern India. This tactic inevitably has had international repercussions. Already in my travels to the Gulf, I'd been hearing from very prominent leaders who didn't want to make a fuss publicly, but privately they were saying things like, "We want to be your friends, don't make it difficult for us."
No, but Dr. Tharoor, since you mentioned the Gulf, there will be those who will say that these are the same nations that at times don't respect minority rights. I can't be a citizen, for example, in Saudi Arabia. So there are countries there which are seen not to respect minority rights, are now going to use this to lecture Indians. My point is, Nupur Sharma does not represent all of us Indians either.
Correct, but minority rights is not the issue here. The issue is a level of hate speech which is already against our laws in our country. You're not supposed to be able to say things that seriously wound other sections of our society. And of course, though there's a specific law on scheduled castes and tribes, and you can't say anything that can be insulting to them, there is also a law going back to the 1920s that makes it illegal to defame or insult other religions, any religion, not just Islam. And therefore, the fact remains that what was happening in this, as you call, competitive polarization, I would say the competition was only with themselves, because no other parties are playing this game. It is entirely within the BJP and the ruling party that you're seeing all this demonization of another community. That with this going on, they were actually in violation of national laws, but no one was stopping them, no one was prosecuting them. The authorities were turning a blind eye. And we've heard other examples of hate speech within our domestic politics that, because they had no international resonance, never came back to bite the government on the foot. But finally, you had one statement which clearly was beyond the pale for Muslims around the world to take. But what about anyway, saying, what about those countries? We are not those countries. We are a democracy, as the statement by the Kuwaiti minister very correctly pointed out. India used to have a very good reputation around the world as a country that celebrates diversity and welcomes people of all faiths. What happened to that India? I mean, this is the concern that many of our friends have been expressing quietly, and now finally they've expressed it publicly.
No, but as you yourself said at the very outset, the Modi government has invested a lot of its political capital in building relations with countries in the Gulf and in West Asia. Are you saying that all of that is compromised by one statement? Surely our relationship does not stand on such weak foundations.
No, I'm not saying that, but I am saying that this has been an extremely important wake-up call for the government, that our domestic rhetoric could seriously undermine a relationship that they've invested a lot of time and trouble to cultivate and strengthen, a relationship that affects trade relations, our energy security, our geopolitical security, our counter-terrorism work, as well as looks after the well-being of millions of our citizens who work in those countries. This is a very high-stake relationship for India. You don't go around insulting something that those people simply cannot stand. It's a commonsensical thing. Any of the Indians of any faith working in those countries would have told you that. Any Indian diplomat posted in those countries would have told you that. But these tone-deaf rhetoricians of political parties, and one particular political party, to put it very bluntly, don't seem to have appreciated what's at stake. They feel that they can say anything they like because they get a free pass from the authorities in this country. And to that degree, our government is culpable in not cracking the whip much sooner.
You know, I want to repeat to our audience, unfortunately, the BJP has been unwilling to speak out and come on the program and defend its position on the show. But in conclusion, Dr. Tharoor, going ahead, do you believe that this is in a way a turning point, a message to all the hate mongers, whichever side of the divide they may be, whichever community they may belong to, that while you may get traction within India at times for some of the remarks you made, while your videos may go viral, while television channels may get TRPs from some of these hate videos, at the end of the day, we need to recognize that there is a world beyond winning an election or two in this country, or winning a TRP war or getting more clickbaits.
Absolutely right. We have to understand there are very big things at stake. We have a role in the world as a serious player, and we have interests in the world that actually affect the well-being of our citizens and our country. Not just the citizens working there. Energy security and geopolitical security and terrorism are important to us living in this country. And therefore, it's extremely important that due sensitivity be shown. It's been very clear to many of us that our hate speech and our political rhetoric has gone beyond anything that's acceptable. Since we're on India Today, I wrote a piece in the India Today magazine just a few weeks ago called The Toxin of Hate, where I talked about incident after incident I'd come across, which was damaging India and damaging Indians, changing our image in some ways irreversibly, and which is entirely because of the political poison injected into our society. For God's sake, let this be a wake-up call to stop this nonsense. Let's get back to being the India we always were. Let us celebrate togetherness. Let us celebrate coexistence. Let us not waste ourselves and our futures in this kind of absolutely negative talk.
Well, since you've written also why I'm a Hindu, let me also ask you this. There will be those today who will say, look, Hinduism by its nature is tolerant and accommodative. There has been a tendency to pander to Islamists in this country, and therefore there's a sense of Hindu grievance, anger pent up. When someone, for example, puts out a tweet of the Bhabha Atomic Research Center, likens it to a shivling, then Hindus do not erupt in anger, but Islamists react in anger. How would you respond to that? Do you believe, in a sense, there is an argument to be made there?
Listen, condemning communalism as I do applies to communalism of all faiths. I have as little patience for fanatics of Islam or any other religion as I do for fanatics and extremists of my own religion. I believe that these people, when they claim to be speaking for Hinduism, are doing a disservice to the Hinduism I knew and grew up in and that I'm proud to practice. I believe in Swami Vivekananda's understanding that Hinduism teaches us all the acceptance of difference, much more than tolerance. We accept the differences we have with others and others have with us. That is our great strength. These people are betraying Hinduism in the name of Hindutva, and they need to stop. They need to realize that ultimately Hinduism and India are both much larger than their petty, politically motivated mindsets.
Okay. Let me leave it there, Dr. Tharoor. As always, a pleasure talking to you. Thanks very much. I see you don't have a fringe cut of a kind that I had, so you're very much part of the mainstream. I probably, with my new fringe cut, am looking more like the fringe. Thanks very much, though, for joining me here on the news today.
No fringe elements on your shows, Rajdeep.
I'm afraid so. Thank you.
Very much.
I sometimes ask myself, who now really is the fringe in this country? Well, all of this, we can sit in the studio and pontificate. The truth is, how does this play out on the ground? The example of this is Kanpur, which has been on the boil over the last few days after Nupur Sharma's remarks on the Prophet. The alleged mastermind, Zafar Hayat Hashmi, behind the violence has been held along with at least 38 others. WhatsApp chat suggests that there was a planning for the protests in Kanpur. But the fact is that what happens in a studio has repercussions on the ground. Take a look.
Stone pelting and gunshots. Uttar Pradesh's Kanpur witnessed massive riots on Friday over BJP leader Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad during a TV debate. The police used tear gas to disperse the angry mob that had taken over this street. A bandh was called by Zafar Hayat Hashmi, president of the Johar Ali Fans Foundation, which turned violent. 38 rioters, including the alleged mastermind Zafar Hayat Hashmi, are now in police custody.
So far we have arrested 38 people as of now, and arrest will increase. 6 teams are working on it. We are trying to identify each and everyone who are involved in this incident, and whenever new arrest will come, we will inform.
India Today has accessed WhatsApp chats of Zafar Hayat Hashmi, which allegedly point to elaborate planning for this riot. The WhatsApp group, Johar Ali Fans Association Kanpur team, was allegedly used to assemble the mob, which went on this rampage. The group was allegedly being updated with fresh images and videos of how the mob was enforcing bandh and attacking the police. In transcripts available with India Today, Zafar Hayat Hashmi is seen praising the protesters who enforced this bandh in Kanpur. Probe agencies claim the riots are linked to radical Islamist outfit Popular Front of India or PFI.
PFI के कनेक्शन से कोई संभावना से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता. कुछ हमको क्लूज मिले हैं. अब एक बार स्पेशल इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग टीम पूरी जांच कर ले, उसके बाद इस पर टिप्पणी करना उचित होगा. ट्रांजैक्शन मिले हैं कुछ पीएफआई से जुड़े हुए कुछ लोगों के दस्तावेज? नहीं, ट्रांजैक्शन अभी हम देख नहीं पाए. अब रिमांड पे लेके आने वाले दिनों में ट्रांजैक्शंस और हम चेक करेंगे और फिर आपको कंक्लूसिवली बताएंगे. कुछ दस्तावेज मिले हैं? हाँ, कुछ पेपर्स मिले हैं.
The riots in Kanpur have sparked a political face-off.
हम चिन्हित कर रहे हैं और जो भी गड़बड़ी फैलाए हैं, जिन्होंने कानून तोड़ा, उनके खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी. कानपुर वाले मामले में कोई भी कंप्रोमाइज नहीं होने वाला है. जो भी है उसको कड़ी कार्रवाई होगी.
शासन प्रशासन दोनों ये चाहता है कि मुसलमानों को सड़क पर लाएं, उसके बाद उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करें और फिर एक बार 2024 के चुनाव के लिए ये दिखाएं कि हम मुसलमानों को देखिए कितना परेशान कर सकते हैं. तो ये पूरी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बिछाई हुई बिसात थी, जिसमें गरीब जनता कानपुर की मर रही है.
The Kanpur police have registered 4 FIRs against more than 1,000 unknown persons. 16 social media handles are on the police radar for allegedly instigating this violence. The UP police has also decided to put up hoardings carrying pictures of the key suspects involved in the rioting. With Santosh Kumar Sharma in Kanpur, Bureau Report, India Today.
I have said this before, I will say it again. If we encourage hate speech sometimes on television shows, it will have an impact on the ground. Will a riot be sparked off at times by the hate speech that lies unchecked in TV studios? We cannot profit from hate. Think about it. Let's take a break. On the other side is our Good News Today story. It's a story that you must see. We might have a biodegradable alternate for polythene. We'll tell you more on the other side. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Let's turn to tonight's Get Real India story. A 22-year-old man was allegedly tortured in police custody in Uttar Pradesh. What exactly happened and what is the finding from this report? Let's take a look at a case that has been filed against 5 police personnel. It's our special report.
22-year-old Rehan Shah was allegedly given third degree at a police station in Uttar Pradesh's Badaयूं. He was accused of bike theft. Rehan Shah's family has now alleged that police severely thrashed him, gave him electric shock and pushed a plastic pipe through his rectum. The police allegedly took a bribe of 5,000 rupees in exchange for releasing Rehan. A case has been registered against 7 police personnel now.
तत्कालीन चौकी इंचार्ज ककराला और 4 आरक्षी को विरुद्ध रेलेवेंट सेक्शंस में और इसका विभागीय कार्रवाई का आदेश भी वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधीक्षक महोदय द्वारा दिया गया है। बाकी विवेचनात्मक कार्रवाई थाना स्तर पर की जा रही है।
The incident has once again reignited the debate on the misuse of police powers. With Ankur Chaturvedi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's turn from there to our good news story. That story should trouble us. This story should help us feel better. Uttarakhand's Pantnagar University has developed a more eco-friendly and sustainable alternative to polythene. Take a look.
The search for a viable replacement for polythene is yet to bear fruit. Now researchers at the Pantnagar Agricultural University have developed a biodegradable material from paddy husk. They claim the product can be an alternative to polythene. It took Professor P.K. Omre and his research student Sheba Malik 3 years to create the polylactic acid-based sheet.
जो धान की भूसी होती है उसको रिफाइंड करके और इसको इन्फ्यूज करके इस तरह की फिल्म बना रहे हैं जो कि बायोडिग्रेडेबल फिल्म है जो पॉलीथीन को रिप्लेस करती है। इसका एडवांटेज ये है कि ये फिल्म सॉइल में आराम से डाइजेस्ट हो जाती है बहुत ही जल्दी और इसको फूड मटेरियल में इस फिल्म को उपयोग कर सकते हैं। जो इसके बना सकते हैं, बैग बना सकते हैं सील करके चारों तरफ से, तो इस तरह से हम इसके फूड प्रोडक्ट इसमें रख सकते हैं।
The researchers say this material gets destroyed in 3 to 6 months after coming in contact with the soil.
और इनमें एंटीऑक्सीडेंट कैपेसिटी होगी, जिससे कि हम फ्रूट्स एंड वेजिटेबल्स इसमें स्टोर करके हम ये देखेंगे कि हम इससे इसकी शेल्फ लाइफ किसी भी फ्रूट्स और वेजिटेबल्स की कितनी इंक्रीज कर सकते हैं।
India is a major rice producing country. Most of the husk is either burnt or thrown away. This discovery can put the wasteful residue to good use. Bureau Report, India Today.
Our image of the day comes from Paris. He is the king of clay and once again stood tall in his kingdom. Rafael Nadal cementing his legacy by clinching the French Open for a record 14th time. I ask this question as I leave you tonight. Is this the greatest ever individual achievement in any sport? Winning 14 Grand Slam titles on one surface. There is only one Rafael Nadal. He is the ultimate maestro of the red clay. Thanks for watching. You stay well, stay safe. Good night. Goodbye. Jai Hind. Shubhratri.
Ever seen and ever will see. A 22nd Grand Slam title. As he breaks even more records, becomes the oldest ever men's singles champion at Roland Garros, and did it in emphatic.
اول ما نزلت العالم شفت جيراني يلعبوا في واحد تزلج، كانت في راسي بعدها بعمل كبرت قاعد اشوف اتفرج عليه فيديوهات نتعلم نظبط رسم الحركات.
job is to design skate parks, and here I've designed a skate park in collaboration with the locals and an organisation called Make Life Skate Life, and we've turned that design into reality because here we are at Libya's first skate park.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
A vast array of solar panels float in northeast Thailand, symbolizing their drive towards clean energy as it seeks carbon neutrality by 2050. Let's look at how solar panels work. Solar panels produce electricity from the light of the sun. This so-called photovoltaic effect was discovered in 1839 by French physicist Antoine Becquerel. Solar panels are made up of electronic components made of silicon, a semiconducting material derived from sand. When photons and light components strike the panels, silicon electrons start to move, creating a continuous electric current. The current passes into metal strands known as strings, which transport it through semiconductors. Next, an inverter converts this current into an alternating current. The electricity created can then be transferred to storage batteries. It can be used on-site or sold to an electricity supplier. Inexhaustible and clean, solar energy can even be generated in cloudy conditions, as it is not the heat that counts, but rather solar radiation. Solar panel power output is calculated in kilowatts peak, the maximum amount of power a panel can create in optimum conditions. Solar power output depends on the amount of sunshine, latitude, orientation and surface. Solar panels meet only 2% of the world demand at present.
In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
भाई को थ्रेट आया. मिसचिफ और मर्डर धमकी. B-Town quaked by top-level death threat. Is someone trying to bump off Bhaijan? Gangsters versus superstar. So really that's the question. Is this someone playing mischief or is a superstar who is followed by millions of people across the country and across the world really under threat of an assassination attempt by a gangster who just claims to have bumped off Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala? That's what we're going to try and decode, because there's a huge amount of interest over the safety of Salman Khan. He's a person who enjoys superstardom with admirers and fans all across the country and all across the world. That's our top focus on India First. These are the headlines. The Arab world has united, and how, in condemning India over BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's comments on Prophet Muhammad during a TV debate. India rejects the OIC statement, calls its fury unwarranted and narrow-minded. Mumbai police may summon Nupur Sharma. Action likely after an FIR was registered against the suspended BJP spokesperson on a complaint by the controversial Raza Academy. New CCTV video of Sidhu Moosewala murder. Man took a selfie with the singer minutes before tipping off gangsters who shot him. India Today unmasks all the murder suspects. Chaddi Nataka over textbooks in Karnataka. After Siddaramaiah threatens to burn RSS khaki shorts, Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hits back, says Congress knickers are already loose and torn. Billionaire Elon Musk threatens to walk away from his $44 billion Twitter deal if not provided with data on fake accounts, says his information rights are being violated. It was India Today that first revealed that the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, that is the prime accused in singer Sidhu Moosewala's murder, had also threatened actor Salman Khan. Today, that plot appears to have unravelled, courtesy the Mumbai police, with a letter threatening Salman Khan, saying, "Aapka Moosewala kar denge," now out. India Today, of course, showed it to our viewers first. Salman Khan's security has been beefed up, but the big question is this someone just having some fun, playing mischief on a very serious issue, or is there a serious threat to Salman Khan?
Guns, gangster, a superstar, and a chilling Moosewala-style murder threat. It all began when India Today first reported actor Salman Khan and father Salim Khan getting a threat letter during a casual walk at Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter, exclusively accessed by India Today, said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga," to the star and his writer father. The murder threat letter was signed LB and GB, possibly gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar. Gangsters who claimed that they committed the Moosewala murder.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे.
A day later, security was beefed up at Salman's Bandra residence, with top cops visiting the actor's Galaxy apartment home.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना.
और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता.
India Today also accessed the Kill Salman plot hatched by the dreaded gangsters. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang had planned to target Salman during the shooting of the film Ready, plotting a hit when the actor used to go out for cycling. The contract killer Naresh Shetty, who was tasked with killing Salman, found his pistol inadequate for the hit after a recce of the actor's house and sought a rifle with a longer range and more firepower. In 2018, jailed gangster and Moosewala murder accused Lawrence Bishnoi had publicly pledged to kill Salman Khan.
Threat has been related to Moosewala murder, which is again brought out the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle. The police is now investigating what is the reason that the threat has come now, what is their intentions, whether the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi are trying to be active in Mumbai and trying to send out a message of fear. With campus in Sami Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
Let's go across to Divyesh, who's been tracking the story very, very closely. Divyesh, very, dramatic scenes outside Salman Khan's residence, and I want to play those visuals instead of these movie pictures on our screens of what happened outside Salman Khan's residence. What kind of security beefing up has actually taken place? Salman Khan also, recorded his statement along with his father. Where is the police right now as far as the investigation is concerned? Divyesh, you're on mute. Divyesh, you're on mute. Don't you guys have any big questions or any We'll go back to Divyesh in just a minute. My apologies to all of our viewers. We'll just fix that audio in a bit. Divyesh is outside Salman Khan's residence at this point of time. Dhanraj Vanjari, former ACP of the Mumbai Police, is with me live as we try and make sense of what has been a very confusing day for Salman Khan's fans all across the country, who've been watching these media reports, Mr. Vanjari, of Salman Khan being threatened by a gangster who is under investigation for the actual killing of another superstar, Sidhu Moosewala, just a few days ago. I'd like to start by asking you, Mr. Vanjari, what do you make of this? It's very filmy. It's very, very filmy, but a letter of threat has been found at Bandra Bandstand, directly threatening Salman Khan and his family and saying, "Tera Moosewala kar denge."
It's my very clear opinion, unless and until we find a complete believable truth in this matter, it won't be proper or it would be premature to talk about it. Number one is Hollywood, Bollywood, these things, these entities are never away from gangsters and terrorism. You have example right from Abu Salem up to Dawood Ibrahim. The things are somewhere connected. You must have seen it in the Riya Chakravarti's matter or even Sushant Singh matter. Always there is a year been made about gangsters' entry and gangsterism and criminalization of entire Bollywood. Now, looking into the personal character of Salman Khan, there are cases pending against him, and I don't understand after all these years working in police that why Salman accepts the name given by the viewers or the people or by his fan that he is a bhai. Bhai ko threat aaya. How it sounds?
No, but that's But Mr. Vanjari, that's a separate issue altogether. He has his own film persona, and the cases against him are separate. Those are courts of law will decide on anything else. I'm simply asking you, as a former police officer, how does one look at threat letters of this kind? Because Lawrence Bishnoi, who is the gangster who is sitting in Delhi's Tihar jail, is on record. In fact, I have that soundbite which I'll play for in a moment for our viewers, where he actually takes Salman Khan's name and saying, "We will kill him."
Listen carefully. That is what I am going to make. In this case, when I said that unless the believable truth comes out, it won't be proper to speak. Where from the believable truth come? Gentlemen, it will come from within the French and other side of the French also. So we have to examine both the side across the wall. Inside the wall, inside Bollywood, what is going on, and outside Bollywood, what is going on. These two things and thorough investigation, truthful and believable investigation, two adjectives I am using over here, which is rare in this country now. If that comes, then only it will be decided whether it is a publicity stunt, whether it is a protection-seeking stunt, or whether it is really a threat. And if it is really a threat, where the roots are? Are the roots in money? Are the roots in drugs? Are the roots in other angle and dimension of gangsterism or terrorism? Anything it can be. Okay. That is why I said when both these sides, the inside of the fence and outside the fence, other side of the fence, unless and until we check these two sides, we won't be able to call it as a truthful incident.
Okay,
and if it is,
I want to, before I go to India Today's Divesh Singh, who's been reporting the story from outside Salman Khan's residence, I just want to, there are occasions when people try to play mischief. There are occasions when people are, playing the fool. But this is a little bit more serious than that. This concerns Salman Khan. Those are pictures from today. We haven't created those pictures. Those are pictures from today outside Salman Khan's residence, because the Mumbai police was reacting to many of the pieces of information that had come out, including that threat letter, and his security was actually increased. You saw Salman Khan coming out and meeting with the police. Here's what, just a few years ago, Lawrence Bishnoi, the gangster who is now the prime suspect as having ordered the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. Here's what Lawrence Bishnoi said just a few years ago about Salman Khan, and here's how Salman Khan responded at that point of time. The same guy who is now suspected to be threatening Salman Khan again. Listen to this.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना. और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता है ना, ये सबको पता है.
Let's bring Divesh Singh in on this story. He's been reporting on it. Divesh, what is the sense that you're getting from the Mumbai police? Salman Khan, his father Salim Khan, and a few others have all recorded their statements today. It's very easy to kind of bog down the police with the hoax letters and threat letters, making use of what's the big headline of the day. And we all know that Lawrence Bishnoi is in the news right now. What is the sense you're getting? Is there a real threat to Salman?
Well, Shiv, 4 people have recorded their statement, which includes Salim Khan, father of Salman Khan, and Salman Khan's statement has also been recorded in the threat letter that was found by Salim Khan at the Bandstand Promenade. And there are various CCTV cameras, there are a number of CCTV cameras that are presently being analyzed by the Mumbai police to find out who was the person who kept that letter at this particular bench where Salim Khan usually sits after his morning walk every morning, and the timing when it was kept, the visuals are closely being monitored by the police officials, closely being watched by police officials. Other than that, there are various other suspects against whom investigation is on. Salman Khan's statement has been recorded, and he's been asked particularly on if he had received any kind of threat personally before this incident, or he had received any kind of threat from some other person. Also, it is being said, when asked, police officials from Mumbai police said if need be, Mumbai police could send a team to question gangster Lawrence Bishnoi as well. As of now, they have not sent a team, but if need arrives, if there is a need, a team could be sent from Mumbai police to question gangster Lawrence Bishnoi in the connection with the threat letter that has been found in connection with Salman Khan and Salim Khan that has been played on India Today as well. Other than that, there are various other suspects who are under scanner of Mumbai police presently. No one has been detained till now. Till date, no one has been detained, but there are several suspects against whom police is presently conducting investigation to find out who was the person responsible for this particular threat. Other than that, there is security has been beefed up near Galaxy Apartments in Bandra, which is the residence of Salman Khan, by the local police. And Salman Khan already had all weapons trained police commando who has been with him, who always remains with him, and that is the security provided by Mumbai police already to Salman Khan. And this was before the incident, and this has been there. This security has been provided earlier to Salman Khan, and this commando remains with Salman Khan. But local police has also beefed up security around Galaxy Apartment, that is the residence of Salman Khan.
Okay, Divyesh Singh and Mr. Vanjari, thank you very much for giving us your time and trying to break down this entire story for us. But we've got a big development breaking late this evening here on the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe. Remember, the killers, the suspected killers of Sidhu Moosewala are the same ones who are suspected to be threatening Salman Khan as well. None of this is confirmed, but here's the latest on the Sidhu Moosewala murder probe. The Lawrence Bishnoi gang's aide, a man going by the name of Kekra, which means crab in Hindi, has been arrested by the police. This man, whose name is Kekra, pretended to be a Moosewala fan and was outside Sidhu Moosewala's residence in Mansa in Punjab. Kekra was outside the singer's residence for over 45 minutes, and it is alleged that Kekra is the man who tipped off the assassins after Sidhu Moosewala left his residence in that Thar Jeep. The shooters were tipped off by Kekra is what we are given to believe. When Moosewala left from his home in Mansa in Punjab, in that Thar along with some others, apparently this person called Kekra, who was sort of pretending to be a fan of Sidhu Moosewala, tipped off the assassins, and that's how they intercepted Sidhu Moosewala's jeep and then killed him. Tanseem Haider breaking the story here on India Today. Tanseem, ये Kekra का role क्या exactly है? He pretended to be a fan. ये सिद्धू मूसेवाला के घर के बाहर था. क्या हुआ उसके बाद?
जी शिव, ये संदीप नाम है इसका, संदीप उर्फ केकड़ा। ये सिरसा का रहने वाला है, कालावाली एक गांव है उस इलाके का रहने वाला है। ये 10-12 दिन से अपने घर से गायब था। अब सीसीटीवी की फुटेज जो सामने आई है उसमें 3:57 पे 29 तारीख को ये शख्स सेल्फी लेते हुए दिखाई दिया है, और उसके बाद करीब 45 मिनट बाद सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल कर दिया जाता है। तो जाहिर है कि इसने, जो मनसा पुलिस ने इसको अरेस्ट किया है, इसने इन्फॉर्म किया जो किलर्स थे, किलर्स वहां पहले से मौजूद थे, उनके पास AN-94 रशियन असॉल्ट राइफल थी, AK-47 थी, 9mm के पिस्टल्स थे, वो पूरा लैस थे, और उन्होंने इस बात की खबर दे दी गई थी कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला आज निकल रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी खबर उसने ये दी कि सिद्धू मूसेवाला आज अपनी बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी से नहीं जा रहे हैं, वो थार से निकल रहे हैं, उनके साथ 2 लोग और मौजूद हैं। तो ये इन्फॉर्मर था जिसने इन्फॉर्म किया गैंग को। उसके बाद गैंग ने इस पूरे प्लॉट को, इस पूरी किलिंग को एग्जीक्यूट किया, और उसको बताया गया कि ऐसे ही गाड़ी सिद्धू मूसेवाला चला रहे, एक शख्स उनके लेफ्ट में बैठा हुआ है, एक शख्स उनके पीछे बैठा हुआ है, और इस इंफॉर्मेशन के बाद 45 मिनट बाद ही सिद्धू मूसेवाला का कत्ल कर दिया गया। तो ये संदीप है, संदीप केकड़ा नाम है इसका, संदीप उर्फ केकड़ा। इसके ऊपर कुछ मुकदमे भी दर्ज हैं। इसकी फैमिली ने भी कंफर्म किया है कि 10-12 दिन से ये अपने घर से गायब था, घर पे नहीं था, तो पुलिस ने इसको गिरफ्तार किया है। जाहिर है शूटर्स के चेहरे भी सामने आए हैं, 7 शूटर के चेहरे जैसा कि हमने लगातार दिखा रहे हैं, और उसके अलावा ये जो फॉर्मर है वो भी सामने आ गया है। कड़ियां जो है वो जुड़ती हुई नजर आ रही हैं। बस अब रिकवरी होने बाकी है और ये जो सात शूटर्स थे उनकी गिरफ्तारियां होना बाकी है, जिसमें स्पेशल सेल और पंजाब पुलिस की अलग अलग टीमें काम कर रही हैं। जाहिर है ये बड़ा एक वो है इंपॉर्टेंट क्लू मिला जो पंजाब पुलिस को मिला इस शख्स का, जिसने बाकायदा रेकी की और रेकी करने के बाद इन्फॉर्म करने के बाद इस कत्ल की वारदात को अंजाम दिया गया। शिव,
Tanseem, thank you very much. Dhanyavad for joining us with those very, very important details in this investigation. Kekra has been caught on CCTV camera taking a selfie with Sidhu outside his residence and then allegedly tipping off the assassin, saying Sidhu Musewala is on his way and providing them with coordinates of how to reach him and kill him. That's what the police believes is the picture. Whether that turns out to be true or not, we'll have to wait and see. Well, meanwhile, India Today has unmasked the killers of Sidhu Musewala. These are the 8 suspects. India Today is the only channel with exclusive images of the 8 shooters. While 7 shooters are still at large, one has been arrested by the Punjab police as well. His name is Manpreet. But the 7 others, all of them have names, as you can see in this particular image, but they are still at large. There is reason to believe that some of them may have even left the country. Here's India Today's big exclusive of the day.
The moments before he left his home and moments later, he was ambushed. A week after Sidhu Musewala was shot and killed in a brazen gang attack in Punjab's Mansa, the 2 men seen taking selfies with the rapper have caught the attention of investigators, not just curious Musewala fans. Police examining this new visual evidence suspect they could be informers of the assailants. The men could have tipped off the attackers about the singer's movement when he drove off.
Additionally, the Punjab police is also trying to zero in on 2 men who were caught on CCTV footage whom the police believe had tipped off the murderers of Sidhu Musewala.
A gangster allegedly ordered the murder from inside the high-security Tihar jail in Delhi. But the alleged foot soldiers came from across the states. 2 each from Pune in Maharashtra and Haryana, 2 from Punjab and 1 from Rajasthan. India Today has accessed the images of the alleged Musewala shooters at large, all believed to be linked to the suspect Lawrence Bishnohi gang. Jagrup Singh Rupa, Harkamal alias Ranu from Punjab, Priyavarth alias Fauji, Manjeet alias Bholu from Haryana, Saurav alias Mahakal and Santosh Jadhav from Pune, and Subhash Banuda from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, Punjab police have raided the home of another suspect in Haryana's Fatehabad. The suspect Devender is accused of giving shelter to 2 men who conducted all the recce before the murder.
रात को 8 बजे पुलिस आई थी और मेरे पिताजी को लेके गई है। हमें उन्होंने इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया, ना ही हमें पूछा भी, और उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया। वो धक्के से आए और ले गए और हमारे घर में जो भी मौजूदा कैमरे का DVR था और वाईफाई था उसको फाड़ के ले गए।
Earlier, Manpreet Singh Manu was arrested from Uttarakhand for supplying logistics for Musewala's murder.
It's been 8 days since Sidhu Musewala was gunned down in Mansa's Jawahar K village. Even then, 7 of the 8 suspects are still absconding. With sources revealing a possibility of some of these suspects crossing over to Nepal, the onus now lies on Punjab police to arrest these suspects at the earliest. With Arvind Ojha and video journalist Sujoy, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
Keep watching India Today. Up next, it's Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Amid the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Europe saw the world's biggest rise in arms imports in the past 5 years, a trend set to accelerate following recent rearmament commitments. How are arms traded across the world, and what is this industry's worth? International trade in conventional weapons is worth an estimated 100 billion USD annually. The industry's products range from light weapons to warships and military defense systems. Nearly 40% of arms exports originate in the United States, but Russia, France, China and Germany are also major suppliers. Europe shows the strongest growth in trade, 19%, a trend that should consolidate with the new Russian threats. Widely accessible weapons cause suffering and destruction. A global treaty aimed at reducing the irresponsible transfer of conventional weapons came into force in December 2014. Its strict criteria controlling sales aims to ensure participating countries avoid breaking international embargoes and reduce the number of weapons used for genocide, war crimes, or terrorism. Many of the 130 signatory countries, including the US, have still not ratified the arms trade treaty, while Russia and China have not even signed it. The International Committee of the Red Cross says there is still a discrepancy between political commitments and the ease with which arms are transferred to actors who do not respect international law.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
You are watching.
Presented by Ebix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top business stories. Stock markets end with marginal losses after a volatile session. Sensex ends in the red, Nifty above 16,500. Realty, capital goods, top losers. Metal stocks rally. Brent crude hovers around $120 per barrel once again after Saudi Arabia hikes oil rates from July. The move signals tighter supply even after the world's top oil-producing nations agreed to hike output over the next 2 months. LIC hits new low since listing. Share price slides below 800 rupees. Market cap less than 5 lakh crore rupees. Tata Motors bags India's biggest EV fleet order from Blue Smart. Will deliver 10,000 Express TEVs to Deepika Padukone-backed all-electric cab service company. The 3-day meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee kicks off and rate hike seems imminent. Market experts believe central bank may go for at least 35 basis point hike. All eyes on FY23 inflation forecast. Markets off to a slow start this week. Benchmarks finishing a volatile session marginally lower, falling for a second straight day. Investors on the Lal Street await the outcome of the RBI MPC meet, which commenced today. Though Sensex was able to recoup from the day's low, it ended 94 points lower, shutting shop at 55,675. Nifty too had a flat close and slipped to 16,570. The insurance behemoth LIC continued to disappoint. The stock, which has been on a downhill since its listing, hit an all-time low with shares sliding below 800 rupees. With an almost 3% fall in shares today, the market cap of the company also fell below 5 lakh crores. Among the 29 laggards in the Nifty basket were Shree Cement, BPCL, Asian Paints, Ultratech Cement and Hero Motorcorp. Gains in metal stocks and a fag-end rebound in select financial shares helped benchmarks to recoup losses. Bajaj Auto, JSW Steel, Tata Consumer, ONGC and Apollo Hospitals, some of the gainers among the blue chips today. Joining us now, our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee. Udayan, what's your take on the current market action? We seem to still be in the throes of volatility, of course. And LIC specifically, I wanted to get your take on, given the fact that it's actually already trading at its all-time lows. So lack of action, completely emphasized even post-listing.
Yeah, LIC has been a bit of a letdown, Abha, and I can't say that I'm very surprised by it because it looked like it was setting up for a post-listing disappointment. If you look at the internals of LIC and the way their embedded value is calculated, it appears to me that they will actually move with the market. If the market goes down and you see a lot of volatility, LIC will be regarded as a proxy for the stock market because of how much it derives in terms of its value from mark-to-market gains from the equity market, and there is just no escaping that. So frankly, I'm not surprised that LIC's had a weak listing for various reasons other than this, and it might continue to grind in a bit of a range. I think some part of the price adjustment has already happened, trading at below 800. A little bit more might happen, but I don't see it collapsing like Paytm, but it may just begin to find some kind of a trading range, maybe in the 700 to 800 kind of price band, and that's my expectation with LIC. On the market itself, I think it's in a pause mode. We've had a grinding fall over the last couple of months. The Nifty went down and successfully defended its near-term bottom of 15,700, 15,800. We've come back 5-6% all the way back to 16,500, and now I think the market is at a bit of a crossroads after the pullback rally, and is trying to assess whether it's prudent to take it further from here or the market just needs to consolidate as the next set of data is manifest itself. The next set of data could be global in nature, on how global markets and the inflation data pans out, or it could be local as we get the earnings season, the April to June earnings coming in July, which might indicate that there might have to be more downgrades in our earnings expectations out here. Both of these are very important factors for the market, and those might be the triggers which determine whether the Nifty can edge its way back to 17,000 or it needs to go back and retest those recent lows or even climb lower. As I said last time, I'm not confident that the market's made its final low for the year, and I think we will probably continue to see these falls and these pullbacks and fair degree of volatility as we go ahead. And we are in the middle of a pullback right now and a consolidation phase post that pullback. So the market might try to work with a kind of a range for the moment and then wait for the next set of data to provide the impulse.
And as the LIC flop show continues, what should investors do? My colleague Sakshi Batra had a word with Avinash Gorakshakar from Profit Mart Securities. Listen in to a quick take on what perhaps would be the right strategy on LIC at this time.
I wanted to understand from you, but where would you and the investors really draw valuation comfort at LIC? The new embedded value, where would that be, where it will definitely give that kind of a confidence to investors that long term it is going to be a growth story?
Yeah, I think my guess is, whoever has invested in LIC, unfortunately, if they've invested for IPO gains, I think that is completely ruled out now. I think whoever is holding on to LIC, my sense is unless you've got a 2-year view, Sakshi, this stock is not going to make a lot of money for investors because clearly, if you look at LIC, if you look at all the other private sector insurance companies, there's a significant difference in their profitability levels. As mentioned earlier, LIC is more largely on the annuity side of the business where the margins are lesser. and obviously the value add, the margin, which is the incremental margin which is earned on new policies, that is also comparatively lower compared to an SBI Life or maybe a Max or something like an SDFC Life. So I think you have to give some time. Our sense is that hopefully now the company has gone public, so there will be a revised kind of aggressive approach from the LIC management, and obviously the company would also like to see that its market cap actually catches up with the private sector peers. So this is a process which may take at least 3 to 6 months.
Nilesh, it's very good to see you after a long time. My first question to you, of course, is about whether retail investors in India will hold their nerve through this volatility, because they have held the market up quite well in the face of relentless FII selling. But as this volatility continues, do you see the fear, or are you seeing any signs that the enthusiasm from the local investors of the last couple of years is beginning to ebb, or any questions are being asked? Because you're in a very good vantage point to gauge retail sentiment. What are your thoughts on this?
So then, that's a great question. This is first time in my life that I'm seeing investors more confident than fund managers. I go and present to investors saying that this is an uncertain time. There's so much of uncertainty around, returns will be volatile or negative. And they come back saying that, Nilesh bhai, we are here for long term. So I believe that this time there are lots of investors who are very confident and who will continue to support the market through their disciplined investing.
What is your advice to them at such a time when they are sounding so confident? In terms of asset allocation, what are you telling them? Because we've seen equity market volatility, and bond yields have gone up quite a bit. Fixed deposit rates from banks will start to head up soon. At such a time, between equity and fixed income, what is the ideal asset allocation that you're recommending?
So one thing then we have been telling our investors is that this is a market full of uncertainty. What happens in Russia, Ukraine, what happens on oil, what happens in US Fed rate, and how India's own inflation trajectory behaves. All these are going to make a material impact on market. This is the market where in fixed income you try to remain either in dynamic side of the bond fund or at the shorter end of the curve. On the equity, you try to be marginally overweight large cap and marginally underweight small and mid cap, and within that keep equal weight allocation to equity. If there is correction and market continues to trade below its average valuation, then you can increase your allocation to equity in a very, very calibrated manner. Don't jump into market at one go. There will be lots of volatility ahead. So please become overweight at lower level in a calibrated manner.
That's a great point, and this brings me to my next question, Nilesh, because over the last couple of years, since the COVID scare, this market in India has traded well above average mean valuations of the last 15-20 years. I mean, we are used to trading on an average at about 15 kind of P multiple, but we've been trading at, given whichever time you focus on, 18 to 20 kind of P multiple. Given this volatility risk ahead, do you see this market having the risk of going back to the average valuations of past years, which is about a 15p multiple?
Then you have made a very, very important point that for a while we were trading way above our historical average valuation. And partly this was driven by very strong earnings growth which we witnessed, especially in 2021 and 22. Now, going forward, interest rates are rising, inflation is rising, and earnings growth on this larger base is likely to slow down. Put all three things together, should there be a marginal derating of Indian valuation going back to its historical valuation? It is quite likely. However, a lot will depend upon what happens in the inflation trajectory and interest rate movement globally. If we look at the base, the US Fed rate should go higher than what is priced by the market if we look at US employment data or housing data. On the other hand, keeping in mind midterm elections and also the first quarter GDP number which gave negative 1.4%, there is a small possibility that US Fed rate may not rise as much as discounted by the market. So to a great extent, how interest rates move and how earnings growth move will determine whether we will trade at recent valuation or revert back to our historical average valuation.
Nilesh, what is the likelihood, given all the ingredients or factors that we just touched upon, of a global recession coming sooner or later? Would you say that you're monitoring some of these factors very closely over the next few months? Do you feel the chances of it have receded, given perhaps, like you said, the Feds need to be a little bit more cautious on its aggressive stance? Or do you think we're going to see it regardless of timing, simply because the era of easy money cannot continue?
But the base case across most countries, including globe, seems to be of a slowing growth but not getting into recession. However, a lot depends upon how Russia-Ukraine situation develops. If there is an escalation which is not priced by the market today and it results into supply chain disruptions and commodity price inflation, undoubtedly global growth can decelerate further from current levels. But at this point of time, looking at the current situation of commodities which have started correcting, and looking at the current situation in Russia and Ukraine, where war seems to be focused more, in certain areas rather than whole of the country, it looks like global growth will slow down, but certainly not to the extent of a recession.
And you can catch the full interview with Nilesh Shah on businesstoday.in as well as our YouTube channel.
Щоб весь світ побачив, що робить Російська Федерація на мирних землях європейських держав і що ми можемо зробити з ними. Якщо приходять до нас з мечем, то від меча і помруть. За мною ви бачите зруйновану, знищену техніку Російської Федерації, яка була знищена безпосередньо у Гостомелі.
Негативні відчуття, не радість точно. Якби була вже перемога, тоді можливо була б радість. Чекаємо перемогу, щоб прийти вже, мабуть, всією родиною, святкувати тут, щоб побільше техніки їхньої тут було. І буде тоді, потім будемо радіти. А поки що нема чому радіти, поки що ще тяжко, тому що зараз всі... Тяжко, тому що зараз всі начебто фотографуються, я фотографуюсь, посміхаємось, а десь зараз на сході, там зараз бойові дії йдуть, там зараз тяжко. У мене навіть рідний брат теж воює, то це тяжко.
Bollywood's biggest night returns. After a 2-year pause, it's back with a bang.
Welcome to Alpha!
I'm Dipali Patel and you will be joining me at the heart of the Alpha extravaganza in Abu Dhabi. The stars are all aligned on India Today.
Welcome back. Even as the Reserve Bank of India's panel on interest rates entered into a 3-day huddle this morning to decide on the next repo rate hike, the government has shocked more than 60 million private sector employees by cutting the EPF rate to a 44-year low. What this has done is to further discourage hundreds of millions of Indians who swear by the safety of small saving products.
Based on this assessment of the macroeconomic situation and the outlook, the Monetary Policy Committee voted unanimously to increase the policy repo rate by 40 basis points.
A little more than a month after this 40 basis point surprise increase in repo rates, another interest rate hike of up to 50 basis points is expected on Wednesday. In a poll by Business Today, 40% of the respondents forecast a 25 basis point hike, 22% expect a 40 basis point hike, while the rest predict a half a percentage point hike. The big reason is RBI wants to suck out the excess money in the market, which is pushing up prices across the board. The past few months have seen food prices spike up by double digits, sending household budgets for a toss. While India's consumer price inflation hit an 8-year high of 7.79% in April, the wholesale price index was at a record high of nearly 15.1%, making many wonder why the government decided to reduce the EPF interest rate to 8.1% for 2021 to 22. The rate is the lowest in 44 years. In recent years, the EPF rate had peaked in 2018 and 19, reaching a high of 8.65%. It took 3 years for the rate to fall to current 8.1%. In fact, the reduction in the EPF is being seen as yet another step which makes small savings a loss-making deal for investors. Most of the other small savings schemes, including PPF, National Savings Certificate, and the Sukanya Smriddhi Yojana, have returns far lower than the annual inflation. The worst return is on the humble FD, which in fact is also taxable. For the hundreds of millions of Indians who are averse to risk and do not see stocks as an investment, the mantra of save, invest and prosper does not seem to be holding truth anymore. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
While oil prices were already on the boil, Brent crude prices surged further to about $120 a barrel after Saudi Arabia raised crude prices for July. The move signals how tight the supply is even after oil-producing nations agreed to accelerate their output over the next 2 months. Saudi Arabia raised the price for crude to Asia to a $6.5 premium. That's the highest since May. On the other hand, amid a continuous surge in crude oil prices, oil manufacturing companies rallied in trade today. Reports also suggest that India is looking to double down on its Russian oil imports, with state-owned refiners eager to take more heavily discounted supplies as international players turn down dealings with Moscow. It's a triple whammy for Indian investors who had put their money in Terra Luna crypto. The once stable currency has lost its entire value, resulting in a complete loss for investors who number in lakhs. Tax laws also prevent adjustment of these losses with any other instrument, translating into investors having to absorb the entire meltdown. There was some good news with promoters of the Luna issuing fresh tokens called Luna 2.0 for investors. But this may also be a losing proposition in India, with investors either having to pay a gift tax on the airdrop tokens or a flat 30% income tax. For more on this, my colleague Akanksha Ramchaturvedi spoke to Purushottam Anand, founder of Crypto Legal. Listen in.
The recent Terra Luna crash, it has impacted the Indian investors as well, not just global investors. Millions of dollars of wealth was wiped out, but the Indian investors were also impacted by this. Could you please shed some light on how the Indian investors were impacted by the Terra Luna crash?
I think Indian investors were impacted just like any other investor, because see the way that these cryptocurrency projects work, like they are inherently global in nature. So whenever there is a new crypto project, then you'd see investors across the world coming there and then investing in the project. And it was a promising project, by the very fact that it was actually in the top 5 in terms of the total capital market, that it had. So once the project went bad, of course, everyone lost money, involving so many Indians who had invested and were promising something from the project.
And so could you talk about the tax implications of the Terra Luna crash on Indian investors?
Yes. So as we know, in the recent tax provision which has been introduced does not really provide for any set-off. Now that becomes very crucial in cases like these, where one promising cryptocurrency where you invest almost goes to zero, because there is a total, say 95-100% loss, and then you are not even able to set off this transaction with the other cryptocurrency trades that you are doing. So for example, even if the same person has invested in, say, Bitcoin, and there if he earns 100% profit, he's not really able to set off the loss that he has incurred for Terra Luna. So that becomes a little problematic. There is another aspect which is very interesting here, and right now we don't know how exactly the tax department will treat this transaction. And that is the airdrop situation and the way that the airdrop is actually designed by the Terra team. So, I'll just tell you a bit about how the airdrop is happening, and then we'll see what would be the tax implications. So, Terra Luna 2, which is basically the version 2 of the initial coin, which is now being called Luna Classic, is being airdropped to everyone who actually held the initial, original version 1 of Luna. Now, the problem is the moment that we call that airdrop, it comes, for the tax department, it may come across as if there is something which is being received without any consideration, right? Because this is something which is being airdropped without any active cost of acquisition. In this case also, now assume the situation that the department says this is a fresh airdrop without any cost, then everyone will have to pay 30% tax on the equivalent amount of whatever Terra Luna they are receiving. But in fact, the new airdrops which are coming to people who initially held Luna version 1 is kind of a replacement of version 1. Because the initial version did not work out. And then, the project had to do a hard fork and then launch a new version of the token. So in my understanding, to be fair and to get reasonable tax, the appropriate situation or approach should be that you take the initial cost of the version 1 acquisition, whatever is the money that investor, incurred in acquiring that money, and consider this version 2 as a replacement of the initial version 1 token which was there. But we don't know yet basically what is going to be the approach.
All right, let's take a look at what else is making news in the corporate world. Automobile giant Tata Motors has bagged India's biggest electric vehicle fleet order. Tata Motors will deliver 10,000 EVs to Blue Smart, an all-electric cab service company. And as the world gets ready for the future of tech, MG Motor forays into the metaverse universe. To offer an immersive experience for customers and stakeholders, MG Motor has launched MG Verse Arenas. Users can access the platform later this year. In a move that will benefit IRCTC, Indian Railways has doubled the number of online tickets that can be booked per user ID using the IRCTC website and app. With this, a maximum of 12 tickets can now be booked in a month by a user ID, which is not Aadhaar linked. Former captain of Team India Mahendra Singh Dhoni has invested an undisclosed sum in Chennai-based Garuda Aerospace, an Indian drone startup. Dhoni has joined the startup as a brand ambassador. Garuda has 300 drones and 500 pilots operating in 26 cities across the country. And that's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks for watching.
On a daily basis, thousands of oil spills occur worldwide in the oceans, causing oil pollution. This oil pollution in the oceans can have a disastrous effect on marine life. Most people don't realize how serious the problem is until there's a major incident at sea, such as a tanker spill or an oil rig explosion. Oil slicks have the potential to kill seabirds and marine animals such as seals as they drift towards the coast. Although only 10% of global marine oil population is caused by spills of this nature, the majority is generated by everyday maritime traffic such as illegal dumping and tank cleaning, as well as onshore industrial activities. The environmental impact varies depending on location. Deep sea spills are typically smarter and easier to clean up. The oil sinks as it becomes denser, is broken down and destroyed by bacteria. Oil slicks on a rocky coast or exposed beach can have a significant impact on marine ecosystems, and they can take up to a year for wave action to clear away. This oil pollution is also extremely harmful to coral reefs. Coral regeneration can take up to 10 years and is often irreversible. And pollution in mangroves or on sandbanks can cause long-term damage that lasts more than 20 years.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Oh, sorry.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Arab world unites in condemning India over BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma's Prophet Muhammad remark. But India has decided to reject the OIC statement, calls its fury unwarranted and narrow-minded. Mumbai police may summon Nupur Sharma, action likely after an FIR was registered against the suspended BJP Neta on a complaint by the Raza Academy. Mumbai police claim to uncover the plot to kill superstar Salman Khan after the actor receives a threat letter saying, and I quote the letter content here, "Aapka muh se wala kar denge." Bishnoi gang is under the scanner. New CCTV video, Moosewala murder. Man took a selfie with the singer minutes before tipping off gangsters who shot him. India Today unmasks the murder suspects. Khaki Nikkar Nataka over textbooks in Karnataka after Siddaramaiah threatens to burn RSS shorts. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hits back, says Congress knickers are already loose and torn. Billionaire Elon Musk threatens to walk away from $44 billion Twitter deal if not provided with data on fake accounts. Says his information rights are being violated. One of BJP's main spokespersons triggered a big diplomatic meltdown. Nupur Sharma's comments on the Prophet Muhammad sparked a big backlash from the Arab world, and there are more countries only joining in now, prompting the Bharatiya Janata Party to suspend her pending inquiry, but also expel another Neta, Delhi media in charge Naveen Kumar Jindal, who had also given out a social media comment on the Prophet. But the BJP supporters appear enraged. Many sections there in the BJP are asking, as has the BJP buckled to the Arab world pressure?
BJP national spokesperson Nupur Sharma has been sacked from the party. But the firestorm over her remarks on Prophet Muhammad continues to rage on. While Nupur has unconditionally withdrawn her statement, Naveen Kumar Jindal, Delhi BJP media in charge, who's been expelled, remains defiant.
मैंने अगर किसी को बुरा लगा मैं उसके अपने शब्द वापस लेता हूं, लेकिन जिन लोगों ने हमारे देवी देवताओं और भगवान के बारे में अपशब्द लिखे हैं उनके बारे में संज्ञान लें.
The action against Nupur Sharma and Naveen Jindal was prompted after outrage from Gulf countries. Saudi Arabia, Iran, Pakistan, Qatar, Kuwait, and even the Taliban regime in Afghanistan raised concerns about growing extremism and hatred in India. Some even demanded a public apology from New Delhi. The diplomatic backlash followed an online campaign calling for the boycott of Indian products.
For the Muslims, Prophet Muhammad, in that sense, is the symbol of their being. Now, if that is being attacked, then obviously you are going to have reactions from all these countries.
While India termed Nupur and Naveen Jindal's comments views of fringe elements, it also rejected remarks made by Organization of Islamic Cooperation, calling them motivated, misleading and mischievous. In India, though, the political war over Nupur's remark is only getting bigger. Asaduddin Owaisi has demanded her arrest.
इस स्पोक्सपर्सन को अरेस्ट करना चाहिए, उनको जेल को जाना चाहिए, उनके ऊपर जो एफआईआर रजिस्टर किए, ये गवर्नमेंट के इंसाफ का तकाजा है.
सच बोलने की सजा ही तो नुपुर शर्मा को, साध्वी प्राची को, जाने कितने लोगों को मिल रही है. ये सच का ही तो परिणाम है. लेकिन इनको जरा गिरफ्तार करें ना. बार बार चीख चीख करके, पानी पी पी करके हिंदुस्तानियों को गाली देता है ओवैसी, उसको क्यों गिरफ्तार नहीं कर रही सरकार?
Most BJP supporters are enraged and disappointed. Many are asking, what about insults to the शिवलिंग?
हर डिबेट में शिवलिंग का भद्दे रूप से जो भी मुस्लिम प्रवक्ता आए उन्होंने मजाक उड़ाया. तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ इनके खिलाफ कब एक्शन होगा? आपने नुपुर शर्मा के खिलाफ तो एक्शन ले लिया, उसको पार्टी से सस्पेंड कर दिया, उसको रेप और डेथ थ्रेट सारी चीजें मिल रही हैं.
She said something in the flow of the movement. Whether that something
exceeds the boundary of law would be something for the police to examine first and then the courts to adjudicate.
Has the BJP buckled to the Arab world? The big flashpoint is only heating up. Bureau Report, India Today.
It was India Today first revealing that the Bishnoi gang is now the prime accused with its aid in singer Moosewala's murder, because Lawrence Bishnoi had also given an open threat to Salman Khan. But now that plot is being unravelled by the Mumbai police. There's a letter that is threatening the superstar Salman Khan, and I quote the letter content here, saying, "Aapka Moosewala kar denge," and that letter is now out. Salman Khan's security has been tightened.
Guns, gangster, a superstar, and a chilling Moosewala-style murder threat. It all began when India Today first reported actor Salman Khan and father Salim Khan getting a threat letter during a casual walk at Mumbai's Bandra Bandstand Promenade. The letter, exclusively accessed by India Today, said, "Aapka Moosewala hoga," to the star and his writer father. The murder threat letter was signed LB and GB, possibly gangsters Lawrence Bishnoi and Goldie Brar. Gangsters who claimed that they committed the Moosewala murder.
जब हम करेंगे तो पता लग ही जाएगा. सलमान खान का करेंगे, मारेंगे ही जाएंगे. जोधपुर में मारेंगे तो पता लग जाएगा इनको. अभी तो मैंने कुछ किया ही नहीं, अभी नहीं मतलब कोई इन्वॉल्व कर रहे हैं.
A day later, security was beefed up at Salman's Bandra residence, with top cops visiting the actor's Galaxy apartment home.
जब भी कोई कमिटमेंट करो तो पॉजिटिव करना, नेगेटिव नहीं करना. और शिकार टाइगर जैसे शिकार कोई नहीं करता.
India Today also accessed the Kill Salman plot hatched by the dreaded gangsters. Lawrence Bishnoi and his gang had planned to target Salman during the shooting of the film Ready, plotting a hit when the actor used to go out for cycling. The contract killer Naresh Shetty, who was tasked with killing Salman, found his pistol inadequate for the hit after a recce of the actor's house and sought a rifle with a longer range and more firepower. In 2018, jailed gangster and Moosewala murder accused Lawrence Bishnoi had publicly pledged to kill Salman Khan.
Threat has been related to Moosewala murder, which is again brought out the Lawrence Bishnoi gang angle. The police is now investigating what is the reason that the threat has come now, what is their intentions, whether the gang members of Lawrence Bishnoi are trying to be active in Mumbai and trying to send out a message of fear. With Campus Sami Shanbag, Mustafa Sheikh for India Today.
India Today unmasks the killers of Punjabi musician Sidhu Moosewala. India Today is the channel with exclusive images of the 8 shooters. While 7 are still at large, 1 has been arrested by the Punjab police. Take a look at this investigation details coming up.
The moments before he left his home and moments later, he was ambushed. A week after Sidhu Moosewala was shot and killed in a brazen gang attack in Punjab's Mansa, the 2 men seen taking selfies with the rapper have caught the attention of investigators, not just curious Moosewala fans. Police examining this new visual evidence suspect they could be informers of the assailants. The men could have tipped off the attackers about the singer's movement when he drove off.
Additionally, the Punjab police is also trying to zero in on 2 men who were caught on CCTV footage whom the police believe had tipped off the murderers of Sidhu Moosewala.
A gangster allegedly ordered the murder from inside the high-security Tihar jail in Delhi. But the alleged foot soldiers came from across the states. 2 each from Pune in Maharashtra and Haryana, 2 from Punjab and 1 from Rajasthan. India Today has accessed the images of the alleged Moosewala shooters at large, all believed to be linked to the suspect Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Jagrup Singh Rupa, Har Kamal alias Ranu from Punjab, Priyavart alias Fauji, Manjeet alias Bholu from Haryana, Saurav alias Mahakal and Santosh Jadhav from Pune, and Subhash Banuda from Rajasthan. Meanwhile, Punjab police have raided the home of another suspect in Haryana's Fatehabad. The suspect Devender is accused of giving shelter to 2 men who conducted all the recce before the murder.
रात को 8 बजे पुलिस आई थी और मेरे पिताजी को लेके गई है। हमें उन्होंने इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया, ना ही हमें पूछा भी, और उन्होंने कुछ नहीं बताया। वो धक्के से आए और ले गए, और हमारे घर में जो भी मौजूदा कैमरे का डीवीआर था और वाईफाई था उसको फाड़ के ले गए।
Earlier, Manpreet Singh Manu was arrested from Uttarakhand for supplying logistics for Moosewala's murder.
It's been 8 days since Sidhu Moosewala was gunned down in Mansa's Jawahar K village. Even then, 7 of the 8 suspects are still absconding. With sources revealing a possibility of some of these suspects crossing over to Nepal, the onus now lies on Punjab police to arrest these suspects at the earliest. With Arvind Ojha and video journalist Sujoy, this is Shreya Chatterjee for India Today.
There's a raging war over knickers in Karnataka after Congress leader Siddaramaiah declared that the Youth Congress will start a statewide campaign of burning the khaki knickers. Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hit back, saying the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his chaddi and lungi in the Chamundeshwari turf, referring to the election losses. Here's a report now on escalating knicker politics in Karnataka.
Shots fired in the BJP-Congress duel, a raging Chaddi Nataka. Karnataka netas locked in a no-holds-barred shots face-off, getting their knickers in a twist. This bizarre face-off over shots has started after Congress's Siddaramaiah threatened to burn khaki knickers across the state, calling it a protest against the RSS, which made the attire famous as part of its uniform.
ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ನಾ ಸುಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಲ್ಲ ಏನ್ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಪ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಇದ್ರು ಪೊಲೀಸ್ನವ್ರು ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರೋದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ವೇಳೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಕ್ರಮ ತಗೊಳ್ಳದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Siddaramaiah's chaddi burning threat got the BJP into a huge twist, with Union Minister Prahlad Joshi hitting back, mocking Siddaramaiah over the Congress's poll losses, saying the Congress leader is frustrated after losing his chaddi and lungi in his Chamundeshwari turf, referring to his election setbacks.
ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಮಂದಿ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಂಟಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಉತ್ತರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಾ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದರು. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರನ್ನ ಸ್ವತಃ ಚಾಮುಂಡೇಶ್ವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಪಂಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಟ್ಟಿರ್ಬೇಕು ಮಂದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಈ ಸಿಟ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಘದ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಸುಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
With Karnataka politics in a knot and elections less than a year away, can the netas shed their obsession with going after each other's chaddis? With S. Karthik in Bengaluru, Bureau Report, India Today.
Language war again has been reignited, this time by the Dravida Munnetra Karagam in Tamil Nadu. The DMK Member of Parliament, TKS Elangovan, insulted the Hindi language, but what he said made it much worse, saying the language converts us to Shudras. It is no good to us. Elangovan followed this remark by even adding that Hindi is the mother tongue only in backward states of the country. That shocking comment, of course, has become a political showdown, but here's now a story on the hate nature for Hindi by the DMK Neta.
முதல் ஒன்று இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கி விடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது.
An outright below-the-belt casteist insult of Hindi by DMK MP TKS Elangovan. Referring to Hindi as a lowly language, the DMK Neta went on to berate Hindi and Hindi speakers.
முதல் ஒன்று இந்தி நம்மை சூத்திரனாக்கி விடும். இந்தி எந்த நன்மையும் நமக்கு செய்யாது. ஏன் இதை கேட்கிறேன் என்றால் இந்த மாநிலங்களில் இந்தி அந்த மக்களுடைய தாய்மொழி இல்லை. வளராத மாநிலம்னா மத்திய பிரதேசம், உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், பீகார், ராஜஸ்தான், இந்த இன்னும் இப்பொழுது புதிதாக பிரிந்த 2-3 மாநிலங்கள்.
Spewing hate on Hindi, TKS Elangovan showed zero remorse when confronted by India Today and refused to apologize.
You affirm that if you speak Hindi, you will turn into Shudras?
No. If Hindi is imposed, it will also bring the culture of the North along with it. That is what I meant. I'm not talking about the language.
You just heard how TKS Elangovan refused to apologize when we spoke to him. The DMK MP no doubt feels emboldened as there is no condemnation from the party over this Hindi hate.
This is highly ridiculous and unwanted for. I don't expect this from the person of stature of Mr. T.K. Elangovan, who is considered to be a gentleman in politics. And he has exposed the DMK.
The shocking statement is just the latest addition in a series of such anti-Hindi comments by DMK leaders. First, a minister's Pani Puri jibe.
இந்தி படிச்சா வேலை கிடைக்குதா? இந்தி நம்ம ஊரில் கோயம்புத்தூர்ல போய் பாருங்க, பான்பூரி வச்சுக்கிறோம், எந்த கடை யாரு எல்லாம் அவன் தான். ஆக அது ஒரு காலம். இப்ப ஆங்கிலம் இன்டர்நேஷனல்.
That was followed by the health minister accusing North Indian students of spreading COVID.
எனவே யானைக்கால் நோய் அதற்கான காரணம் என்பது இந்தியாவின் பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்றின் எண்ணிக்கை என்பது இன்னமும் கட்டுக்குள் வராமல் இருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக டெல்லி, ஹரியானா, உத்தரப்பிரதேசம், மகாராஷ்டிரா, மத்திய பிரதேசம், கேரளா போன்ற பல்வேறு மாநிலங்களில் தொற்று எண்ணிக்கை கூடுதலாகிக் கொண்டிருக்கிற சூழலில்
And now calling Hindi a Shudra language. That's useless. Remember, all these comments come even as Prime Minister Modi hailed Tamil as a beautiful language to put an end to the Tamil versus Hindi war. But it's clear the DMK will not allow that to happen.
This is land, and this land is special. The people, culture, and language of this state are outstanding.
The Stalin government so far has been mum on this Hindi hate, but serious questions face the DMK on whether their idea of promoting Tamil is insulting and putting down Hindi. With Pramod Madhav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. You are what?
Queen Elizabeth is celebrating the Platinum Jubilee. In the last 70 years, Queen's style has changed, evolved also multiple times. But has she evolved as a style icon? Because after all, she is one of the most recognizable women in the world. Here's a report by my colleague Chaiti Narula.
Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee was grand. She's often touted to be a style icon. Not any ordinary icon, but the one who discreetly communicates with her outfits. Decades on the throne, many heirlooms donned in style, and an unrivaled collection of jewelry, crowns, outfits that make fashion and political statements. It was in 1946 when the Queen, who was then Princess Elizabeth, joined the royal family. She wore this iconic satin gown with a fur coat. It was a white satin lightly embroidered around the hem in a classic Greek key design. Her coronation gown was one for the history books. June 2nd, 1953, she wore this gown commissioned by Norman Hartnell. Norman Hartnell, who gained the royal warrant as her dressmaker, designed this turquoise outfit with matching bolero and hat-like fascinator for Princess Margaret's wedding. In 1967, the Queen wore an interesting headpiece with a green and pink coat by Hardy Amies with an iconic brooch. From that floral headpiece to a turban-style hat with a marigold printed pleated dress, she started to emerge as a style icon in 1975. The equestrian has been really enjoying her time riding, and at the races, she dresses up to the occasion. From the riding boots to the breeches and pastel ensembles with sun hats at the races, particularly at the Epsom Derby, she sets quite the aristocratic fashion tone. In 1990, she wore a bold floral outfit to celebrate Queen Mother's 90th birthday. In 1999, this attire of hers stood out at the back. A colorful, glittery sequin top and a golden skirt with a golden bag. The Queen looked like a disco queen of the 90s. Now juxtapose this with a summery polo high tee ensemble in 2003 with vibrant florals, pearl necklace and a brooch. In 2011, standing beside the then President Barack Obama, she chose to wear this white embellished gown, a tiara from the heirloom, and this statement neckpiece. The Queen loves bling. 2012 saw her in golden dress, metallic shoes and a bag and a diamond neckpiece. While monochromatic styles may be highly fashionable today, the Queen set quite the tone in 2015 itself in all pink. Pink umbrella with pink hat, pink dresses and even a pink coat. Yellow monochromatic ensemble was her choice of attire for her 90th birthday. Yellow Angela Kelly outfit with yellow hat and a brooch. Vibrant colors and single-colored outfits continue to be her choice even while celebrating her own 90th with the family at the Buckingham Palace. This vibrant green coat that you see was paired with this hat of the same color. The Trevor Morgan hat and Stuart Parham coat and her pink ensemble were her choices at her 90th birthday. In 2018, she made quite an appearance at the London Fashion Week wearing this pale blue tweed suit. She loves monochromes. Here's her in a red ensemble for a Christmas service in 2019. 2021 was all yellow for the inauguration of the Elizabeth line. Her love for bold colors, brooches, hats has had many style moments clearly, and why not? she is one of the world's most recognizable women after all. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest.
就是像你看10年前大家追求的一些美丽是比较标准化的，但最近好像感觉非常标准化的美呢又被颠覆了，要整成就是弄成比自己原本更好的样子，而不是说就自己本来就很美啦，就是做优化就好。
会在意，我觉得再强大的人都应该会有一些在意吧，只是多多少少的问题。就像我为什么会去做光电，可能我觉得我最近皮肤可能不像之前一样了，可能不像几年前一样，所以我会想去做一个改变，对。
Bollywood's biggest night returns. After a 2-year pause, it's back with a bang.
Welcome to Alpha!
I'm Dipali Patel and you will be joining me at the heart of the Alpha extravaganza in Abu Dhabi. The stars are all aligned on India Today. Hello and welcome. You're watching this special broadcast on India Today from Abu Dhabi. I am Dipali Patel. This is where we got you all the scoop and updates from IFA 2022, which just got concluded with electrifying performances by several celebrities, including Shahid Kapoor and Abhishek Bachchan. That's not all. Winners were also awarded, and there were several celebrities who also sang songs for us and even spoke exclusively with us. Here are all the highlights. We are at the hotel right now in Abu Dhabi. We are all set to head to the Etihad Arena where IFA 2022 finale is going to happen. We are waiting for the green carpet to meet the stars. Stay tuned to India Today for all the updates on IFA 2022. We are once again at Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi to cover IFA 2022. Today is the final day when Salman Khan will host the show, and a lot of celebrities are going to walk the green carpet. So let's go. We are once again at Etihad Arena in Abu Dhabi to witness the finale of IFA 2022. Stay tuned to India Today as all the celebrities are going to walk down this green carpet today.
I'm wearing Michael Cinco. It's Thai designer trainer Michael Cinco. It's Filipino designer Michael Cinco. That's Michael Cinco.
Sarah, what are you wearing today? You're looking absolutely stunning.
Thank you very much. I've been styled by Tanya Ghavri. I'm wearing Faraz Mana.
Today you remember?
Yes, it's a slightly easier name. I made a mess yesterday.
Thank you so much. I'm wearing Gaurav Gupta.
My voice is really messed up today, but I just want to say.
एक पंजाबी में गाना होता है.
मैं तुझ में आके तेरी बातों में दिल मेरा माने ना पिया आजा बन जा मेरा यार. Thank you.
दिल देना दिल लेना ऐ सौदा खरा खरा ऐ सौदा खरा खरा.
Also, married life कैसी चल रही है?
बहुत अच्छी चल रही है, सुकून भरी चल रही है.
Well, I'm excited, happy, elated. The whole family here, right from Arjun, Anshula to Jan and me, Janvi and me both, all four of us are elated. And I'm sure Khushi herself is happy that she finally is getting to work.
Ananya, you're performing for the first time. Tell me, what is your checklist?
Checklist is smile, have the best time ever, don't forget my steps, and this is your first time performing, so remember that.
All the best!
My checklist. I just check if I've dressed myself well and I fed myself so that this is going to be a long thing and just keep a gloss to touch it up because I eat my lip color very fast.
If you had to walk the green carpet with one of the Hollywood actors, who would it be?
Ryan Gosling.
3 skincare tips that you would want to give your fans.
3 skincare tips. Firstly, stay happy. It really shows on your face. Have a lot of water and wear a sunblock even if you're sitting at home in the day. It's just very important.
IFA 2022 was not only about the green carpet, but also saw some electrifying performances from celebrities, including first-time performer Ananya Pandey. Abhishek Bachchan, who was accompanied by wife and actress Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, gave a stellar performance at the IFA finale. He made an entry on the song India Wale from Farah Khan's film Happy New Year. And ended his performance with a bang on Dasvi's song Macha. This performance was more than just special to Abhishek, as he not just shared a dance with Aishwarya, but also had their daughter Aradhya watch him groove on stage for the first time. Not only Abhishek Bachchan, even Shahid Kapoor set the stage on fire with his tribute to the late legendary singer Bappi Lahiri.
The grand IFA finale was hosted by none other than Salman Khan, who made an entry on a bike and was later joined by Ritesh Deshmukh and Manish Paul as co-hosts. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Three-day-long IFA 2022 just got over with electrifying performances by Ananya Pandey, Sara Ali Khan, Tiger Shroff, Abhishek Bachchan, and finally Shahid Kapoor with Bapida's tribute. Yes, the three-day-long event is now over, but the Best Actor award went to Vicky Kaushal and Best Actress award went to Kriti Sanon. We got you all the highlights from Abu Dhabi Yas Island. Etihad Arena was the venue of this year's event. Thank you so much for joining us. With camera person Rajesh Revankar, this is Dipali Patel signing off from Abu Dhabi for India Today.
Vicky Kaushal won Best Actor award while Kriti Sanon received Best Actress award. That's not all. Pankaj Tripathi got his first IFA award. Here's the complete list from the IFA 2022.
A starry affair with fashionable green carpet appearances, electrifying performances. The three-day-long event ended with the awards night that recognized the work of all the deserving artists in different arenas concerning filmmaking. While Vicky Kaushal and Kriti Sanon won big at this year's IFA Awards. Here's the list of artists who impressed the jury and bagged this prestigious IFA Award. Yes, Vicky Kaushal took home the Best Actor Award for his film Sardar Udham.
अगर हमने यहाँ लंदन में ब्रिटिश के हार्ट में कुछ कर दिया, हमारा मैसेज पूरे वर्ल्ड तक जाएगा.
A film that showcased the condition of India in pre-independence era when it was under the British rule and featured Vicky Kaushal in as Sardar Udham Singh.
Revolution is a dangerous game.
The film was kept out of Oscars despite Vicky's groundbreaking performance for the film, citing that it spread hatred towards Britishers.
I see death, no sleep in years. Monday को church, Friday को cinema hall, और Saturdays को club.
Hence, it sure was good news for Vicky and the makers of the film as their work just got recognized.
Murder को protest मानेगा या protest को murder मानेगा आपका British law.
And how can we not mention Kriti Sanon in Mimi, which helped her bag the Best Actor Female Award for her role in the film. And the Best Actor debut in both male and female category was received by Ahan Shetty for Tadap 2 and Sharavri Wagh. Winning the Best Actor in Supporting Role was Pankaj Tripathi, who was honoured for his role in Ludo. While the Best Actor in Supporting Role Female was awarded to Sai Tamhankar for Mimi.
ये बच्चा किसका है? अरे पेट देखिएगा ना इतना बड़ा. मेरे घर रह सकती है तू. कल्याण वाली खाला है ना, ये उनकी भतीजी है टान और ये उनके शौहर.
नसीरुद्दीन. करते क्या हैं ये? ड्राइवर हूँ, खुद की गाड़ी है अपनी.
IFA debutant Aziz Kaur dream came true with a big win as Best Playback Singer for her voice in Rata Lambya song from the movie Sher Shah. Jubin Nautiyal too lifted the trophy for the same song Rata Lambya in the Best Playback Singer male category. The award for the Best Music Direction went to A.R. Rahman for Rangile. and Jasleen Royal, Javed Mohsin, Vikram Montrose, B. Prak, Jani for Shersha. Kaushal Munir bagged the Best Lyrics Award for Lehra Do 83. Shersha won big in the awards night with the Best Film Award presented to Karan Johar, Hero Johar, Apurva Mehta, Shabir Boxwala, Ajay Shah, Himanshu Gandhi for this film. And the Best Director Award was lifted by Shersha director Vishnu Vardhan. What's more? In the Best Story Original category, Ludo won over the jury as Anurag Basu took the trophy back home. And the Best Adapted Story went to Ranveer Singh and Kabir Khan's 83. With Dipali Patel in Yash Islands, Abu Dhabi, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
During the 3-day-long IFA 2022, several celebrities spoke exclusively to India Today about the current language war. Take a look.
Language is not an issue for me. Good film is an issue. Be it Hindi, be it Tamil, be it Telugu, be it Kannada, be it Malayalam. You know, cinema has no language.
Better late than never, because we've always been in Indian industry. It's not, and yes, for the longest time we've been segregated as the North and the South. But I think long gone are the days when we segregated as North and South.
Cinema is entertainment.
Yeah. So right now it's coming global. You know, artists are getting recognition everywhere. So yeah, can't wait for more of the artists to become, you know, as we become a whole. Can't wait for everybody to join in and celebrate and make one big happy family as it always is.
Well, I think you know, just like we try to break barriers in color, हमें languages में barriers break करना है. और अभी क्या है कि streaming दुनिया है, you know, streaming platforms की वजह से हम तो सभी languages में फिल्में देख सकते हैं. So I think it is time for us to be one nation before we fight as a nation with other countries. You know, हमें पहले one nation बनाना है, एक language, एक ही मकसद, एक ही thought. You know. So I think this is a beautiful time of change for India.
The second day at the IFA 2022 was all about celebrating music. The singers not only rocked the green carpet, but also set the stage on fire with their performances. Here are all the highlights.
Right now, we are excited to meet all the stars, talk to them, and have fun at IFA 2022. I am at the Etihad Arena right now for IFA Rocks. We are all set for the green carpet and to meet all the stars live in action. Come on. I'm in Abu Dhabi, Yas Island right now at Etihad Arena. Behind me is the green carpet where celebrities are going to walk down to perform inside the hall.
Glitz, glamour and the green carpet. The 22nd edition of International Indian Film Academy Awards at Etihad Arena in Yas Islands, Abu Dhabi returned with a bang after a gap of 2 years. And while the starry affair kick-started with the press conference on day one, the next day witnessed more glamour and gala with renowned singers and artists gracing the IFA Rocks evening.
लगदी लाहौर दिया जिस हिसाब ना हस दिया कुड़ी दा पता करो केड़े पिंड दिया केड़े शहर दिया ओ लगदी लाहौर दिया ते आइफा ते आई लगदी है.
While some stole the night with their fashionable attires on the green carpet, others won hearts by humming their favorite songs before their performance at IFA Rocks.
है कोई परवाना यहाँ जो जान पे अपनी खेलेगा आशिकी में होके फना बाहों में शमा को ले लेगा
चन दी चांदनी थल्ले बैठे दो गला करिए प्यार दिया आजा गल्ला करिए गल्ला करिए
तेरी मेरी गल्लाएं होगी मशहूर करना कभी तू मुझे नजरों से दूर किथे चली है तू किथे चली है तू किथे चली है हाय जान रहा है दिल है तो जान दी है तू तेरे बिना मैं न रहूं मेरे बिना तू किथे चली है तू किथे चली है मेरी जान जली है.
That's not all. The evening also witnessed Bollywood celebrities getting candid on the green carpet.
देखा है आपने देख लिया ना? Yes, I know that. Yes.
सबसे पहले आप बताइए कि आपको कौन से डिजाइनर का बोलना है?
देखिए मुझे उनका नाम बोलना नहीं आता लेकिन मैं स्पेल कर सकती हूँ. Can you एक सेकंड? Can you call Tanya and ask her how to say it? Adnivik. Are you sure? Adnivik designer hai. My checklist, I don't really have one. I have fun, I think.
And if you had to walk down the green carpet with a Hollywood star,
Ryan Gosling.
if you had to walk with a Hollywood star on this green carpet, who would it be?
Oh my god, so many. Timothy.
Timothy. Okay.
Which dress are you wearing? I'm wearing Michael Cinco. Yes, yes. Yeah, oh yeah, yes. It's a nice designer. I love the silhouettes. I think it's really like sassy and I love the attitude about it.
From Honey Singh, Guru Randhawa to Devi Sri Prasad, also known as DSP, to Neha Kakkar. The Indian music industry came together to set the stage on fire with their electrifying performances. And what followed was a fun-filled night with these gems showcasing their talent, winning over the crowd like no tomorrow. In fact, the starry night was concluded with Neha's powerful performance on her hit numbers. But what stole the show was her debut on IFA Rock stage with husband Rohanpreet Singh. The couple sang this Punjabi number which got everyone at Etihad Arena excited. For the uninitiated, IFA Rocks night was hosted by Farah Khan and Apar Shakti Khurana, and the main event will be co-hosted by superstar Salman Khan, Ritesh Deshmukh and Manish Paul.
Etihad Arena, where IFA Rocks 2022 just got concluded in Abu Dhabi, Yas Island. 3 technical awards went to Sardar Udham, followed by 2 to Atrangi Ray. What's more, there were fabulous performances by Asis Kaur, Honey Singh, DSP, and even Neha Kakkar, who danced with her husband Rohan Preet. All the updates on IFA are going to be there on India Today. Stay tuned.
Sania Malhotra walked down the green carpet at the IFA 2022 on the third and the final day. We at India Today spoke to her exclusively. Listen into this conversation.
मेरे साथ इस वक्त मौजूद है सानिया मल्होत्रा. सानिया, वेलकम टू इंडिया टुडे टेलीविजन एंड आज तक एंड गुड न्यूज़ टुडे. आप इस वक्त आईफा 2022 के ग्रीन कार्पेट में खड़ी हैं. आपने इस वक्त पहना क्या है, किस डिजाइनर का है?
दिस इज शांतनु एंड निखिल एंड दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम दैट आई हैव कम फॉर आईफा. दिस इज माय आईफा डेब्यू.
अमेजिंग. हाउ डज इट फील?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है क्योंकि एक तो मेरा डेब्यू है और आई एम ऑल्सो नॉमिनेटेड फॉर पगलेट, सो आई फील रियली स्पेशल एंड वेरी एक्साइटेड.
Sania, अगर if you had to walk down this green carpet with a Hollywood star, who would it be?
With a Hollywood star? That's a tough one. Billie Eilish, she's a singer, maybe with her, or Harry Styles. How can I forget Harry Styles?
Yes. Your checklist, since this is your debut at IFA 2022.
My checklist for IFA: snacks, fruits, water, and some comfortable footwear. Right after I'm going to step out of this place, I'm going to wear some nice shoes and walk.
3 skincare tips from Sania.
Mine are very simple. I think wash your face, make sure that you're removing your makeup at night. बहुत tough होता है ना, घर जाके किसी का मन नहीं करता कि अभी मुंह भी धोना पड़ेगा, but do it. And also have water and moisturize your face. Don't actually, the fourth one should be don't forget to put sunscreen.
सानिया, अभी म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री में 2 डेथ्स हुई थी. एक तो सिद्धू मूसेवाला गए और एक केके का. तो उसका आपको क्या रिएक्शन है?
I think these 2 losses felt very personal, and what they have done for the industry, what they have given us as an audience is very very special. कहते हैं ना, वो अपने काम से अमर हो गए. वो I think I would like to cherish their work and what they have done for the industry and for us as an audience. And I would also pray for their family in this very very tough times.
दोस्ती बड़ी ही हसीन है, ये ना हो तो क्या फिर बोलो ये जिंदगी है. कोई तो हो राज़दार, बेगरज तेरा हो यार, कोई तो हो राज़दार.
मेरा आखिरी सवाल आपसे ये कि अभी करंटली एक लैंग्वेज इशू चल रहा है बॉलीवुड में कि साउथ की फिल्म्स, नॉर्थ की फिल्म, साउथ डिवाइड हो रहा है, नॉर्थ डिवाइड हो रहा है. तो इस करंट सिचुएशन में आपका क्या पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू है?
Is there or this thing going on? I was not aware of it. I really like watching South films and I really like watching Bollywood. Yeah.
Amazing. We see all your videos on social media. लेकिन आप कब आईफा में किसी दिन परफॉर्म करेंगी?
ये तो आपको आईफा वाले ही बताएंगे. मैं तो आज कर लूँ.
और आपको ऑल द बेस्ट आपके नॉमिनेशन के लिए एंड विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर योर फ्यूचर फिल्म्स.
Thank you.
IFA 2022 is over and so is our special broadcast from Abu Dhabi. We will see you on the other side on India Today. Until then, I will sit back and relax.
Artemis 1 is NASA's effort for an unmanned mission to the moon's surface. Block 1, the basic version of the Space Launch System, is NASA's heavy launcher. At its top is the Orion spacecraft. Orion goes into orbit around the Earth. It is the immediate cryogenic propulsion stage that will give Orion the big thrust needed to leave the Earth's orbit and head for the moon. To navigate in space, Orion will be powered by a service module that also generates air and water for astronauts on future missions. Orion will approach around 100 kilometers from the moon and will take advantage of its gravitational force to reach a distant orbit at about 70,000 kilometers from the moon between 6 to 19 days. Once Orion's performance has been analyzed, the module will head back to Earth, taking advantage of the moon's gravitational pull. NASA will conduct scientific experiments in deep space with several nanosatellites deployed during this mission. If the results of this mission are validated, it will be followed by the Artemis 2 mission, which will carry 4 astronauts around the moon on board the Orion spacecraft.
You are watching
Sachin Tendulkar, Mary Kom, Rekha, Javed Akhtar, Ram Jethmalani, Zakir Hussain. These are all prominent celebrities, prominent names in the country, and they've all been members of the Rajya Sabha in the past. Yes, in this video, we're going to be talking about the upcoming Rajya Sabha elections. And this time, it's 57 seats up for grabs across 15 states. The elections for the Rajya Sabha is going to be held on June 10th. And let me break down for you how elections are conducted for those coveted Rajya Sabha seats. So the BJP has announced 18 candidates in the running. Most prominently, it includes union ministers like Piyush Goyal from Maharashtra and Nirmala Sitharaman from Karnataka. Interestingly, Union Minority Affairs Minister Mukhtar Abbas Naqvi, who is in Rajya Sabha, is not part of the list this time. He was representing Jharkhand, or rather is, but now will not be in the future. So the Rajya Sabha, or the Council of States as it's called, is the upper house of the parliament. The Rajya Sabha has 250 members. Right now, there's 245 members. 233 members are elected by the Vidhan Sabha members. 12 are nominated by the president. This could be for various reasons. This could be for their contribution to our